It all started with the name.
We wrote down a list of names, and Atari was the third on the list. And I looked at it and I said, it's okay.
That developed into a legacy.
Well, when you think about video games, Atari is the word. Atari was the first and the boldest, the most broadly disseminated game name that was ever done.
At times, they were unstoppable.
And there's a Pong on the ferry boat. Oh my God, it's everywhere. Like, oh God, what have I done?
And there were times filled with turmoil.
E.T. was not a good idea. The game was programmed in 6 weeks, and as you probably know, most of them wound up in a landfill.
And there was lots of partying.
Coke sort of came into vogue right about that time, and so it went through Atari as well.
This is the unbelievable true story of the rise and fall of the most famous video game company in the world. It's the story of In the late 60s, an unknown industry begins to evolve. Engineer Ralph Baer receives the first video game patent for his version of video table tennis and develops the first home video gaming system, the Brown Box.
Ralph Baer started peddling his game in around 1970. Couldn't find a buyer, went to RCA, went to Zenith, and it took a few years before Magnavox picked it up.
Baer signs a contract with Magnavox, and the system is renamed the Odyssey.
Magnavox and Sanders, which was the company that Ralph Baer worked for, were showing off the game, their new product. This is in January 1972. And Nolan Bushnell went to see this product, and he signed the guest book that he was there, and he saw the Magnavox Odyssey, and he wasn't impressed with it.
Nolan Bushnell, a University of Utah graduate and engineer, moves out to California and hooks up with friend Ted Dabney.
And if you're going to be an electrical engineer, and it's the late 60s, early 70s, you're going to be in Silicon Valley, in the center of the action.
And with $250 from a savings account, they form their first company. It's called Suzuki.
Suzuki, no one could pronounce it.
In 1971, technology isn't exactly peaking.
One of the first uses of the computer video screen, somebody programmed a game called Space War.
But Suzuki still manages to develop their very first coin-operated video game, called Computer Space.
Computer Space was the first game, and what I was trying to do was really bring Space War to a cost point.
Computer Space is a commercial failure. And in 1972, Nolan Bushnell changes the name of his company.
We wrote down a list of names, and I remember that Atari was the third on the list. And I looked at it and I said, well, it's okay.
Atari starts development on their second video game, one with a very simple concept.
As we know, Computer Space did not do well. It was too complex for people at that time. So he wanted to come out with a simpler game.
So he challenged me to do a ping pong game.
I told him I wanted to go.
A very simple, one-moving spot, like the Magnavox Odyssey. I suspect he'd seen the Magnavox Odyssey, knew it wasn't a very good game the way Magnavox had it done, but it was nothing could be simpler.
And what can be more simpler than a ball bouncing and two paddles hitting it?
And the title is just like the game.
We named Pong just because you couldn't own a ping pong game, and so we just truncated it and called it Pong.
Well, Nolan, gee, well, let's put it in the box. And we put it with a coin mech on the side of the box, very simple. I went to Walgreens, got a black and white TV, made a monitor out of it, and put it in the Andy Cap's Tavern, one of our locations, over the weekend to see what would happen. And the rest is history. It took off.
But before Atari can begin celebrating, they're slapped with a lawsuit.
Magnavox went around showing this toy before they put it on the market in very closed sessions. And Nolan Bushnell attended one of those closed sessions and beat everyone to market by a few months with Pong.
So Magnavox sued Atari, and Nolan Bushnell. And they proved that Nolan Bushnell was at this meeting in Burlingame, California, and he did sign his book and his guest book, and he did see a video game of table tennis before it came out. So they settled out of court. And what they settled for, I think, was Atari got the rights to video games for $100,000. That was it. And then they made a killing after that.
Pong becomes a nationwide phenomenon. Soon after, Ted Dabney decides to move on and sells his share of the company to Bushnell. Although copycats are popping up everywhere, by the end of 1972, Atari still reports earnings of $3.2 million, thanks to the success of Pong. And Nolan Bushnell moves forward with another idea.
But then it came time to do consumer Pong. And everyone says, well, you know, boy, what a great idea.
So I figured, okay, I'll do consumer Pong. I'll show them. We'll see how far we get with this thing. We'll bankrupt the company. Because, I mean, how are we going to do? How could we launch a consumer product with nothing? We had no backing, no equity, no. He's crazy. I remember the day we got the consumer chip to work, and it was like, it felt like a dog chasing a car. You caught it. Now what do you do with it?
Well, you try and sell it.
So we called Chicago, Sears Tower, cold call, and got Tom Quinn, the buyer, the right guy, and he was there in 3 days, and thank God for Tom Quinn, and we were in the consumer business.
Sears signs on as an exclusive distributor for home Pong, and it flies off the shelves. Atari reaches $40 million in sales, $3 million in profits, and Pong is out of control, selling more than 150,000 units. Atari owns the video game industry with their home version of Pong, but competition, wild parties, and Bushnell's departure will soon become a major part of this company's history. With Atari's release of the home version of Pong, the young company is making millions and having a blast while doing so.
We had this camaraderie that it was us young guys, and remember, this was just after the 60s, so the age of Aquarius, don't trust anyone over 30.
People came to work whenever they wanted, and they picked what topic they were going to do games on.
People would sit around, literally get stoned, and start brainstorming ideas for games and things like that. It was very much a part of the creative process.
So they pretty much were doing what they wanted, okay? And it worked because these games were labors of love for a lot of the programmers.
MRB was a marijuana review board, and that was like our open code for, okay, let's go get high.
It was also a time where we didn't worry that much about legal liability, you know, getting drunk and going home and, you know, I mean, almost everybody went home with everybody else. Sexual harassment or things like that wasn't an issue.
As time went on and as more and more money came into the environment, the class and quality of the drugs tended to increase substantially. Coke sort of came into vogue right about that time anyway, and so it went through Atari as well.
Experiencing a cash flow problem for the upcoming Christmas season, Nolan sells Atari to Warner Communications in 1976 for $28 million.
Yeah, a lot of people don't realize that when you have a successful company, that a growing company actually consumes cash. You can very seldom throw off cash fast enough to grow as fast as you want to. So it was either take the company public or sell it to somebody with really deep pockets.
When Warner bought us in late 1976, I couldn't believe it, and all of a sudden there was real money in the bank. Wow, this actually did work.
But now that Atari has sold its soul to Warner, things inside the company begin to drastically change.
When Warner Communications took over, all of a sudden it became this big corporation. This is the way you're going to work. You have to wear suits. You have to come at this time. You have to leave at this time.
Atari, under Nolan Bushnell, its motto was innovative leisure. Under Warner, it was, we're the Atari VCS company, and that's a big difference.
With a change in atmosphere, Atari goes on to develop Stella, a prototype console that accepts cartridges. It's Atari's response to Fairchild's programmable Channel F home video game system.
So there were a lot of arcade games out there, particularly Atari arcade games. And what they wanted to do, one of their marketing strategies was, let's take these successful arcade games into the home and sell home versions.
What Atari had that the other companies didn't have was this stock of arcade titles that they were able to use.
In 1977, Atari releases the VCS, later to be renamed the 2600, with a retail price of $200 and a library of 9 games.
So we introduced it, and you could just feel it in the air. The product was so revolutionary, everybody knew it. It felt great.
Atari enjoys strong sales in 1978 and a fantastic holiday season, and releases more games like Outlaw, Space War, and the fan favorite, Breakout.
Breakout. There'll be a new wall come up. I break out that entire wall, a new wall comes up. And you can just keep playing into infinity.
Internally, however, Atari is at odds. And the man that formed the company decides to leave.
There were so many vulnerabilities that the company had, and it seemed like nobody at Warner was aware of them. And I felt that if they were bound and determined to go down these foolish roads, then I didn't want to do it.
New CEO Ray Kassar moves in, but not with open arms. Meanwhile, several programmers are getting fed up with the lack of credit for their games and the management of Mr. Kassar.
When we asked for credit for it, we were turned down pretty flatly. In fact, we were told that we were no important to that process than the person on the assembly line who put them together.
You had several companies that were willing to give credit for the games, and better still, they were willing to pay royalties on the games. Guys like David Crane and Al Miller, who were creating games and they were selling millions of copies, and they were collecting the salary, and they couldn't even get their names on the games.
So 4 guys make a decision that will change the video game industry forever.
There were 4 of us at Atari who worked together. We went to lunch together. We were just a little group of 4 guys. We just sitting at lunch one day said, you know, we could do this. Why don't we design our video games and market them ourselves? And it wasn't all that easy, of course, but thus Activision was born.
This is Pitfall, the smash hit video game by Activision.
Activision becomes the first third-party software developer for the 2600 and releases such hits as Pitfall and Fishing Derby.
Get it before they're all gone. Pitfall, designed by David Crane.
Atari goes on to release 2 more great games for the 2600, Space Invaders and Asteroids.
Atari licensed Space Invaders from Taito in 1980 for the VCS. And this was the first game ever to be licensed from another company. And that was just a huge hit for Atari. That's what basically sold the VCS. Then, of course, Asteroids, that was probably their second big hit, again, based on the arcade game.
When it comes to space games, nobody compares to Atari.
By 1982, the video game industry becomes a horse race between the 2600, Intellivision, and Coleco.
You'll see amazing graphics, like this.
Atari releases Pac-Man
Video game.
and E.T. for the VCS, 2 incredibly hyped games, which are critical flops as well as commercial failures.
The video game that lets you help E.T. get home.
E.T. was not a good idea. And it got to the point where Atari's attitude was, we put anything out, it's going to sell.
Great, send I don't know how many $1 million to Spielberg for the name. What? And, you know, and now we had to go make a title out of it.
The game was programmed in 6 weeks.
Atari had lost a lot of the skills and the people. All the really good guys were over at Activision. Somehow that cartridge got built. It just didn't play well.
They manufactured more copies of E.T. than there were Atari 2600s in existence. Not a good idea. And as you probably know, most of them wound up in a landfill.
Pac-Man is probably considered one of the worst games of all time. E.T., no disrespect to Howard Warsaw who developed them, but they were terrible games.
Atari, needing cash, re-releases the 2600, but the masses aren't buying it. With a string of bad decisions, Atari finds itself in a tailspin. Al Alcorn is gone, and stock in Warner drops 33%.
The whole ambience of Atari changed, and very rapidly. I mean, they began selling off divisions, their computers didn't sell.
But things at Atari are only getting worse.
I didn't know. This Pac-Man?
This Miz plays only on the Atari 5200 Super System. And now...
In 1982, Atari introduces the 5200 to the gaming public.
Now you're talking.
And it bombs.
Atari came out with the 5200, which was really developed as a competition for the Intellivision.
Look at Atari basketball.
And Intellivision. I think Intellivision plays much more like real basketball.
If you think ColecoVision plays all Atari cartridges,
By the time it was released, it was competition for the ColecoVision.
and we bring the arcade experience home.
But I think the ColecoVision games were better. They looked truer to the real games.
Of course, when the 2600's lifespan ran out and they had to go to the 5200, the American consumer went, wait a minute, I've had the same record player for 25 years. I've had the same television set for 25 years. Why are you suddenly telling me now that after like 4 years, 5 years, I've got to trade in this game system for a whole new game system? It was a very difficult concept to get across.
Christmas '83 sees a glut of inferior games, and 600 Atari employees are laid off. But the scrappy company's not giving up just yet. In 1984, they announced the release of the 7800 and promised more 2600 games with improved graphics and sound. Unfortunately, the improved 2600 games are never released, and Atari ends up selling their home video game division to former Commodore CEO Jack Tramiel.
Jack Tramiel, actually, he ruined Atari. He wanted to make Atari a computer company, no more games. The 7800 was announced but never released. The warehouses were full of them, but he wanted nothing to do with them.
Atari, power without the price.
In 1985, Nintendo shows up, and Atari misses a huge opportunity.
When Nintendo came out with the NES, they were afraid of Atari, because Atari had global dominance. Atari meant video games at the time. So they approached Atari to give Atari the rights to the NES outside Japan. Atari didn't take it. Then Nintendo took over. So Atari decides, well, we have all this warehouse full of 2600s, 7800s, let's sell them.
Discover a world beyond your wildest dreams.
So their heart really wasn't into games. They just had the games, let's try to make some money on it.
The release of the 7800 is sloppy. Few stores carry it, and the system fails. In 1988, Atari makes a shocking decision and rehires Bushnell with hopes that using his name will increase sales.
Well, you know, remember, I was just a consultant. I just did a couple of projects for him, and I had a creative team. And in some ways, Atari was so over at the time, you know, in terms of being on the cutting edge, that it was nostalgic, but it was not rewarding.
I like Link, the screen is bigger. I like Lynx, more can play at the same time.
In 1989, Atari goes head-to-head with Nintendo once again and releases the Lynx, their first portable video game system, against Nintendo's Game Boy.
I like Game Boy.
The Lynx is more expensive and heavier. And Nintendo ends up the holiday winner. 1991 marks the last year Atari will see a solid profit from operations.
Nintendo reinvented the world. Nintendo showed that people still wanted entertainment, they still wanted fun, and they still wanted games.
But Atari isn't giving up. They released the Jaguar, a system with a CD-ROM attachment, Pro Controller, and some marquee titles like Primal Rage and NBA Jam Tournament. But it's too little, too late. They announced they will merge with hardware manufacturer JTS and discontinue supporting the Jaguar.
Atari Jaguar. Suddenly, nothing else seems fun anymore.
Hasbro Interactive bought Atari for $5 million. It was the beginning of the retro craze. They started releasing all the old Atari games, but in updated versions of it. And unfortunately, they didn't do a good job.
In 2001, French-owned Infogrames purchases Hasbro Interactive, obtaining the Atari name in the process.
Atari means so much to people who grew up in that age. Atari is video games. You see the Atari logo, it means something. The younger people today who might buy an Atari game, it's just a name on a box. They have no idea what it means.
Regardless of where Atari is today, people around the world will always remember it for what it was and what it began.
Oh, I think it was wonderful. My experience with Atari were one of the greatest times of my life. because the people were fun, the challenges were fun. We did not take ourselves that seriously. We played games with other people, other industries.
And no matter what terms these guys left on, they are all proud to have worked at Atari.
Well, when you think about video games, Atari is the word, it's the name. Atari was the first and the boldest, the most broadly disseminated game name that was ever done.
And you never know what the future will hold.
So now Infogrames taking the Atari name, and I think they're disassociating it from the entire catalog they have, and they're releasing brand new games with the Atari logo, which is nice that Atari is now a new company again, which is what it was in the beginning.
It plays a major part in the video game world.
You have your programming and your design, which is 1/3. You have your visual, animation, motion capture, that's 1/3. And you have your audio, which is 1/3.
And has grown, just like the industry that leads it.
Back then, when I was growing up, it was all about bleeps and bloops. When the music was doo-doo-doo-doo-doo.
Originally with video games, it was so limited by what the systems can do. It was just like, God, it's almost painful to listen to some of the music they put in those early Atari games.
But the people who create it often go unrecognized.
I know the games and I know the music, but again, the composer name.
And now Icons gives credit where credit is due. This is the story behind the magic of music and gaming. Say, oh yeah! Oh yeah! Groovy! Back in the time of big hair and Reaganomics, music and gaming was little more than beeps and boops. But despite these technical limitations, a small group of talented music makers began to make their mark on the gaming world. Two of these pioneers were Clint Bajakian and George Sanger, aka the Fat Man. But like many others, they had humble beginnings.
The Fat Man, George Sanger, was a promising physics engineering major in a small liberal arts college in California. There was the potential for him to do something really great in the scientific world, but he got distracted by a couple of things. Number one is that the band was doing very well, you know, and the promise of being a rock star seemed very nice.
I marched in a marching band at my elementary school in Concord, Massachusetts. Then I moved on to guitar, and I just started to play, you know, rock and roll and folk and everything.
These two aspiring musicians become inspired by greatness.
I had this idea that the Beatles just sort of stood out above everything else in my life, and I thought, what is it about them that makes them so great, and how can I capture that and emulate it and spread that kind of goodness to people?
I then discovered that I really loved classical music, mostly through Beethoven's Fifth Symphony. And it was then that I decided to get formal with the guitar. I took classical guitar at the New England Conservatory, also majored in music theory, and then finally got my master's in composition at the University of Michigan.
It seemed like in normal music, that all the trees had been cut down in that forest, you know what I mean? So I decided nonetheless, I'd dedicate myself to my band because that seemed like the thing to do, and my grades kind of fell off a little bit in the physics area. And I got myself a music major.
Fate steps in right around graduation.
I was just finishing up my master's degree at the University of Michigan, about to step off into the real world, and I got a phone call from an old friend of mine, Michael Land, who had answered an ad in a newspaper in the San Francisco Bay Area for a composer and a programmer, and he could do both. It turned out to be, at that time, Lucasfilm Games Division. He got the job as the one-man sound department, and very quickly, in 1991, the need for full-length scores came into being, and he gave me a call, and I moved out to the Bay Area in a heartbeat.
Soon after, Clint is working on his first game.
It was Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis with Hal Barwood. As well as The Secret of Monkey Island with Ron Gilbert.
and the Fat Man begins to make a name for himself.
After college ended, the band broke up. And there I was, promising smart guy, should have had a career, and I got nothing but this strange admiration of games, which seemed like rock and roll used to be. By a stroke of luck, a friend of my brother was in the Intellivision company, and I offered to empty his wastebaskets for free if he'd let me into the game business somehow. He said, well, you're a musician, aren't you? And I'm like, oh, yeah, well, no, I'm not really a musician. He said, well, write a tune for this game, and I did. I rose and rose. I was about the only person in the business for many years.
He puts together an ensemble of musicians called Team Fat, and together they begin to make musical history.
It was a game called Wing Commander. The producer, Chris Roberts, said, can you do something that's sort of like Star Wars and sort of like Star Trek the movie? It was unquestionably not just a breakthrough game for having introduced this idea of cinematics in a way that no one had experienced before. It also introduced the idea of orchestral soundtracks in a way that no one had approached before.
The Fat Man started all out. I mean, he was the one who started us in this industry. So you just gotta tip your hat.
Meanwhile, Klimpajakian makes some of the most memorable music in gaming at LucasArts.
It was extremely exciting. When I first started out, I was with Michael Land and Peter McConnell. Michael Land is known for The Dig, the Monkey Island scores in the beginning. Peter McConnell composed Full Throttle. And he composed Grim Fandango.
And he has a hand in creating a groundbreaking interactive music engine called iMuse.
Michael and Peter really authored it, but I was on the fringes as a user and giving them advice. And the iMuse system was patented with the government. It was touted as being the only really hot interactive sound and music system in the industry at the time.
I'm surprised no one ever really caught on to this in a big way. But the idea that LucasArts had, whereas as you're playing the game, the music shifts depending on how you're doing within the game and the events that are taking place.
It won't do anything.
And that was just a phenomenal breakthrough, a phenomenal idea.
Houston gives us the go-ahead. Say when, boss. Do it.
With the arrival of CD-ROM games, George Sanger and Team Fat become trailblazers once again with The Seventh Guest.
Once we've gotten to the CD era, though, you've really seen that people started putting a lot more time and effort and energy into this, going in and recording not only synthesizers, but bands in some cases or orchestras.
It was at a time that games hadn't really experienced a lot of audio experimentation yet either. And so the game developers left me alone, let me do something fairly brave with the music.
Now we're seeing especially that using a full-on orchestra as opposed to MIDI, it's more the standard. People aren't afraid to do it anymore. They're putting in the time and effort and money to do it because games have become a production on par with movies.
The music composed by the Fat Man and Klimpajakian leads gaming to another level.
That's the stuff that really set the tone for the idea that we were going to have these real scores, these real arrangements, and this real lush feeling behind a game.
And while they would never guess it, these two pioneers will help pave the road for a new batch of game music makers.
Good shooting, mister.
The Fat Man and Klimpajakian, two very different music makers, have opened the door for followers. Like Tommy Tallarico, whose musical ambitions have him leaving his home in Springfield, Massachusetts.
When I turned 21, I decided I'm going to go up to California. I'm going to do the whole, be a rock star, move to Hollywood thing. So I literally got my car, packed up, didn't have any money, didn't have a place to stay, didn't know anyone, nothing. Just wanted to be a musician. I drove all the way across country. I showed up in Hollywood.
Meanwhile, on the other side of the world in Japan, another future music maker gets his first exposure to some American tunes.
When I was junior high, I always listened to Led Zeppelin. And in that high school, I was addicted with listening to the contemporary jazz and punk. and progressive rock together. So it was very mixed in various kinds of generations, like 70s or 60s, and European music, American music, Japanese music. So it's all mixed together.
But things for Tommy in Hollywood aren't so glamorous.
So I picked up a newspaper, and I saw a job for selling keyboards at a guitar center, a national music chain. And I said, well, I can do that, I guess. I don't know. I went there, and I got the job that same day. I was homeless at the time. I was sleeping on the beach. I didn't have any money. And they said, you start tomorrow. So I started tomorrow.
But an amazing stroke of luck changes his life forever.
Next day, I come in, the very first person who walked in, I was wearing a video game t-shirt that day. First person who walked in happened to be a producer at Virgin, Virgin Records and Virgin Airlines, and they were starting a new video game company. And they said, hey, we're looking to hire people for video games.
And just like that, Tommy gets his first job in the gaming industry. But it doesn't have anything to do with music.
Now, I was originally hired as a games tester because they didn't need a music thing because they were just starting out. And I said, look, whenever you need music, let me know. I'll do it for free. If you don't like it, don't use it, don't pay me, whatever. I'll do it for free.
And Tommy's persistence soon pays off.
I'd bug them every single day. And finally, they gave me a shot to do music for a game called Prince of Persia. And I learned everything I could, and I sat down with the programmer, and I didn't know anything, but I knew music. And we implemented it, and the rest is history, as they would say.
Back in Japan, Masuya begins a career of his own.
I was a signed artist with Sony Music. I was composing music by using computer. And I have the partner, female singer, and just a two-people band.
But the regular musician gets an itch.
I wanted to do much more something. So game will be very easy to combine the various kinds of impressions together. So I moved to the game industry.
Back in America, Tommy begins to gain notoriety. And a big part of that is due to an earthworm named...
So that was really fun. And I'd come up with the voicings, the sound effects, and music was kind of wacky and zany.
Earthworm Jim is so successful that a sequel is made. Wow. Around the same time, Masuya gets a letter that will jumpstart his music career.
I got a letter from Vice President of the Sony Computer Japan. In the letter was, I want to make something on the PlayStation. That's it.
How can I do that? And development of a strange new PlayStation game begins in secret.
And during the development of the Parappa 1, almost no one didn't know about that.
You gotta do what? I gotta believe!
And the very end of the development, still the many people didn't think this is a game.
No, kick, punch.
Parappa the Rapper is released for the PlayStation in 1996.
Once more now, kick, punch, block.
Kick, punch, block. And the response in Japan is incredible.
A game like Parappa the Rapper, it's perhaps the first truly musical video game. It's almost like a hip-hop Moulin Rouge sort of thing, you know what I mean? Where the music is so in there and it seriously enhances the gameplay.
Some catchy tunes are a huge part of Parappa's success.
All right, we're here, just sitting in the car. I want you to show me if you can get far.
They found a way to take the music and make the music so much a part of the game that the fact that it was great music really enhanced the gameplay.
That's because you just got your license.
And Tommy Tallarico sets another benchmark.
I was the first musician to ever do a video game soundtrack album. In 1994, I had a worldwide record release on Capitol Records called Tommy Tallarico's Greatest Hits Volume 1.
But some people aren't impressed.
I think that gamers, if they like the music, they'll listen to it when they play the game. I don't think you're going to see much of an urge for people to be driving around in the car, blasting the soundtrack, to a Final Fantasy or Earthworm Jim. I just don't think it's going to happen.
Tommy isn't deterred.
The last CD soundtrack I did was for the James Bond game, Tomorrow Never Dies. And this is cool. That's really neat.
With the success of people like Clint Pajakian and Tommy Tallarico, a whole new generation of music makers begin appearing, and a bit of Hollywood influence will soon make its way into gaming. As the quality of music and gaming grows, Hollywood begins to take notice. Soon, music makers from Tinseltown try their hand at making music for a different medium.
One day I was at E3, and I was looking at a game that had a very nice John Williams-like score. And I wasn't wearing the outfit. I asked the guy at the booth, said, wow, I said, who wrote that music? And he said, well, I probably shouldn't tell you this because it's a secret, but John Williams wrote that music. I said, whoa, man.
Perhaps one of the most active Hollywood musicians to cross over is Scott Gershon.
I started originally doing cartoons. I did Defenders of the Earth, I did Transformers, G.I. Joe. Then I made my way into television, a TV show called Beauty and the Beast. I've been very fortunate, I think, in my life to work on a variety of shows. I've done a lot of work with Oliver Stone. I really liked working, Born on the 4th of July was special to me. So was JFK. It was just a very interesting way of utilizing sound design in a musical fashion and being able to have emotional impact with it. It was also fun working with John Williams.
Scott's first video game project is a remake of a classic.
My first game was Pitfall Harry, the might adventure with Activision.
And he has an easy time translating his skills from TV and film to games.
The technology we always used in film were samplers and synthesizers. So when I saw a lot of the game consoles, to me they were just another synthesizer. So all of the memory constraints and everything else that we had to deal with was just par for the course. And I don't know, I've always been a fan of games. And we just kind of grew it from there.
And like many others before him, he pushes the envelope.
With Pitfall, when I saw the engine, I said, great, could we do interactive music? I want to be able to turn tracks on and off. I want to do this, I want to do that. And they're all looking, going, well, yeah, the box can do it, but we don't have the software. I said, great, can we make it? Can we write the software? Yay, you know, and we did.
But Hollywood hotshots aren't the only people getting involved. A new breed of young composers blaze their own trails. Stephen Rippey and Kevin McMullen's work on Age of Mythology from Ensemble Studios is a great example of modern sound design and music in gaming.
We started off the project knowing that we wanted to build up our libraries as much as we could. We took trips to the zoo, some water parks, and around the office with mics and tape recorders, and we hit things, and we hit each other, and we yelled and screamed. And at the end of the day, we have what we hope sounds like a bunch of Minotaurs and Pegasi.
In this game, we've integrated a lot of live instrumentation. Bring them in and incorporate them into the music. And this music system is also a dynamic music system. So while you're playing the game, it changes moods based on what's going on, whether there's a lot of action or if you've had a big loss, the music seamlessly mixes down to sort of a mellow mix version. And then if there's a big battle, the battle music cuts in and it's this big orchestral kind of thing.
Scott's work is good, and the work keeps coming in.
We've done a lot. One of the things was I was the lead designer at SoundLux and created SoundLux DMG. I'm the founder of it. The things we've done is Rainbow Six.
Man down. Need some backup now.
We've done all the Quakes. Been able to do Undying. We've been doing McWarrior too, and on and on and on.
But Scott enjoys the anonymity and never forgets that it's all about the games.
When somebody sees one of my projects, whether it's a game or a movie, I actually don't want them to be concerned who I am. I don't want people to know who I am, because I want them to enjoy the movie or the game. They shouldn't be going, wow, what great music, what great sound design. Because if they do that, they're not enjoying it. I'm taking them out of that.
Music in games has made progress in leaps and bounds, and nobody forgets how it all began.
Back then, when I was growing up, it was all about bleeps and bloops. And the music was doo-doo-doo-doo-doo.
Originally with video games, it was so limited by what the systems can do. It's just like, God, it's almost painful to listen to some of the music they put in those early Atari games.
You know, these kind of annoying, repetitive, catchy sometimes tunes.
It was the kind of thing, if you turned it up too loud, you felt like your speaker was going to explode.
They're putting out soundtrack albums, and it's been a funny progression.
Yeah. I think we're at a great stage in video games right now, and things are only going to get better from here. And as far as the music goes, it's better than it's ever been before. And I'm sure the future holds more interesting twists and turns.
And the industry is still evolving.
It's a constant learning process, and you just get to expand and expand. I don't see how I will ever run out of new and exciting things to learn about music or sound or the applications of those in a game. So hopefully we get to keep doing it for a while.
It's so exciting to be in the video game industry right now. It's such a new industry, yet we forge ahead every single day.
It's an amazing industry. It's just been fun. I mean, the graphics have grown, the technology has grown. The ability for us to be more powerful with audio has expanded incredibly.
And while things just keep getting better, the true trailblazers have a bit of advice for the next generation.
The first thing I would do is study an instrument. Piano is a very good foundational instrument, but any instrument is important. Flute, guitar, trumpet, drums. And keep an eye on the games industry. Play games, enjoy games, read the periodicals about games, and try to get to know people who create games, because that's where the real war stories happen. That's where the real rubber hits the road.
Okay, that's it. Good luck.
They challenged one of the biggest franchises in gaming.
To some extent, my whole life we've been chasing id Software. I remember thinking how I wanted to make better games than them.
And created a world that changed everything.
Unreal kind of changed things. It was very much about atmosphere and exploring a really beautiful but strange and scary world.
It was the one game where when I walked into this world, I just wanted to walk around. I just wanted to look at stuff.
It seized and conquered a genre.
And Unreal turned out to be a very big game. It was the start of a major franchise. It looks like they've embraced Unreal pretty strongly.
This is the epic story that changed everything.
2, 1.
The name says it all. It's Unreal.
Play. Flawless victory!
Well, it started back in the day when Epic Games began developing games. They started with games like Jazz Rabbit.
I was one of the first people at the company, but Mark was, other than Tim Sweeney, who's the founder, you know, Mark was the other guy.
The year is 1998, and a game from id Software called Quake 2 is the undisputed champion of the first-person shooter genre.
To some extent, you know, my whole life we've been chasing id Software. You know, like I remember when I was making my own games and there was John Romero and John Carmack were making Commander Keen and Wolfenstein. I remember thinking how I wanted to make better games than them. I realized that here is a medium that offers you the opportunity to play a dream. And I've always been a big dreamer. I was harassing my parents to get an Apple IIc, I think, and I wound up programming little games on that and anything I could get my hands on. I wound up making this little game called Palace of Deceit, and I sent it on a disc, a little 3.5-inch floppy, to Tim Sweeney, and you know, a few days later I got a phone call, and he wound up liking it. And then I wound up doing the Jazz Jackrabbit title. Y'all ready for this?
So a company known mostly for its shareware games is about to release a game that will challenge the Quake franchise.
James Schmaltz was basically the guy that came up with the concept for the game, along with Cliff Blazinski and Tim Sweeney. They were the core of developing Unreal.
Tim Sweeney, he is one of the brilliant minds of our industry.
You have entered a restricted area.
And that's evident in all the Unreal technology.
But it was damn near a 4-year process to get that game from start to finish. And I refer to that time as my own little personal Vietnam.
And the work pays off. Epic releases its Unreal title, and the game brings first-person shooters to a whole other level and world.
When you start off in Unreal, you start off in a dark ship. You can't really see that much. But when you get to the exit of the ship, you walk into this living world. And the graphics were so amazing because there was a waterfall to your right. You can look up, you see the sky, you see birds flying around.
Unreal kind of changed things because it gave people the opportunity not just to be confined in dark, almost like monochromatic corridors. There were very huge outdoor open vistas. It was very much about atmosphere and exploring a really beautiful but strange and scary world.
For the case of Unreal, you know, you've crashed on this alien planet. And there were some very alien things about it. But at the same time, there was very familiar things with it, be it statues, houses, or things like that. Obviously, and no one's ever been to that planet, no one will ever go to that planet. And so it wasn't so alien that the player couldn't relate to it.
It was the one game where when I walked into this world, I just wanted to walk around for a little while. I didn't even want to play it. I just wanted to look at stuff. And there was a bird that was flying overhead. I took my gun and I actually shot the bird and it flew down. It actually crashed and landed.
To be playing a game, a first-person shooter, you have your guns and there's alien guys you have to go kill and things like that. And you go outside and you actually stop to like check out a waterfall. To me, that says a lot. Not only in terms of just the graphics, but in the way the graphics have been used to create a truly brilliant game environment.
I think a lot of it has to do with the variety of the locales that we have. Certain games will lock you into space stations only or one specific type of planet. And Unreal has a huge variety of levels. And variety appeals to a lot of people as opposed to just sticking them in the same brown room over and over again.
We wanted to make a game that was just visually compelling, visually interesting, you know, theme park type visuals. Maybe we went a little bit crazy on the colored lighting here and there, but overall, people found it to be one of the most beautiful games of all time. And that coupled with the fact that we wanted to blow up characters and monsters, it wound up being a chocolate and peanut butter type experience. There are two things that wound up going very well together.
The game's stunning visuals sets the industry abuzz.
And Unreal turned out to be a very big game. It was the start of a major franchise.
To be honest, for me, the original Unreal was what got me into gaming in the capacity that I am now. I got a Pentium 2 266 with a 12 meg Voodoo 2 card, and went out and bought Unreal.
The name says it all. It's Unreal. It's Unreal technology, it's Unreal worlds, it's Unreal characters. It's all of those things put together that make Unreal what it is.
I actually sat there staring at the screen on the intro where you fly around the gnarly castle because I just couldn't believe that video games could look this good. After playing games on a Genesis and, you know, Super Nintendo, things like that, it really did blow me away and think, wow, video games are amazing.
The success of Unreal is a relief to the team that gave birth to it.
You never know. You never know how successful any product you're working on is going to be. The most you can do is make the kind of game you want to play, and then trust your gut instinct and hope the public likes it. But fundamentally, when it comes down to it, it's you know, 20 people in one office trying to make something that they think is a gem. And it gets hard because, you know, you work on a game for 2 years, sometimes more, and you get to the point where you don't want to play the game anymore because you played it so damn much. And if, at the end of the game, when you're ready to ship it, if you still think it's fun, then you might have a winner on your hands.
While the first Unreal is just getting settled in as one of the premier first-person shooters, another Unreal prepares for its debut. But will this epic game live up to the hype? As Unreal gains notoriety in the gaming world, one of the key members of its development team is thrust into the limelight.
Cliff is definitely a personality within the video games industry. If you've ever been to E3, CES, anything like that, or if you mix in the upper echelons of North Carolina, elite, you know who Cliff is.
Technically, my title on Unreal was co-designer and lead level designer. And I was responsible for looking at the environments that everybody made and combing through them and seeing if they were fun and pretty and engaging.
And he continues to push what a level should be, a design should be.
I don't just sit on top of Design Mountain and spew design nuggets to the team below me or whatever. I work with the same tools that the team does. I'm in the trenches creating environments alongside with them.
He's got very specific ideas on what he's interested as a gamer and what he thinks other people are interested in as well.
I have my own vision of what the game should be, don't get me wrong. You know, it's in the back of my head. I dream about playing the finished game at night.
Despite all of the attention, Cliffy B takes everything in stride and ensures that the rest of the Unreal team gets their due credit.
You gotta remember, it's a 20-person team, and there's no I in team, as they say. The thing to realize about Unreal and the creative process that we have is it's very much a collaborative effort. We hire people who are good at making games, and they also love games, and they have their own vision of what the game should be. And I consider my job to be the channeling of that vision.
With the success of Unreal, Epic decides to change gears and release a follow-up game with a multiplayer focus.
You have been selected to fight in a professional league.
The new game is called Unreal Tournament.
To win the tournament.
Unreal Tournament really introduced multiplayer gaming to many PC gamers. Certainly did myself. At the time, it was an immediately addictive game, especially, you know, going online and playing against people on the internet, which was then very much a fledgling new thing to do.
There's something about online gaming that single-player gaming just doesn't capture. There's something about playing a game on the internet and seeing somebody in front of you and fighting against them and knowing that there's a real person there.
Beyond that, playing on local area networks, in the office, at school, college, whatever. You were competing live against other people with a game that looked fantastic.
Burn, baby.
The technology was amazing, the physics was amazing.
And straight out.
We actually saw that Unreal was more than just one product. It actually turned into multiple products with the release of Unreal and then Unreal Tournament, and then also with the creation of Unreal technology and the licensing of Unreal technology. It became kind of this thing that was going every which direction.
It was needed. You can't fit all of what Unreal can be in both the story-based and the multiplayer aspect into one game. It would take too long, and you would start to dilute one portion.
Unreal Tournament surpasses the success of the original and the expectations of gamers.
Yeah.
We did Unreal Tournament in Raleigh, and that was the follow-up, and that did much better than Unreal, sold over 2.5 million copies worldwide.
The new online multiplayer game spawned some pretty clever ideas.
The clan wars, there are these little clans of people on the internet who band together and play as one unit, as teams. And there's even a cyber athlete professional league that people are making money in that I serve on the board. They have these regular tournaments, and there's a good amount of money going around. There's people who are doing this full time. I'm all for it. I think it's wonderful.
And one of the creators gets in on the online action.
I would go online as Cliffy B, and I would pop on servers, the game servers that are being played where people are playing, and I would kick the ass of everybody on the server. It became this whole William Wallace shoots fireballs from his ass type of, legendary, oh, I saw him, I fragged him, I played against him. And it grew out of control where there'd be people who play as my name online and kick people's butts, and they didn't know if it was really me or not.
Congratulations, you are a winner.
Meanwhile, the gaming industry takes notice of the Unreal Engine.
Epic's fairly successful with the licensing of their technology. It's getting easier. The 2003 engine is far easier to work with than the previous version of the Unreal Engine, even down to the user level with skinning and modding in that sense.
We have a number of people who are using our technology to make cool games with, and the list is ever expanding, and licensing our technology is is just as much of a viable part of our business as making the games that we make.
A slew of notable Unreal-powered games hits the shelves, such as Clive Barker's Undying, Rune, and America's Army. But professional developers aren't the only people interested in the Unreal Engine. The mod community, mostly amateur developers, want a piece of it too.
It looks like they've embraced it. You know, every first-person shooter that releases has a pretty strong following if the sales numbers are there, you know, and server counts are up there. They've embraced Unreal pretty strongly.
The mod community is a huge importance to both Infogram as a publisher and to Epic as a developer. Without them, the life cycle of the product would be very short.
And one of these mods becomes so popular that the publisher Infogrames decides to turn it into a full retail product under its newly acquired Atari label.
A particular case in point for Infogram would be Tactical Ops, which used the original Unreal Tournament. That was basically based on, you know, real-life SAS, Delta Force, that kind of thing, going in and fighting against terrorists and stuff like that.
We saw that the community was so enthralled with this particular mod that we really didn't have a choice. It was something that people really wanted, and so we put more money into the development of that product.
And Cliffy B himself offers up his very candid opinion.
If you've ever been online, you'll know that Cliff has his own website called Ownage, where people can actually submit their own web designs. And he's very brutally honest on whether it's good or bad, but that serves to push the development of Unreal products because essentially Unreal lies with the community.
In Epic's case, they do an exceptional job of staying involved with who their consumer is, staying on the pulse of what the players want, and delivering that in each round of technology and products that they create.
By now, Unreal has become a major franchise in gaming. It has a healthy online presence, plenty of user support, and tons of fans. But there's something right around the corner that will change this franchise forever. In 2002, the Unreal series is firmly entrenched as one of the premier gaming franchises.
Unreal Tournament 2003, the legend returns.
Unreal Tournament 2003 is released, and gamers everywhere are wowed again.
We didn't just take UT, slap a new coat of paint on it, and try and make more cash by calling it 2003.
How do I look?
Not as good as me, baby.
It is a new game. It's very much like the original, but it has to be its own entity, and that's what we tried to do.
Well, fans, here we are for another edition of the Sports Entertainment.
And the aspects of this game move slightly closer to another booming industry.
What we're trying to concentrate on now is trying to go for like a future sports aspect, concentrating on the development of a team and a league of players and moving your way up.
The game includes an eccentric cast of characters.
Motig, Feralith, Thorax, Stamina.
But it's the multiplayer aspect that has fans all fired up.
Multiplayer is everyone jumps in, everyone just blows each other up with no theme, just instant arcade action, which is fine. But we wanted to lend the sports feel to it just to have some sort of fresh feeling to it.
Blue team scores.
It is a competitive sport, and that kind of reflects what's happened online because, you know, people do compete professionally. There are clans and there are guys who go out there and earn a considerable amount of money just by playing games like Tournament and Tournament 2003.
Anyone else want
New round in.
You have a more competitive arena to do things in. You have more access to different styles of presenting the game. Announcers.
Blue team dominate. Affirmative.
Or scoring.
2-1. Blue team scores.
Themes. Crowd interaction, that sort of thing. So it just seemed like a logical step, giving it a more an arena-based sport theme.
Play.
The Unreal series is given life on the Xbox with Unreal Championship.
Yeah, this is cool. You can play against all the other guys around here. You're gonna frag them. Unreal Championship was originally developed on the Xbox. We started about 2 years ago. There's a lot of subtle differences and a lot of large gameplay differences. But Unreal Championship is really geared towards the console. We designed a lot of the levels around the controller. We spent a lot of time researching what the best controller configuration would be so that we refined them highly for each different platform. Again, it's pretty sweet.
Duck faster next time.
Obviously, the Xbox was a good fit for the Unreal brand. It was online, out of the box, being able to have the live support from Microsoft, and they worked really closely with us to give us the best experience that we could for the end user.
Is that your best?
But things don't stop with Unreal Tournament 2003 and Unreal Championship. A full sequel to the original Unreal is released in early 2003.
Unreal 2, this is our next big title. This is going to be huge for us. Unreal 2, rather than being a multiplayer game like, for example, Tournament 2003, concentrates fully on the single-player aspect of the Unreal universe.
Good to see you, Dalton.
You play the role of a guy called John Dalton, who's a TCA Marshal, which is effectively the 24th century's equivalent of a sheriff of the Old West.
Sir, I know the score. Stow it, Dalton.
You're basically in the back end of space. There's nothing much happening out there when all of a sudden, you know, all hell breaks loose.
Mayday, mayday! We're in trouble down here. The facility has been overrun by hostile aliens.
Remember now, search and rescue. No rough stuff.
Yes, Mother.
And you're involved in an incredible adventure featuring different races, different worlds. Like the original Unreal did for me as a gamer back then, it's going to define what first-person shooters are to a new generation of gamers.
I'm absolutely convinced that people are going to love Unreal 2.
Let's look at the main base in the holotank.
Meanwhile, the Unreal technology keeps getting more unreal.
This huge generator provides juice for the heavy rock-crushing equipment. Here is the nearest entrance from your drop point. Good luck down there.
We have this, like, 1,000 times leap in detail. And we basically had a year where we had to figure out how to upgrade our technology and our pipeline for building these environments to the point of using this much detail and really showing it off.
We're not sitting back and looking at Unreal 2 and Unreal Tournament 2003 and thinking that we're done. There's still a lot more that's going to go into the Unreal brand.
But in the end, the Unreal franchise is still a labor of love for those that created it.
After so many years of working on this project, after the huge expectations and the realization that we actually accomplished that goal, it's very satisfying to everyone involved.
You got the artifact.
Get to the surface, John.
It's what I wanted to do. If I was receiving no money for this, I would still be trying to do it. If I was a mechanic and I was working at Jiffy Lube, I would come home at the end of the day and I'd be screwing around with my computer trying to build stuff. That would be what I would be doing on my spare time. And it's kind of a happy coincidence that I can do this and actually get paid for it and be somewhat well known within the business for doing it.
Nice work, Marshal. We're sending you back, John. We got more trouble down there.
He's a pioneer in the game industry.
I don't play a lot of video games, so I was always interested in things outside of the world of games. Even today, that's where my inspiration comes from. Music, movies, things outside of the game world.
He's a philosopher, he's an artist, he's a mathematician, he's a Renaissance man.
And he created something immortal.
Virtua Fighter was a blueprint for a lot of companies on how to make a 3D game, and that was a huge deal.
This was the first game that he created which had actual human characters.
But along the way, there were challenges and doubts.
I said, I don't know if I'll be successful, but of course, I'll give it a try.
In the end, he created a new world that inspired others and redefined an industry. This is the story of one of the true leaders in the game industry, Yu Suzuki.
He had an incredible, keen vision on what games are going to be in the near future. Yu Suzuki really was kind of like the Michelangelo of the video game industry.
Yu Suzuki was born in Japan on May 10, 1958. He shows early signs of the interests that would define his career.
People told me that I was different from other children. I love making things and drawing things. The other thing that I liked to do was play with plastic blocks. I would make cars and houses and robots with these blocks.
But the road to programming was not a direct path.
My parents were elementary school teachers, so the first occupation that I was interested in was teaching. After that, I dreamed of becoming an illustrator. And then at one point, a dentist. But I didn't actually pass the exam to go into a university to study dentistry. So then I started learning to play the guitar, but no matter how much I practiced, I never got that much better.
Faced with an uncertain future, he looked into the past.
When I entered the university, I started learning more about programming. I realized that this was very much like playing with Dio blocks as a child. You took different pieces and you put them together in different ways to make something new.
After graduating from Okayama University of Science, Yu Suzuki begins to look for a job.
When I originally came to the interview at Sega, it wasn't because I was interested in games. It was more because of my interest in programming. But the interviewer was very nice, and I got a very good feeling about the company, and that's why I joined.
In 1983, Sega is already a growing force in the video game market. Games like Zaxxon are popular in both the arcade and home console markets.
When I entered Sega in 1983, there were very few people in development. Also, the offices were very small. 5 people shared one table. It was that kind of environment.
After working for 2 years as a support programmer, he's given a shot at producing his own project.
To develop this game, I rode on motorcycles a lot. When we came up with the prototype, I would ride that prototype bike for hours and hours, every day.
He puts his efforts into a motorcycle simulation and his focus into an arcade cabinet.
At that time, a lot of Japanese arcades, they had what was called coffee top table arcade machines. But then there was Hang-On, which was this huge machine with a motorcycle stuck into it.
Hang-On and its innovative design quickly becomes a success in both Japanese and American arcades.
You know, nothing stood out like Hang-On. When you walk into an arcade and then you see literally just a motorcycle thing that you can get on and ride in, it made video games more of a kind of entertainment activity.
It felt so real. You're going like this, and going like this, and leaning over. Oh, a little bit too much, a little bit too much. I'm gonna crash, bam! The level of immersion in that game was just unbelievable.
Sega soon follows with another Yu Suzuki arcade innovation.
Welcome to the fantasy zone. Get ready.
Space Harrier was a game where you're basically spaceman-type pilot, and you're on a jetpack, and you're flying all around in this terrain, and there's all these flying objects coming at you. And you literally see on the screen a thing coming from a far distance, and it gets bigger and bigger. There was really nothing else like it at that time.
Yu Suzuki continues his success with 2 more innovative arcade games for Sega, Afterburner and Outrun.
Outrun's a driving game where you're driving a convertible Ferrari, you're outrunning your opponents, but this is not a racing game. This is a driving game where you got one hand on the wheel and the other one around your babe.
You play a game, in a chair, in front of a TV screen, and so just the style, it was so different and it was so exciting.
He was also very aware of car physics. He had little touches in there like suspension, like braking, like skidding out. He was really creating this sensation of driving a car.
Yu Suzuki had changed the look of arcades with his innovative controls and cabinets, but there is still more to do.
One of the challenges for us was creating something that resembled a gyroscope, where everything would move in that 360-degree way.
And if you look at all the Yu Suzuki games, all the cabinets are huge. I mean, there are these monstrous, cockpit for Afterburner, the motorcycle for Hang On. He knew that it was more than just a screen on a little table thing, that this was going to become an immersive experience. He had this incredible vision that the arcade industry is going to become more than just, tabletop games.
By 1991, Yu Suzuki is already a celebrated game designer, but his next move will put him head-to-head with an undisputed champion of the arcade industry.
I don't think people thought that was going to be a big success.
So yes, it was very difficult.
By 1993, Yu Suzuki has radically redrawn the landscape of arcades around the world. Moving cabinets and realism are his trademarks. But his next project adds an entire new dimension to gaming.
3D was something that I was interested in for my days at university. In fact, my thesis at university was about 3D. I'd always been wondering what I could do with that technology. Around that time, the president of Sega realized that Capcom had a fighting game called Street Fighter II, and that was very popular. And he was very concerned that Sega was always losing to competitors in the fighting game area. So he asked me if I could come up with a game that could be competitive in the field. And I said, I don't know if I'll be successful, but of course, I'll give it a try.
Yu Suzuki begins production on his next endeavor, but his lack of martial arts knowledge forces a much-needed trip to China.
I didn't know very much about martial arts, especially Chinese Kung Fu. I had no experience at all, so I actually decided to take a trip to China and learn from the martial arts masters. I visited the Shaolin Temple, and all these experts taught me many things about martial arts. In the process, I cracked some ribs, and I suffered a bump to the head. At that time, it was very difficult for me, but looking back on it now, of course, they're just fond memories.
Even Yu Suzuki, I heard say that people thought he was crazy to go after Street Fighter or to make a competitor, direct competitor, Street Fighter. Apparently, one day during testing, Yu Suzuki heard one of the guys say, "Ouch," while he was playing the game, and that's when he knew that he had some kind of connection with the player, that this was more than just a fighting game, that this was an actual experience.
There's never been another game where we knew it was going to succeed even before we completed making the game. We knew that this was something that really was going to take off.
In 1993, Virtua Fighter is released, and audiences are stunned.
The number one thing that was huge about Virtua Fighter was that it was in 3D, and that was a big, big deal. And the other thing, too, was that nobody really thought that you can make a better game than Street Fighter as far as fighting was concerned. And they took a bold step in making this 3D fighting game. Yu Suzuki wanted to create a realism out of it. This was a game where they used real fighting techniques, real martial arts. They weren't doing over-the-top flying stuff. They were just punching and kicking, and it was about strategy and tactics.
People flocked to the arcades and began to master the complex fighting systems.
To be able to enjoy that same kind of sensation with only a joystick, only a button, and you're still just as excited, and you're still sweating, and you're so into the fight, something like that has never been around. This is the first game that's allowed people to enjoy that kind of intensity.
The gameplay mechanics of Virtua Fighter are just really hardcore and accurate, you know, just like the man himself. You know, it's very meticulous, it's a very studied game.
People reacted very favorably to Virtua Fighter.
The success of Virtua Fighter leads to inevitable spin-offs.
Virtua Fighter created a whole new pantheon of characters for Sega. From that, Sega created all kinds of games based on the Virtua Fighter Kids, Virtua Fighter Master System games that were just like little storybooks, and you know, you had big, fat-headed, you know, Virtua Fighter kid characters and stuff like that, and it really created a whole franchise of characters for Sega.
Sega also brings Virtua Fighter to its home console, the Sega Saturn.
So this was the first time also where people were able to practice their moves at home and then show up in an arcade with all the stuff that they did at home. You know, they did homework, and then they show their skills at the arcade, and I think that was a huge phenomenon that kind of combined the home and the arcade.
In 1995, Sega releases the follow-up to the original.
Well, Virtua Fighter 2 was significantly different from Virtua Fighter. And that's when it started to get a little bit of the over-the-topness to it. But that was more for the hardcore fighting fan. Then by the time Virtua Fighter 3 came out, that was a huge, huge leap, both in technology and in looks and everything. He also created Virtua Fighter 3 TB, which was an enhancement of Virtua Fighter 3. Virtua Fighter 3 became the fighting game of choice for the Japanese at that time. If you were an expert at Virtua Fighter 3 or Virtua Fighter 3 TB, then you were the bomb. You were the guy that people looked at you in the arcades. It solidified Virtua Fighter even more as a tournament-type fighting game.
The success of Virtua Fighter eventually moves beyond the game industry and Japan.
In 1998, the Virtua Fighter series was accepted by the Smithsonian for the Computer World Smithsonian Award. And all of the Virtua Fighter machines, I think up to Virtua Fighter 3, is displayed in Smithsonian for everybody to look at from now until the end of time. And that's a huge accomplishment. I think it was a big deal for Yu Suzuki to have his games shown at the Smithsonian Institute. That's a big deal, is to have, you know, something like Virtua Fighter be accepted by mainstream America as a real work of art or a real accomplishment in technology. That's something that we all should be proud of.
In a little more than a decade, Yu Suzuki changed the way we play video games. But he is about to face some serious obstacles.
And the one great thing about Suzuki-san and about Sega is traditionally they have been a company that have been risk takers and always pushing the envelope.
In 1998, Sega was developing their new console system, the Dreamcast. The power of the new system allows Yu Suzuki to bring a mere thought to life.
Shenmue was probably one of the most expensive endeavors that Sega ever took on. I mean, it was a huge investment, and it did come under some time constraints. It was been developing for a couple of years. So when the Dreamcast came around, he basically started from scratch.
I think that Shenmue, the reason why it's so special is that it realized something that no one had ever done before, using technology that had not been used before.
Well, I think Suzuki-san was very brave to take that on. I personally like, you know, stories in games, and games with kind of long story arcs, and I like the whole epicness of it. I like the fact that it aspired to be something so big was, I think, very refreshing.
In the games, Shenmue follows a young Ryo in Yokohama in the 80s.
They killed my father, right in front of me. I will have my revenge.
Shenmue is a big departure from the kinetic action games Yu Suzuki has created in the past.
The game itself is this incredible wide open world that you can explore, you can buy things, and you get into a fight.
Get out of my way.
And there's virtual fighter type sequences. Day turned to night, night turned to day, and you're literally living in this world and experiencing this guy's life.
Yes.
It was more than just an RPG, and Yu Suzuki wanted to separate that game from being an RPG, so he called it FREE, F-R-E-E, which is Full Reaction Eyes Entertainment.
Yu Suzuki puts all his efforts into making the game as realistic as possible. He draws on his artistic sensibilities.
Shenmue is a very cinematic game, so I had to study a lot about motion pictures and also have people from the motion picture industry in my team. I was able to work with some directors and art directors and scriptwriters from the Japanese movie industry. I learned a lot from these people.
I think Shenmue, to Yu Suzuki as well, is a culmination of all his efforts. It's a culmination of everything that he's done. And Yu Suzuki, who's a Renaissance man who enjoys art, music, all the good things in life, he put it all in one game.
Shenmue is a success for Sega and the Dreamcast system. Yu Suzuki makes it known that this is only the first chapter of an epic 15-chapter story. The following year, the sequel, Shenmue 2, is released in Japan. Unfortunately, Dreamcast owners in America will never see it.
Unfortunately, Dreamcast's fate was ill-fated, and Shenmue kind of went along with it.
Wait!
After the Dreamcast dies, Sega enters into an agreement with Microsoft to create original material for its new Xbox system.
Shenmue 2 was really probably one of the biggest Sega games, and in order for Microsoft to secure something like Shenmue 2, that was a huge deal.
Shenmue 2 arrives on American shores in the fall of 2002.
The Xbox version of Shenmue 2 for the US was put out by Microsoft. So there wasn't too much Sega or Yu Suzuki involvement in it. And they didn't have voice actors that were American to do the voice acting in the Xbox version of Shenmue 2. It's all subtitled. And I think that kind of demonstrates that maybe Yu Suzuki was a little bit, put off that Shenmue didn't do too well in the United States on the Dreamcast after all the effort he put into it.
Despite the ups and downs and the loss of a proprietary console system, Yu Suzuki remains at Sega after 20 years developing games.
I think probably Mr. Suzuki has remained loyal to Sega for all these years because he's seen how Sega has grown along with his own career. So they have been growing together.
You put on quite a show, boy.
And with an innovative company like Sega, it's a match made in heaven.
The reason that I am who I am today is because I joined Sega. I like the place. I think that's why I stayed.
And his artistry goes beyond games. Yu Suzuki is also an accomplished painter.
I know Yu-san has many projects going on in his head constantly. Yu-san, as an artist, I think draws his inspiration mostly from his favorite things and also his hobbies, whether that's his Ferrari and many other things. He draws his inspiration very naturally from his favorite things.
Hang on!
After 20 years of producing some of the most memorable games, games that changed the way we play, games that changed the industry, Yu Suzuki is honored for his contributions with the Hall of Fame Award from the Academy of Interactive Arts and Sciences. Yu Suzuki will continue to forge new paths.
His whole career has been one hit after another, and I know there's another hit just waiting to happen. I can't tell you what it is, but very soon there'll be a new product that will just completely change everything that's come before.
You better not be lying.
Every developer, every publisher is going to, look at, the kind of game that's actually going to sell, which means basically the kind of game that people want. But I think there's a, responsibility on creators' parts who don't want to just follow what's out there, right? You want to go out and break new ground. And Suzuki-san is one of these guys who break new ground.
We're all filled with the feeling of, what should I do now? It's a very exciting time for us, both for me and for my staff.
They challenged the most powerful video game company in the world.
But when Atari was first introduced, Mattel started putting together something to compete with it.
Presenting Intellivision.
But then when it went through the roof, they said, okay, we got to do this. We got to come out with this.
And triggered the world's first true console war.
Intellivision was so much better than Atari. We had stronger hardware, greater graphical power than the Atari.
I find Intellivision more sophisticated.
They prevailed when others failed.
When the video game industry collapsed in '83 and everybody got out of it in '84, Intellivision survived. Intellivision was the one game system that kept going.
This is the spectacular story behind Intellivision. In the mid-'70s, gaming is still in its infancy.
The Atari came out, I believe, in '75 or '76. It was not initially that successful. It did well. It was popular with a lot of kids wanted it and everything, but it wasn't as popular as Nolan Bushnell thought it was going to be. I think they manufactured 800,000, they sold 300,000 the first year.
The world's greatest arcade video games are now the world's greatest home video games. They're only from Atari.
A company named Atari is king.
Space Invaders was introduced, and then everyone said, oh, I want to play Space Invaders on Atari, and then suddenly it just went through the roof.
The biggest thing that Atari did was get computers in people's homes. Atari put more computers in people's homes than any PC manufacturer was even close to, by a factor of 100 or more, because they learned the idea of you sell the application and not a computer.
But a challenger to the throne rises from Toyland.
Well, when Atari was first introduced, Mattel started putting together something to compete with it. But then when it went through the roof, they said, okay, we got to do this. We got to come out with this.
Mattel creates an electronics branch called Mattel Electronics and introduces the Intellivision to a test market in Fresno, California in 1979. And in 1980, it's ready for release.
Presenting Intellivision, the home video system from Mattel Electronics.
Propelling the industry's first big console war.
For the first time in the video game industry, there were two systems at one time that were out there competing with each other. Intellivision, the world's largest toy company, battling Atari, bought by Warner Communications. Boom, it's became a big business thing, big stock thing. Ooh, what's it going to be?
There's a growing library of Intellivision programs to involve every member of the family.
And for families, it was no longer a question of, should we get a video game system? Now it was, which video game system should we get? And now the sales for both Atari and Intellivision went way up. And so, boom, they're going up.
I'm back to Pat.
Go for it, Dad.
Caught it.
The competition just became really intense.
The toy company responsible for Barbie doesn't take their new gaming system lightly.
It was a more sophisticated system because Mattel figured that being this big prestigious toy company, they would compete with Atari by saying, Theirs is a little toy thing that you play some arcade games on. Ours is going to be a family educational and entertainment center.
Intellivision can change your family's life.
We are going to have this machine that you will later be able to put a computer keyboard onto it.
Available in 1981.
And you will be able to put a modem on it. They were talking in 1980 about, modem for the Intellivision, to be able to get online and to get information and to do all this stuff. So they were really positioning it as this big family unit.
It can change your family's life.
The technology isn't cheap, but you get what you pay for.
And so it was more expensive. It was $300 compared to $150 for the Atari, but they had this image behind it.
The Intellivision was so much better than the Atari, and stop me now before I go on. The Intellivision, like now, if a hardware platform has a year to cook longer than its competition, every year there's a real advantage. So we had a stronger hardware, greater graphical power than the Atari, and the ColecoVision, which came after us, had some enhancements over us. So it was simply a moment, when is that stake driven into the ground? And that's what the designers have to work with.
The reason people liked Intellivision more than Atari was that the graphics were better. It just looked better.
But the Intellivision for its time was a very powerful machine.
Mattel decides to milk its hardware advantage and brings in a celebrity to sell the Intellivision to the masses.
And so instead of trying to position it as the big family center, they instead just started doing commercials where George Plimpton, who was known as a sports writer, came out with a television set with Atari showing Atari baseball, television showing Intellivision baseball. And this was very radical for the time, to directly show your competitor in a TV commercial.
An aggressive marketing campaign ensues.
George Plimpton just said,
Look at Atari basketball and Intellivision.
You can tell the difference.
I think Intellivision plays much more like real basketball.
And it was brilliant to use the sports things because this was new. People didn't know video games that well. People hadn't grown up with video games. They were relatively new. Arcade games were still considered, a new phenomenon. But everyone knew what a sports game was.
If you try them both, I think you'll find the clear winner is Intellivision.
Compared to Atari's graphics, these were so realistic. And they capitalized with that. They had commercials showing how well their baseball games were to Atari's baseball games.
So everyone could look at that TV set and look at that baseball diamond and say, that looks like baseball. We don't know what this Atari thing looks like, but it's not baseball. It was the sports games that immediately set us apart.
And the comparison campaign pays off big.
Immediately, the sales just started jumping once they started doing that campaign. That was in 1981. And very quickly, Mattel was able to grab about 20% of the market.
Mattel will need to do more than just step up to the plate if they want to bump Atari from that coveted top spot. But their next approach may be a little uncivilized. Sales of Mattel's Intellivision are great, and a big part of that is due to a library of quality games such as NBA basketball, NHL hockey, Astro Smash, and Tron Deadly Disc.
On the Intellivision side, I'll name some of our favorites. Astro Smash is easily just a game that is the most simple game in the world, but it's just completely addictive. It's just a gun shooting up, asteroids falling. That's all there is to it. There were 3.5 million Intellivisions. There was 1 million Astro Smash. Some of the other games we've had for Intellivision, Night Stalker is a game that people after 20 years remember.
One truly groundbreaking Intellivision title is Utopia.
Utopia was a game that Don Daglow did.
I'd gotten the idea from the combination of having been a junior high school social studies teacher and watching the movie Attack of the Killer Shrews. So I know that doesn't sound like it should go together. That's where the game idea came from. And Mattel wanted to have a diverse range of things in their line, and they took a chance and let me build it. The idea of Utopia is there are 2 islands on the screen, and in those days, that's all you got were nice, steady things on the screen. And your job is to run your island in the way that makes your people happiest.
It was a game where you had to figure out how to plant crops on your island and keep your people happy and all of this. And it really was the first sim game. And people have referred to it as Civilization 0.5 because it really is kind of the beginning of all of those things. All of these games now with Civilization and with SimCity and The Sims, it really can be traced back to this Intellivision game that Don created back in 1981.
And for the men and women who create these Intellivision games, remaining anonymous is part of the deal.
Mattel Toys that owned Mattel Electronics didn't want the programmers to be known, didn't want our names out there because they were afraid that Atari or Activision, one of the other companies, would steal us away. So everything had to be anonymous.
They wanted to hide our names. In-house, I was fighting to get credit for my people actually on the boxes. But what they actually wanted to do is they wanted to hide who we were so the competition would not recruit us away.
And every good secret organization needs a good alias.
We did an interview with TV Guide in 1982.
And they sent a gentleman named Howard Polskin to interview us, but Howard Polskin was told, you have to change their names in the interview.
And all of our names were changed. And the writer wanted some sort of a description, a group description for us. And we didn't have one really. You know, we were application software at Mattel Electronics. And application software didn't sound sexy. So the writer said, how about you guys call yourselves
the Blue Sky Rangers, because we talked about having Blue Sky sessions.
Because he heard that our brainstorming sessions were called Blue Sky sessions.
Where we'd try and think up new ideas or new ways to play games. And the name took and it's stuck ever since.
Blue Sky Rangers. And our vice president, Gabriel Baum, he didn't like that name. He said, I hate that, that's stupid. But the marketing people at Mattel, publicity people at Mattel said, let's go with it. Let's give them something. Let's give them something that gives them a hook to write the story. So how about instead of you guys call yourself the Blue Sky Rangers, he just says, you are the Blue Sky Rangers. And Gabriel said, I guess I can live with that, you know, because yeah, okay, whatever. So since we knew Gabriel hated the name, we of course adopted it as our logo. I designed the logo for the Blue Sky Rangers. I put his face on it. In the article, they changed his name to Hal, so we have In Hal We Trust around this logo. And that became the generic name for those of us who worked on games at Mattel.
And as the years go by at Mattel, some of the Blue Rangers begin to move on.
When the industry started, it was very strange because now we were getting paid to do what we loved. And we would look at each other and we go, what happens if they find out we do this for free?
The best description that anybody ever did of what it was like to program at Mattel was that it was like living in a college dorm. There was always people there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So you could walk in there at Sunday morning, 3 a.m., shout out, anybody here? And somebody would pop up from a cubicle, yeah, I'm working. Most of them were single. Just about everybody was under 25. So there was a lot of socializing together. A lot of people became roommates. The relationship started and broke up. So it was a very intense time, not only professionally, but also socially with this group of people.
And everything was such a frontier because there wasn't a large body of existing games. So if you got an idea, it was easy to have an idea that was new that had never been done before.
But despite more powerful hardware, better graphics, and a talented staff, the Intellivision sales still fall short when compared to Atari's.
Television at first was competition. Unfortunately, that's all they had were sports games that looked really nice. But most of the games were two-player games, nothing that was really solitaire. And Atari had all these arcade games.
Is that everything? It's not everything. You can get nearly 300 different cartridges. 300.
And eventually, Mattel started releasing some arcade games, but they didn't have the licenses that Atari had. And Intellivision's arcade games were slower than Atari's. So eventually, Atari won in that battle. Atari was the main player. Atari probably outnumbered all the other companies by probably 4 to 1, but that's off the top of my head.
Discover a world beyond your wildest dreams.
It becomes clear that dethroning Atari isn't going to be easy. So in 1983, Intellivision plans another attack and releases
Intellivision 2.
There are even plans for an Intellivision 3, but the blueprints are scrapped when the competition becomes too much.
Over 430 games.
The problem was there was just too much product out there. You have dozens and dozens of software companies releasing garbage.
And of course, as more and more companies got in, there was more and more game supply and just not enough demand to support that much.
There was too much product for store shelves. They had to start being marked down.
Most of those games wound up being sold $2 and $3 a piece at discounters.
And here we are coming out with $30 or $40 products.
No matter how good a game was, it was very difficult to sell a game for $30, $40 when you could go in for $30, $40 and get 15 games, even if they were all terrible.
And Johnny's dad goes in at Christmas and he can buy him 8 cartridges or he can buy him 1 cartridge, and he says, well, I don't know the difference. I'll buy him these 8 that are in the front bin and wrap up more gifts for Christmas. And ours that were still frontline good products and didn't sell.
You have these third-party companies, can't sell their stuff, they're going out of business.
Unlike the industry today, a third-party publisher who publishes a PlayStation game, Sony gets a cut of it. Back in 1983, if Activision did an Intellivision game, Mattel didn't get anything from it.
What do? They dump all their goods at cutthroat prices. Now you can get games for $5.
It was a very difficult paradigm for them to beat.
And things are about to go from bad to worse.
It was really the demise of the business, and we unfortunately didn't see it coming.
By 1983, store shelves are overflowing with second-rate games. Prices are falling, and the industry is totally freaking out.
A lot of people just got burned. They just got tired of getting all these bad games. So that drove people away from video games. There were no checks and balances for quality in those days. So a lot of really bad games got out there in the early 80s. And so the whole thing collapsed.
But even as everything crumbles around them, the Intellivision manages to stay on the shelves.
When the video game industry collapsed in '83 and everybody got out of it in '84, Intellivision survived. Intellivision was the one game system that kept going.
To keep the Intellivision selling, a bold move is made.
The senior vice president of marketing for Mattel Electronics, Terry Valesky, looked at the numbers and said, there's still a demand out there for video games. Everybody's getting out of it, but people still want to play video games. So he put together a group of investors. They bought the rights to Intellivision from Mattel.
INTV is formed, and the Intellivision lives on. The console that dared to challenge Atari's dominance ends up outliving it.
They continued to make the consoles. They continued to make new games from 1984 through 1990. The company actually lasted till 1991. So Intellivision went through the entire decade of the 80s, which no other system did. I mean, Intellivision at the end was competing on the shelves with Sega. And of course, Nintendo.
The steam eventually runs out, and INTV closes its doors in 1990. But Keith Robinson manages to buy the rights to all things Intellivision and keeps the legacy alive. He also becomes the unofficial record keeper.
As Intellivision was going out of business, as Mattel Electronics was going out of business, I took all of the files. As people were being laid off, I said, I'm going to write a book about this. And so they gave me their personal files, and they gave me all this stuff. And so I had amassed like 3 file cabinets full of material saying, okay, great, I'm going to write this book. But then, like I say, Intellivision didn't die, continued to work on it.
And he directs his creative juices into another medium.
In '94, I got really enthralled by the World Wide Web. I started setting up a website. I'll take some of this material that I was going to write a book, I'll put it on the web, see if anybody's interested in that.
And the public reacts.
1,000 people a week were coming to read about Intellivision. And pretty soon I go, maybe there's still an interest in Intellivision. People kept emailing us and saying, is there a way to play these games on a PC or Mac?
So Keith gives the public what they want, and Intellivision Lives is born.
So Myself, Steve Roney, who was another programmer at Mattel, we bought the rights back. So bought the rights to Intellivision, all the games, put together a product, Intellivision Lives, which lets you play most of the old games from Mattel Electronics or Mayan TV Corporation on the PC and Mac.
The Intellivision Lives CD becomes more than just a collection of games. It becomes a part of history.
Put it out there for sale on the web and have done real well. And there's been a huge interest in the games, and we're just trying to recreate that whole experience of what it felt like to be working on those games.
They've come to the GDC pretty much every year to kind of keep the history of these old game systems alive and keep the roots of where our industries come from on center stage. And I think that it's important for us as an industry not to forget where we came from.
First of all, for a lot of people, it was part of their childhood. So there's that special bond of childhood of something you played and enjoyed, especially if it's something you played with your brother or your sister or your friend.
Well, I think it's nostalgia, For me, they all remind me of what it was like to be a kid, and how pure everything was kind of back then, And I think that what we see today with the PS2 and the Xbox, I mean, some kids are playing that now, and 20 years from now, we're like, oh, do you remember the days? There's always that, do you remember the day kind of story? Do you remember this game? Or, and it's just a part of the social fabric of life.
The reason why Intellivision survived the crash in '83 was because it had loyal fans.
Thanks to a renewed interest in classic gaming and to those who refuse to let it go, Intellivision literally lives on.
They were games which were really handcrafted. Because we had a few months, one programmer, one game, you had a chance to really work on and polish your game. It's a very individual experience.
One person was in charge of the whole thing, and the games were small, and it was just a thrill to work on.
But perhaps the biggest testament to the true success of the Intellivision lies in the people who were there when it all began.
We get together and we still swap stories, and every year somebody new that we didn't know or hasn't been to one of the reunions shows up, and we get to include them. So the Blue Sky Rangers keeps growing.
We still, 20 years later, we have reunions at a certain pizza parlor in Hawthorne, California, where the gang used to go. Sometimes in Northern California, there will be a satellite reunion.
But after 20 years, a lot of us are still friends, we still are together, we still see each other all the time.
A lot of us have worked together off and on during the years.
And we just have a great time getting together because we have that common experience that transcended everything in our lives.
It's a legend of heroes.
Link's a very valiant character, but with a big heart. Tries really hard. He's very kind, very gentle. I mean, in some ways, he kind of reminds me of Miyamoto, actually.
Miyamoto and Zelda, I've always felt, kind of give you that experience of going back to your childhood.
It's a legend of new worlds.
But what was really fun was creating all these areas to explore. Going into the mountains and finding caves and whatnot.
It's a legend of epic struggles.
Of course, Nintendo didn't really like that game, disavowed all knowledge of it, and doesn't really talk about it.
Great! I'll grab my stuff!
Zelda, to me, changed video games pretty much forever.
That's really the most fun and exciting part about developing games, is where players are able to enter this world themselves.
It's the Legend of Zelda. In 1983, an established Japanese gaming company named Nintendo releases their first home console, called the Famicom. The success of the console paves the way for young game designer Shigeru Miyamoto and his new title, borrowed from a classic American author, F. Scott Fitzgerald.
Well, actually, the name Zelda, we were kind of looking for this name for kind of this eternal beauty or this eternal strong woman, and we kind of thought, you know, what kind of a name could we use? And we actually looked at Fitzgerald's wife, Zelda. She's actually perfect, so we kind of took her name.
In 1986, Zelda is released in Japan on the Famicom Disk System, an add-on feature for the Famicom.
Yeah, I think the original Zelda stood out because it was so epic for its time. A really big Nintendo game with a story, you know, simple as it was. For the time, it was pretty important.
The story puts you in the role of Link, a lovable little boy who goes on the adventure of a lifetime while trying to save Zelda, the Princess of Hyrule.
Miyamoto is really interested in taking things that he experienced in his childhood and turning them into video games. And not really specific experiences per se, but, you know, a feeling. Walking through a forest and seeing a little cave. As a kid, you're too scared to go in, but transfer that to a video game and you can go in, you don't have anything to lose, and you can explore and live through the whole excitement of it.
In spite of the failing video game market in the US, Nintendo introduces both the Nintendo Entertainment System, also known as the NES or NES, and another Miyamoto masterpiece, Super Mario Bros.
Super Mario Brothers was a game that was very action-based and was very much about moving your body and being active to get your way through the game.
The release of the NES opens the road for Link and his entourage, and in 1987 they debut on the Nintendo Entertainment System in the form of The Legend of Zelda.
Because I had started working on the initial ideas for both Zelda and Super Mario Brothers essentially at the same time, but we decided to quit working on Zelda for a while and complete Super Mario Brothers first. Then we actually decided later on to relook at our work on Zelda and complete that game. With Zelda, what I really tried to do was create a scenario where the player would get into a situation and wouldn't know what they were supposed to do, and so they would have to use their brain rather than their body, and they would have to think their way through situations. I felt, relieved and almost rescued to a certain extent because Zelda in Japan was the very first game that was released for this Famicom Disk System. And so if that game had failed, then the hardware itself probably would have failed as well. So when we released the game and people thought the game was very fun and it became such a success, I felt very relieved and very happy.
But what was really attractive in the first Zelda game was that it did away with just having a side-scrolling level where you get to the end and then boom, things restart and you're in a different level and do the same thing again. It had an organic overworld.
And what's the story behind this Link guy?
He's a character who starts off very young and, essentially a small child. And gradually through his experiences, he grows and he becomes stronger and he matures.
Link's a very valiant character, but with a big heart. Tries really hard. He's very kind, very gentle. He'd be a fun date. He's a pretty cool guy. I like him.
However, the hardware on the NES has its limitations.
The family computer, the NES, had very limited capabilities for essentially drawing pictures for the graphics. So one of the biggest challenges with the game was trying to create many different types of enemies with these limited graphical capabilities. And actually, if you look at it, a lot of them, you can see kind of inverted images of other enemies in the game. And I actually did a lot of those drawings by hand myself. Really, I think looking back at Zelda and given the limitations of the hardware, I really do think that it was very well done for what was capable at that time.
And the man behind the legend believes in creating a totally immersive experience for the player.
This is the type of game where we want the player to use their mind. And you start off in an area and you can walk in any direction and you don't really know what it is you're supposed to be doing or what it is you can do.
You could walk around and there's a dungeon entrance, you could go in and fight monsters. Or you could decide to not go in and go somewhere else first. The game was so non-linear that you could get yourself into a lot of trouble too.
Obviously, we can't just leave the player there not knowing what to do, because if they don't know what to do, then they're not going to play. So trying to find a balance of kind of leading the player into what they need to do and forcing them to think about how they need to solve the problems was very difficult. We spent a lot of time on that.
Composer Koji Kondo uses the simple tools available on the NES to create several background tracks, including the now famous Zelda theme.
Back in the 80s, a lot of video games had very generic music. Usually the programmers themselves were in charge of making the music. So you'll get a game like Frogger where they take a children's song. But with Zelda, they actually had a musician, Koji Kondo, do the score. And he came up with this great theme. So that was a big step in video gaming. You could really appreciate the melody because it was so catchy.
Not just the Zelda song, but also the chord that played. You know, when you'd find a secret, the do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Everybody knows that.
The Legend of Zelda is also one of the first games to allow users to save their adventure.
So you could save your game to cartridge. So for the first time then you could track the data of your game and the progress. And you didn't have to sit here and play a game for 8 hours straight. You could boot up Zelda, play for a couple hours, save, go have lunch, go to dinner, whatever, come back, pick up where you left off before.
The Legend of Zelda sells 1 million copies in the US and launches Zelda and Link into video game stardom.
In Japan, a lot of people bought these stationery based on the Zelda franchise, backpacks, t-shirts.
While The Legend of Zelda is still amazing American audiences, Nintendo prepares for their trip back to Hyrule. But some fans aren't too happy with the outcome. By 1989, saving a princess has become a national phenomenon. Mr. Miyamoto's position is firmly cemented as the creative force behind Zelda and Nintendo. And while American audiences are still embracing The Legend of Zelda, the curtain rises for the sequel.
Gamers are very particular with their franchises, and if you mess with the franchise too much and evolve it too much, people are upset. And the same thing happened with Zelda 2. When that came out, everybody was expecting a more beautiful or a more advanced version of the first game with more dungeons, more monsters to fight. What they got was a completely different game.
And so really what we tried to do with Zelda 2, while it was definitely a continuation of the story, we tried to make it into a very different game. If you look at Zelda 2, The Adventure of Link, that's really more of kind of an action and a more physically oriented game than the original Legend of Zelda was, which was definitely more mental and more problem solving. In that sense, it's definitely a very different game.
The second Zelda, I waited with bated breath. It was a very, very, very good game, very solid. You know, it was almost kind of closer to a Dragon Warrior meets Mario kind of game. It was very strange in a different direction, but I still played it, thoroughly enjoyed it.
Despite the changes, Zelda 2, The Adventure of Link, sells over 5 million copies worldwide. Miyamoto and his team immediately began work on a new installment that will take years to finish.
I think a lot of people were starting to forget about the Zelda franchise. It took a long time from Zelda 2 to Zelda 3. In 1991, boom, there was this new game, and it was spectacular. I mean, it really turned heads, and it sold really well, too.
The third installment, Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past, goes back to its birthplace and makes its appearance on the newest Nintendo system, the Super Nintendo, also known as the SNES.
With the third game, they went back to Zelda 1. After some people complained about Zelda 2 and said, oh yeah, this is cool, but it's so much of a departure from Zelda that it's not really like the first game anymore. Nintendo said, yeah, we had it right with the first one. Let's just give it better graphics, expand the item system, make it bigger, make it cooler looking, and create something that's like the first game, but much more expansive. But what it did have was this beautiful art style. You know, it looked like a picture book almost. You had to think three-dimensionally. For example, if you were on the second floor of a certain dungeon, you had to actually push a block into a hole to make it drop down to the first floor. Or, you know, in another dungeon, you had to blow up the ceiling of a room so light could pour into the basement, and something would happen. That was cool. You didn't really have that before.
A Link to the Past flies off the shelves. The popularity of the Zelda series is proven once again. With an historical franchise underway, Nintendo jumps on the technology bandwagon and takes Link along for the ride.
In the early 1990s, or maybe the late 80s, the whole CD format became more and more popular. So of course the gaming industry looked at the CD and thought, you know, can we use this? It's, you know, cheap to manufacture these guys compared with carts, which have, you know, complicated innards. And they hold a lot of data, so maybe this is good for video games.
Nintendo asks Philips to build a CD drive that attaches to the Super Nintendo.
But as the months went by, they realized that maybe this CD system, it's a little bit early for it. It doesn't seem to really add anything. So Nintendo tried to wriggle out of that contract as well. So Philips was planning to release a standalone unit called the CDI that was an interactive CD player. One of the deal points was that certain Nintendo games would appear on the CDI.
Hey! Philips creates its own Zelda title, and Link: Faces of Evil is released in 1993.
Nintendo didn't want to make him, so Philips contracted the company themselves. Out came this abomination of a game, partly because the CDI simply wasn't set up to be a gaming system. It didn't have a proper controller or anything. It was pretty bad graphics-wise. But they made this game, and man, that was a stinker.
Cool, huh?
That was a bad game.
Gee.
So you get this really cheesy and dated cartoon stuff where Link talks to the prince like, hey, yo.
How about a kiss for luck?
You've got to be kidding.
When he's all suave and his hair is like this, and it just looks really dumb. And the gameplay itself was terrible. It went back to the Zelda 2 style gameplay. Of course, Nintendo didn't really like that game, disavowed all knowledge of it, and doesn't really talk about it.
Hell, I'm stuck.
Despite the poor reviews and lack of interest, Philips releases 2 more Zelda games, The Wand of Gamelon.
Great! I can't wait to bomb some Dodongos!
And Zelda's Adventure.
Go now, my princess, and rescue Link.
But then quickly disappears. And in 1993, Nintendo designer Gunpei Yokoi introduces The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening to the Game Boy. Followed up 5 years later with The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening DX.
So taking what people knew from the home consoles and put them on the portable was a match made in heaven.
I like it just for like a quick hit, you know, then I'll put it back in my purse and it's really good for my downtime.
Finally, you had Zelda on the go, you could play it wherever you went.
2 more original Zelda games eventually appear on the Game Boy. Portable gamers are in Zelda heaven.
It's really tough and time-consuming to create a Zelda game, so Nintendo partnered with Capcom and said, how about you make the next Zelda games for us? And they were probably like, woohoo, you know? You don't get the chance to work on a big franchise like that every day. So they created Oracle of Ages and Oracle of Seasons. Originally, there were supposed to be 3 games, actually, that were interlinking with passwords, but they had to scale back and they only released 2 games.
Nintendo announces the release of their next system, the Nintendo 64. But will Zelda make the jump?
How do you do an adventure game in 3D? Nintendo couldn't simply go to a store, buy another game, and said, oh, they did it right, because nobody did it right.
And there's a surprising twist that will leave fans stunned. By 1998, the Zelda franchise has conquered all the Nintendo systems, and Miyamoto and his team of developers are working feverishly on finishing the epic Zelda 64. Eiji Aonuma, a future director of Zelda projects, joins Miyamoto's team.
Our original thought was to take essentially the Super NES game, The Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past, and turn that into a 3D game on the N64, and that was our original idea for The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time. So we took one of the items from A Link to the Past, which was an ocarina, and it wasn't featured very much, but we decided to essentially take that and make that kind of the main item in Ocarina of Time and use it as kind of this musical instrument that plays an important role in the game.
But the production lags.
The earliest showings of Zelda in '95, where you saw this demo of a very short and young-looking Link fighting a knight. There were demos in '96, and they said, yep, it's coming out soon. There were demos in '97, they said, yep, it's coming out soon.
The original Nintendo 64 Zelda was delayed because it was just such an epic, humongous game. And, you know, these take time.
There is so much anticipation for the new game that the Guinness Book of World Records officially recognizes the Ocarina of Time as having more pre-orders than any other game in history, 350,000.
When you're actually developing a game, it's really hard to see how it's going to turn out and whether or not it will be successful. But with Ocarina of Time, when we actually finished working on the game and saw what we had created, we were really surprised. We said, wow. We really may have done something great here. I think at that point, Mr. Miyamoto really thought that we may have had a big hit on our hands.
The game is finally released in both Japan and the US, and immediately sweeps both countries. The scope and depth leave gamers in shock. Miyamoto and his team succeeded in bringing all the elements of the original Zelda into the 3D world.
Apart from being a type of game that forces players to think their way through problems. I think probably the next most important part of the Zelda experience is providing players an opportunity to feel like they are a part of the Zelda world. And I really think that with the 3D environments of the Ocarina of Time, it was really able to create the type of scenario and the type of world where players felt just completely immersed in the surroundings within the game.
Mr. Miyamoto isn't one for wasting time.
Well, actually, right after we had completed The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, and things had started to just slow down for us, Mr. Miyamoto came to me and he said, I want you to come up with a Zelda game that we can create within 1 year. Okay. So it was kind of based on that idea that we came up with this concept of having a limited time frame that you replay over and over again. And that essentially became the focus of Majora's Mask.
In 2000, Majora's Mask is the second Zelda game released for the Nintendo 64.
With Ocarina of Time, the events in that game weren't really fixed to a specific time frame. But with Majora's Mask, we actually had this limited time frame that the player would play over and over again. And so the player would essentially have to decide which of the multiple events that were occurring they wanted to essentially become a part of. But depending on how they interacted with them, then the events might change. And so really this became an important part of the gameplay.
Majora's Mask follows Link's fight to save a world from the impending crash of a moon. The story and gameplay are embraced by fans worldwide. Majora's Mask quickly becomes a bestseller.
Once we released Majora's Mask, I wanted to see how dedicated they were going to be and just how much of all the events that were occurring in the game they wanted to play through and experience. We received a lot of commendations for having created this game system that was unique and new, and that made us really happy.
Knowing that the lifespan of the Nintendo 64 is coming to an end, Miyamoto begins work on a Zelda title that will eventually arrive on Nintendo's next generation console.
When Nintendo announced GameCube at Space World in Japan, they had this really cool footage of Link crossing swords with Ganondorf, and it looked really cool. So of course everybody's like, wow. Fast forward to the next Nintendo event, where Nintendo for the very first time was going to show actual gameplay footage. Expectations were high. Suddenly this really odd-looking Link comes up, and everybody's like, what the heck is that?
With Wind Waker, we tried to find the mode of expression that is best suited to a 3D Zelda. And this time we really thought that how we portray the character's movements, proportions would become very important to the player naturally feeling like they are a part of the world.
They were taking the Zelda series and giving it a cartoon look. But once you play it, you realize that it's the same old Zelda, you'll be hooked, I guarantee you.
With new world record pre-orders of 500,000, The Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker is released in spring 2003.
After all these years of working on Zelda, I've been able to fully implement all the ideas that I've been wanting to get into a Zelda game into The Wind Waker. And I'm really happy by that, and I hope that people will really take the chance to look at it and enjoy it and experience it for what it is.
Zelda seized and conquered the video game industry, and all the fans have to do now is sit and wait for the next one.
Well, I think, yeah, Miyamoto has a certain style. I think he understands what makes a game fun.
I don't really think of Zelda as being a game, but really as being kind of a separate world where players are able to go on this adventure. I really kind of think of the games that I create as being a box. And in a very compact area, I try to provide players with as many tools as they need to entertain themselves. And with this adventure story and the player kind of exploring it on their own, that they will find so much to do to entertain themselves.
How about a kiss? You've got to be kidding.
Enough. My ship sails in the morning. I wonder what's for dinner.
Oh boy! I'm so hungry, I could eat an Octorok. You must conquer evil.
This is the story of a group of friends.
I took it to my friend Kevin at like 2 a.m. I called him up at home. He's like, oh, what's going on? I said, you know, we gotta make a game console.
Of course, Seamus walks in with this whole plan. Boom, here's the Xbox plan. So it was like, great.
Boy, I remember thinking, what have we gotten ourselves into?
Who took on the leader in a billion-dollar industry.
So we're sitting in a room with Bill Gates and Steve Ballmer, and Steve Ballmer is saying, you're gonna lose all our money! Wow, we better get this right, otherwise it could potentially really screw up the industry. Xbox was the sexiest thing any Microsoft employee had ever heard of ever at the company. They all wanted to work on it.
This is it. We're not looking back.
I'm waiting for my Xbox.
This is the remarkable story of the Xbox. The Xbox begins with the driving force behind it, Seamus Blackley. Seamus grows up in New Mexico and early on develops an interest in the world of gaming.
I can remember very distinctly the feeling of playing my Atari 2600 and not really wanting to finish the games or to play them so much, but really wanting to take that excitement I felt and like write my own games. And when I got my Apple, my mom likes to tell a story. When they gave me the Apple II for Christmas, I stayed up for 72 hours straight. The moment they gave it to me, it was plugged into the TV. I actually fell asleep like on it the first night because I was so desperate to write a game.
Despite his love for games, his career steers him into another direction.
I was working as a physicist, and I was doing high energy physics. And there was this giant particle accelerator that was going to be built in Texas called the Superconducting Supercollider in Waxahachie, Texas. And that was my future, and everybody else's future who was doing experimental high energy physics in the U.S. at that time. That was what it was about, for the most part. And it got canceled. It got canceled by Congress.
With no job on the horizon, Seamus applies for a job posting on campus.
It was Looking Glass Technologies. They needed somebody to rewrite a car physics model for a car and driver game they were working on. And so I went over there and met all the guys working on Ultima Underworld and met Lerner, an idol of mine, his flight simulator in days past. And started working on car physics, and you know that grew into the physics system and System Shock and AI stuff and Flight Unlimited and Underworld 2 and all that stuff.
But new management flies into a completely different direction.
So, you know, these game guys, you know, we're going to bring in a professional management team. And at the time I was saying, look, we need to do a combat version of Flight Unlimited. I really want to do that. And the management decided that instead they wanted to compete with Microsoft Flight Simulator. So I started looking for a job, and I eventually got recruited to go work at DreamWorks.
At DreamWorks, Seamus goes to work on a game based on the smash hit movie Jurassic Park by Steven Spielberg. The future looks bright for Seamus, but there are storm clouds on the horizon.
So there I did a bunch of stuff, culminating in working on Trespasser.
Backhunter, quite vicious and quite intelligent.
Screwed that up pretty well, and you know, didn't do a lot of things that I know I want to do today.
I can do this.
Trespasser is released in 1998, and its flaws are obvious. Critics and fans are disappointed, and Seamus loses faith in himself.
8 left.
You know, after Trespasser, I got death threats.
Heavier than I thought.
There was a huge backlash. It was the very dawn of fan sites on the internet. It was the dawn of the sort of culture of first-person shooters, and everybody expected it to be a shooter.
7, 6.
I mean, first of all, they expected it to be finished, which it wasn't. But they expected it to be a shooter, and it wasn't. It was really different. So people were really pissed off. I mean, people really hated that game. I mean, there were some people who really loved it, and there were a lot of people who just hated it, and just, I figured that my career was over. It really did. It was an incredibly painful time.
And a turning point. Seamus decides to make a change and heads north.
And I thought I'd just go hide at Microsoft for a while. I chose a program manager job in the graphics division because I just wanted to get away from games.
But he's not able to resist games for long. In 1999, Sony announces the release of their newest console, the PlayStation 2, and enterprising Seamus has an idea.
Rumors of you know, really this version of the PlayStation. That it was going to kill PC graphics outright. And, you know, I've been doing 3D for a long time, and 3D on the PC is unstoppable. I mean, it's just continuously continuously innovating back on its continuously progressing, and it just seemed ludicrous to me. It became clear to me that, you know, very few companies in the world could do something as bold as take on Sony, and Microsoft was one of them. That it became incredibly clear to the other guys that I talked to about it that we had an opportunity to make a game console which had the business potential of a game console, but had the tool support and the power for artists of the PC and of the sort of traditional offline rendering community. And that was really the spark.
And at 35,000 feet in the air, Seamus is inspired.
So, you know, one night, you know, for whatever reason, I was sitting on an airplane and you know, I got hit by cosmic radiation. And I wrote this thing up, and I took it to my friend Kevin at like 2 a.m. after I landed. I called him up at home. He's like, oh, I said, you know, we gotta make a game console.
Kevin Bacchus, a project manager at DirectX, sees the potential.
Initially, there were really 4 of us working on Xbox. Seamus, myself, Otto Burkus, who ran the graphics development for DirectX, and Ted Hasse, who was my boss, who was in charge of evangelism for DirectX. We obviously went and talked to Ed Fries extensively about what his thoughts would be.
Ed Fries, the man in charge of the games division at Microsoft, is immediately impressed.
They approached me and said, hey, if we made this console, would you support us? Would you help us get it through upper management? And would you help make the games for us? They're pretty persuasive. They had a plan that, that I thought was pretty exciting.
The group embarks on a crusade to bring the console to the masses.
We had day jobs. We had stuff we were supposed to be doing, right? And we just weren't doing it, right? We were inviting ourselves to meetings. And we thought, God, you know, if they're making a device for the home, it has to be Xbox. It has to be this thing we're thinking of, which at the time we were calling the Direct Xbox, which is how it got the name Xbox.
The group pushes the idea up through the ranks at Microsoft, eventually reaching the top. Mr. Bill Gates.
The first time that we talked to Bill Gates about Xbox, I think he was immediately very taken by the opportunity, by the chance to create something that was technologically superior to anything that was out there, and really focused on a single task.
Bill got it right away. I mean, Bill's a very sharp guy.
So he became one of our biggest allies from the beginning.
It was just awesome. It was the most awesome sort of, you know, support ever. And they just kept on pushing it.
Bill Gates sends a memo endorsing the Xbox project. For Seamus, Kevin, and Ed, the moment of truth finally arrives.
Wow, we better get this right, otherwise it could potentially really screw up the industry.
By 1999, the Xbox is a legitimate project. Software giant Microsoft assembles a team to oversee key elements of the Xbox production.
Jay Aller came on board to run the development efforts to create the operating system for the device, all the development tools, that sort of thing. And he brought on board a number of people in key positions to kind of round out that group.
It was still just an internal project at Microsoft that wasn't something that had been officially announced. It was still very much under wraps because they themselves weren't sure they were going to do it. But the very fact that Microsoft was considering coming into the games console market was a big deal.
It could potentially be a bad thing if Microsoft decides they're going to launch like basically a home PC, entered a game console and put a bunch of PC games on it or something like that, which to those guys who are very smart guys at Microsoft but don't have a lot of context in the game business could well have happened. And so we felt a lot of responsibility to be sure that wouldn't happen.
And the response from the gaming community is encouraging.
When we went out to publishers and developers is that we've been kind of secretly meeting with all these guys for months and months and months, refining the idea. You know, what do you guys think about this? Oh, that's a crazy idea. What do you think about that? Oh, that's great.
As push comes to shove, Gates makes a historical decision.
It was a meeting where Valentine's Day was a month before GDC, and it was a point at which we're going to announce it at GDC or we're going to cancel this project because we're not going to be ready in time.
It was just the final time. It's like, look, you know, you have to say go or no go now.
Starting up a console and spending billions of dollars to enter a new market is a difficult undertaking for any company, even a company the size of Microsoft.
So we come into this meeting, it's scheduled to run from 4 to 6 o'clock on Valentine's Day. And Bill is just like immediately on the attack. But what do you mean it won't run Windows? Oh, did we forget to tell you that part?
And you find yourself sitting in a room with Bill Gates and Steve Ballmer, and Steve Ballmer is right here, like, you know, the sweat's in his forehead saying, you know, you're gonna lose all our money!
We all have dinner reservations, and we're in big trouble because it's Valentine's Day and we're not home and the time is going by. And then in the last 5 minutes, the meeting just like turned around like 180 degrees. And you know, I don't know if Bill and Steve had this planned the whole time. And all of a sudden, they're all looking around at each other. We gotta do this, we gotta do this. You know, they're all getting excited, which is fun to be part of.
In March of 2000, Bill Gates stands on stage at the Game Developers Conference and announces what many had already suspected.
So I'm announcing the Xbox. The modest tagline here is the future of console gaming. This is a huge milestone for us.
All they have to do now is accomplish everything they said they could.
Boy, I remember thinking, what have we gotten ourselves into? You know, once the product was finally approved and there were absolutely no other reviews or approvals processes. Once Bill Gates and Steve Ballmer said, look, you know, this is it, we're not looking back. Then the really hard work came in. Every assumption that we had, every plan had to be tested. And it was challenging.
You have this giant company behind you, Microsoft behind you, right? You get Microsoft like going in a direction, you better be sure it's the right direction, right? So we started feeling like, wow, we better get this right, otherwise it could potentially really screw up the industry.
There was a lot of skepticism about, you know, were we really serious about doing this? Was there ever even going to be a console? There was skepticism about whether we would be able to hit our launch date, whether the performance would be what we said it would be, whether it would in fact be easy to program. At every step along the way, there was a constant proving process. We had to show games very early because, you know, we needed to demonstrate what the game was going to be. We had to show that it wasn't a PC.
You know, we built the system for developers. There is nobody out there who wouldn't tell you the NVIDIA chip was the hottest thing in the world. Nobody.
All consoles are essentially computers. There's a processor, there's a graphics chip, there's an audio chip. All the things that you see in a PC are evident in a console, but they're very different. They're very focused on a very specific thing, on gaming.
And sometimes it's not what's on the inside, but the outside that counts. In January 2001, the public gets its first look at the controller and industrial design of the Xbox.
Of course, we didn't want the Xbox to look uncool. We wanted it to look powerful. We did a lot of design studies.
One of the things that the enthusiast press was the controller. Some people didn't mind the fact that the original controller, which they called Duke, was bigger. But I think to a lot of the gamers, they just kind of felt that, it was just a little too big. And they've subsequently gone with the S-type controller, which they developed for Japan, which was definitely a better.
As the launch date approaches, Microsoft's marketing machine shifts into high gear.
Microsoft faced this huge dilemma with how they were going to position themselves in the market. Do we brand it Xbox, but you know, do we have Microsoft on the box? Do we use Bill Gates? Is Bill Gates liked by gamers? Isn't he? So I think they had a huge consumer marketing identity crisis that they sort of needed to address right away.
Anticipation builds on November 12, 2001 in Times Square.
I remember walking across the street from the WWF place over to the Toys R Us to get ready for the midnight thing. Bill was there and a couple other people, and Xbox is just everywhere. Up on the lights, every billboard in Times Square, all the big electronic signs, and there's Xbox here, Xbox there, and it was just, I don't know, it's one of those kind of surreal moments.
At 12:01 a.m., Bill Gates presents the first Xbox to a customer who had been waiting for hours outside.
Yeah, it's just one of those moments in your life that you're just glad to be part of.
But Seamus has other things to worry about.
Well, I was super nervous because I was going to propose to my wife that night. You know, that was the thing I was really nervous about. And I had arranged for Bill Gates to hold my engagement ring, right? So he had my engagement ring in his pocket. And Bill had called me that afternoon and said, you know, what if she says no? Do you have a backup plan in case she says no? And so I'm thinking, God, is she going to say no? Because I had no doubts up until that moment. I was like, oh, no, she'll probably say yes. It'll all be okay. Frankly, compared to that, the launch of the Xbox was almost anticlimactic. You know, for me, the launch was all about getting on my knee and, you know, having the most fabulous woman on earth say she'd marry me.
Look at this smoke, look, I'm on fire.
With a successful console launch and an engagement, Blackley has achieved everything he has hoped for. But the fate of the Xbox is far from certain.
This is an Xbox! It is #1!
Success. With the Xbox successfully launched in time for Christmas 2001, the future of the system now lies in the hands of the developers.
Well, I think that the number one thing that we wanted to achieve was for people who got an Xbox to just be blown away. Oh, nice! That has to be the ultimate goal, right? You know, we talked to the people in line in New York, and they were really excited about Xbox.
The first Christmas, all the hardcore gamers are going to go out and they're going to buy it because they got it. It's new, it's exciting. There's a lot of press about it. They got to see if it really lives up to the hype.
But you don't take it home and like open it up and have it. And that actually happened with a couple of other console launches, right? People got excited about the technology. You take it home, and of course, technology isn't enough, right? It goes on and makes the boot noise, and then you put in a game that's not so great, and you're like, whoa, they went $300.
Oh, that was awesome.
They have to feel incredibly happy about it.
The thing sold out everywhere, and it was just, you know, a giant success. The real question on any console is how it does in the subsequent years, you know, especially the second Christmas.
That's really important. That's when, to some extent, the real battle happens. Because everybody has a lot of units out there, a lot of consoles, and the generation of games that come out into that installed base appear.
So what happens in the later years is really kind of dependent on the quality of the games. That is something that's, you know, just a very magical and very difficult thing to predict in advance.
And then it's a real creative contest, right? Then it's not about the specs of the hardware. It's not about how cool your TV campaign is, you know. It's not about any of those things. It's about which games you have and are your fans happy or not. So I would argue the real worker is then.
If you got a great game and it's only available on Xbox and it's the thing that everybody's excited about, then they're going to go out and buy Xboxes.
Microsoft's development team, Bungie, provides the must-have game for the season.
Halo was awesome.
We're not gonna make it.
We'll make it.
Pull up! Pull up!
Played a lot of games in my life, and this is a game I could just sit and play and have a great time. So I really felt pretty confident that we were going to be able to come out and really surprise people.
Despite fierce competition, Microsoft manages to sell 1.5 million consoles and nearly 5 million Xbox games by Christmas. Developers take advantage of the console's hardware abilities to create distinct and innovative games.
Camera! No! That means turn on the lights, idiot!
I'd have to say that right now my favorite game is a game from Microsoft Studios that just came out called
Kung Fu Chaos!
It's a fighting game, but it's kind of a party game. And to see that kind of work and craftsmanship going to a game produced for something that kind of we had an idea about, you know, 4 years ago, it's just, you know, astounding.
In the fall of 2002, Xbox Live is launched.
We've been cooking this thing up very, from the get-go. 3 years ago when we conceived of Xbox, we wanted to bring it online. You know, online gaming is going to be the big next step in video gaming.
And a celebrity event is held.
These are always really fun parties.
Bring it on! Yeah, I'm excited.
It's so exciting, and it really improves the hand-eye coordination.
That's awesome, man. It's awesome.
Super fun. Great games.
Realistic. I think that's off the chain.
Yeah, I love this stuff. Gift bag.
In my mind, I connect the dots thinking about Xbox.
Even as the Xbox continues to succeed, preparations are made for a new system.
We're deep in planning right now for the next version of Xbox.
Is this guy serious?
I actually probably spend more time right now when I'm in the office. I probably spend more time right now on Xbox 2 than I spend on Xbox 1, if you can believe that.
Whatever.
And part of that is because we got to do it right this time. We want to have enough time to make sure that we're not like just insane at the end. And that we have the content portfolio really planned out, and we have the games lined up, and that we have this machine that's not only going to be successful in the US, but can be successful everywhere in the world, and that's what's going on.
Although Kevin and Seamus have left to start their own development company, just taking a look back is sometimes the greatest reward.
It was a mixture because on the one hand, it was really, really hard. But on the other hand, I mean, it was probably the best time I've ever had in my life because we were out doing what we wanted to do. I mean, you know, very few times do you get the opportunity to actually see kind of your, you know, a dream that you had come together, and so many people come together to make it happen.
Like looking back to, you know, 1999, it's just unbelievable. I went to Tokyo Game Show and there are giant Xbox banners everywhere, right? It's unbelievable. And you think back to 1999, think back to me and Kevin and Otto and Ted, these four guys like sitting in a room eating jelly beans, you know? Come on, that's a wild ride. That's a really amazing thing. So I guess for me personally, there's that. I can't really hold it to an absolute scale because it's really emotional. So it's just, yes, it's nearly unbelievable.
Xbox is the next generation of video gaming.
It's the only control I've ever touched that actually like molds to your hand.
Dead or alive, dead or alive.
Yeah,
That's
that looks pretty cool.
No, I let him play all the time. It keeps him home.
It's awesome. It's the best console ever, man.
We grew up in them.
Space Invaders, that was great. The games I really loved were Asteroids, Missile Command, and above all, Defender.
But I loved Robotron. I thought that was a really fantastic game.
And they made a fortune, 25 cents at a time.
We're talking about in 1981, Americans dropped 20 billion quarters into arcade machines.
They were the gaming world.
It was really weird because it wasn't like a kid phenomenon. It was like really across the board phenomenon.
Well, they popped up everywhere.
But all good things come to an end.
It was a fad. I think there's no other way to put it until finally, you know, the whole thing just sort of collapsed under its own weight.
This is the story of the birth and fall of the arcade industry. Starting as far back as the late 1800s, penny arcade machines such as strength testers and peep shows dot local pubs and fairgrounds. In 1927, David Gottlieb creates Baffle Ball, the precursor to the modern pinball machine. His simple game sparks the pinball craze. Soon, the mini arcades that grew out of the Great Depression are packed with pinball machines. For decades, pinball rules the arcades. But in 1971, a man named Nolan Bushnell changes everything.
He wasn't much of an engineer, but he had these great ideas for doing businesses. He saw how he could take the technology we were using at Ampex and make a coin-operated amusement device that might be a hit. He then built this thing called Computer Space. Computer Space was not a great marketing success.
Computer Space was a monumental flop. They made 1,000 copies of it. They didn't sell all 1,000 copies of it. It wasn't popular. It didn't make it to very many venues, and where it did make it, it wasn't very popular.
So he challenged me to do a ping pong game, a very simple, one moving spot. Nothing could be simpler.
Al got it to the point where it just had the two paddles, and it was knocking the ball back and forth, and it was so much fun. I said, stop. We don't need to go to the next step.
In 1972, the first Pong machine is placed in Andy Capp's pub in Sunnyvale, and from there, it becomes the world's first huge video game success. The average Pong machine pulls in $100 a week in quarters.
Oh my God, it's everywhere. Oh God, what have I done?
Soon, Atari isn't the only big company making coin-operated video games. Cinematronics makes a name for itself by releasing a number of successful vector games.
A vector game, or a vector display, actually just takes a single beam and the programmer or hardware directs it to go to this point to this point, and that draws a line.
Among their releases is the world's first cooperative game, Rip-Off, created by Tim Skelly in 1980.
Rip-Off was something that we'd come up with just in kicking around some names for a game, and I had something that was kind of almost like centipedes in the back of my head. And I just decided that it would be more interesting if, instead of shooting at each other, that they both shot at the enemy. And believe it or not, market research said that cooperation amongst young people had become a major factor. And I thought, well, that's great. That fits right into my plans. So we made a cooperative game, and it became just a huge success and a great deal of fun to play.
But the true arrival of the arcade is brought about by 3 key games. The first of these is Space Invaders, which is released in 1978.
Space Invaders actually had gameplay that was interesting and actually had a scoring modality, so a person could get a score and you could compete with someone else and compare your scores, and therefore a person could become, quote, a video game champion. So Space Invaders was like the first game in this 3-game progression.
With Asteroids following close behind.
Asteroids, it was me for project leader. There was only one programmer. There was a technician, the electrical engineer. I did the art, just line drawings basically, all the fonts and stuff. That was basically the entire team. Lyle Raines called me in his office and said, we had this game called Cosmos, I think it was, where it was a big rock on the screen. The idea was to shoot the other player, but the rock was in the way and people kept shooting the rock, and he said, well, they kept shooting the rock, and nothing happens. What if we put rocks on the screen and the player blows them up? And I said, that sounds like an interesting idea. Also, we need something to make the players come out more, so I suggested a saucer that would come out and take a shot at the player if he didn't do anything or if the number of rocks got real low. I just went out and did it, so within a few weeks I had things floating around the screen.
And Asteroids suddenly had further enhanced gameplay where people could get very high scores, and also got the competition going for people playing against each other in a bigger way than Space Invaders started, for high score laurels.
And then, Pac-Man is unleashed.
But the final thing that really got it going was the 3rd game in this progression, and that's Pac-Man. When Pac-Man came out, it caused everybody to fall in love with video games. Men, women, children, professional people, anybody, any walk of life, any age, became enamored with video games. And Pac-Man single-handedly brought the entire female audience into the arcade, at the same time because of its uniqueness and because of its incredible across-spectrum appeal.
Pac-Man was hit everywhere it went, right off the bat.
The success of Pac-Man, Asteroids, and Space Invaders opens the floodgates for the arcade revolution. And the gaming world will soon become more successful than anyone ever dreamed. By the early 1980s, arcades are everywhere.
Well, they popped up everywhere. 7-Elevens would carry them. By the time we get to the middle 80s, grocery stores are carrying them. The funny one, of course, is at least one funeral home had a couple of arcade machines in its basement. It was an incredible phenomenon at that time. In 1981, Americans dropped 20 billion quarters into arcade machines. They spent 75,000 years playing arcade games in 1981.
The media takes notice as arcades become part of popular culture.
But at this point now we've reached the peak where, it was now okay for middle-class people to go into arcades.
The arcade crowd back in the old days was really weird because you definitely had all the little scrubs like me, like little kids who were riding their bikes there, and then you had like high school students and you had college students. It was mostly the guys, but you had the girls kind of hanging there looking at what was going on. But then it was also really weird because you had like businessmen.
Just have to be kids, didn't have to be young, didn't have to be, you know, just a slacker.
It was really weird because it wasn't like a kid phenomenon. It was like really across the board phenomenon in terms of who was playing arcade games. I think the golden age was like in the early to mid 80s, you know, when you had like all the amazing Midway games and the Atari games. Games like Joust, Robotron.
The games I really loved were Asteroids, Missile Command, and above all, Defender.
Defender came out and that was like, changed the world.
And thanks to people like Eugene Jarvis, creator of Defender and Robotron, the hits just keep coming.
Eugene is a wild man. Eugene is a poster boy for something in our industry, I'm not sure what.
Defender was cool because you'd see it and it was only the older kids could play it because it was so intimidating. There's like 1,000 buttons. I remember like trying to play it a few times and couldn't get anywhere with it.
Defender was the ultimate game for the hardcore gamer. It had 7 buttons. I mean, I don't think any other game had that degree of control complexity. Just trying to keep track of them would drive you crazy. I think my right pinky is still kind of crooked from having spent so many hours pushing that control up and down.
I finally learned how to play it. That was pretty, I would describe that as a life-changing moment. And so we sat there and played it like the whole day, like, you know, until my mom dragged us out of there.
But I loved Robotron, and I thought that was a really fantastic game.
Robotron, which is one of my favorite games, I actually liked it so much I actually bought it. That's one of those games that, you know, you'd be shaking by the time I got back after playing for an hour.
As the industry peaks, originality is a must.
The golden age of the arcade was incredible. The creativity, I've never seen anything like it. Every game had to be original, 100% unique. This was the attitude at Atari. We didn't do driving games because there had been a driving game. If you did a driving game, it had to be a driving game with guns, and then there could only be one of those in the industry. I had a friend who made a driving game where you drove on the ceiling because that was the only way you could get it through this corporate culture where 100% originality was required.
The business of gaming looks good.
Like today, where they're talking about how the game industry is eclipsing the motion picture industry in terms of revenue. That was very much the case back then as well. The revenue from video games was enormous. I mean, a good game would bring in 800 to 1,000 in a week. So you'd buy the game, and then 2 weeks, you know, you pay off your, you know, the distributor, and you're fine. And there were a lot of arcades, a lot of places where there were video games.
But the market can only grow so much. Soon, the arcade reaches critical mass and becomes a victim of its own success.
Ironically, when I arrived at Atari in 1982, we were saying, we're so big. The coin drop in these games is just as large as theatrical revenue for movies. Now, does that sound familiar? What had happened is we pretty much saturated the market. The games did not get obsolete very quickly. And we filled the arcades with them, and we were starting to fill secondary locations like Safeways and 7-Elevens and dentist offices. By the middle of 1982, we were just full.
A lot of it was oversaturated in the market in 81, 82, especially 82-ish time frame. And we sold thousands and thousands of games that went into dentist's office, you know, besides normal arcades and street locations like bars and restaurants and bowling alleys. And it got to the point there were so many games out there that they couldn't support the amount of earnings to really justify buying them.
It was a fad. I think there's no other way to put it. It was like early rock and roll, really. Enough people started coming and enough companies started making games, it just kept growing, you know, and people built bigger and bigger ones until finally, you know, the whole thing just sort of collapsed under its own weight.
Now, the arcade machines that were so successful just a year ago are no longer making enough money to support the market.
By the time the early 80s came around, the economic life for a lot of games, for simple games, and the simple games are those that everybody was playing, was probably less than a year. Well, the games cost enough that they really needed to have an economic model that would last for several years in order to pay for them.
And the home console market takes a bite out of the arcade as well.
The other thing that people will point out is that their home consoles started getting better about this point. The Atari 800 and other stuff started coming out. And the consoles, you know, artwork used to be so different. You know, the arcade would be here and consoles would be down here. The discrepancy started narrowing, and they started affecting our business.
Yeah, I definitely think the rise of the consoles really have hurt the arcade overall, because there's just not much you can do on an arcade machine that you can't do on a home console.
Bloodied and bruised, the arcade market looks like it's down and out. But only time will tell. By the mid-'80s, the days of arcade games bringing in $1,000 a week are over, and the coin-op industry is a mere shadow of what it once was. Many companies, such as Cinematronics, are out of business. But Atari is still alive and still making arcade hits, such as Gauntlet and Marble Madness.
Marble Madness was supposed to be sort of a video game equivalent of miniature golf. But, you know, putting didn't make a whole lot of sense in that context, so it sort of evolved. The graphics stayed intact, but it kept on evolving, and so we got the trackballs for controllers, and we got enemies in there blocking your path, and it went to a time basis, sort of became a race game.
You know, we have resurgence like Gauntlet came out. It came from several sources. My son was very much into D&D at the time. It was very hot stuff to do, and you know that's where the original concept came from. You'll come out with 2 good games right in a row, and it's like, oh yes, we're riding high.
In 1991, the arcade experiences one of its greatest resurgences with Capcom's release of Street Fighter II.
When the fighting games started to come back in the 90s, like, there was like an upturn, and you did start to see machines going into weird places again.
I spent a lot of money on Street Fighter. You know, the Street Fighter series in its 2D incarnation basically has lived on until to this day. And there's something very compelling about that.
After Street Fighter II came out, there were nearly 600 new fighting games, but none of them could go beyond Street Fighter.
But as successful as the Street Fighter series and its fellow fighting games are, it isn't enough to fully revitalize the market.
Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter, these were games that took a lot of coordination, and it excluded 2 major classes of people. The casual gamer, the businessman that wanted to play on his lunch hour, and women. They were very complex, and so the casual gamer didn't want to spend their life figuring out how to punch, kick, and fight somebody to death and knock their heads off.
The problem with fighting games was that there was a period of maybe like a year where anyone could get into fighting games, and after that, it was hard for like somebody new to walk in the arcade and not just get their ass kicked and just get laughed out of the place. It was kind of a feedback loop that kept new people from getting into it after a while.
To stay alive, the arcade must evolve.
A single quarter was not enough revenue for a game to earn. We ultimately figured out that we needed $1, and we don't have dollar coins in the States. $1 is a big spend. It's not a casual spend, and so we needed a new generation of arcade games to show how this should be done. And Yu Suzuki was the big player there. Hang On, Outrun, R360, he had it down.
Yu Suzuki from Sega is considered one of the pioneers for arcade games in the early 90s.
Yu Suzuki transformed the video game business. If you look at the period of time from when he started making these simulators through, say, 1995, Sega dominated the arcades.
Since I created Hang On, a lot of people were getting more and more into games where you just don't use a joystick. It becomes a physical experience. You need a moving cabinet. That was very important. And the hardware manufacturers were challenging more and more complicated movements.
Well, it just makes the experience all the more real, right? I think what it does is it tends to heighten the gameplay experience. It takes some imagination to kind of, you know, put those things together. The arcade industry is great because of, you know, these unique things.
I think this is more pushing the envelope of human capacity rather than of the industry itself.
with a normal console, right? You know, you're just kind of limited to your controller. I mean, there's some add-ons. Like for Dance Dance Revolution or games like that, to have that custom piece of equipment, it adds a whole nother gameplay element, a whole nother experience. It takes it to a deeper level.
While it looks like the arcade may never reclaim its former glory, some people still think it has a future.
I think what you're going to see in terms of arcade games in the future is just more things that are like the larger machines.
Like ride simulators.
You know, there's something about a driving game where you actually have a steering wheel and pedals that you can't really duplicate at home, even with a wheel and pedals, and just the larger kind of location-based entertainment machines.
Yeah, there is. There are arcades out there, and Sega actually was very forward-thinking in this. Theme parks, or even just, you know, say like on a boardwalk somewhere, or specifically downtown somewhere there's a video game center. But the idea there is to give you an experience that you can't get at home.
I always thought there was a future. I just thought it would be so small. You know, I figured there'd be enough arcades where people would want to go, you know, people to hang out, or bars. You know, you could have a drink in one hand and play a game with another. Just entertainment.
But no matter what happens, the people who were there in the beginning will never forget the time when a quarter was all you needed to be a gamer.
Actually, it's great making the games because, for one thing, we were all a little club. There were about 150 game creators in the entire business at that point. We mostly knew each other, too, whether we were at Atari or Williams or Bally or the like. When you went to an arcade, there was this great rush you'd get because you'd make your game and you'd put it in there with all the other new games, usually by guys that you knew, and you'd see just how much money your game could make in 1 week. It was great.
Oh, that was always a really good feeling. More importantly is when you go in there and see the expressions of the people's faces. I remember the first time we tested Millipede, and some gal walked up, and she was a centipede player, and she was very good at it. And she got to the point where, you know, all the insects were flying down the screen, and it just expression of face of, oh, you know, it's panic. That was worth it for a game designer, and for, you know, testing. That's the kind of expression you want to pull off.
What you can't get, of course, and this is what I really miss about arcades, is just the notion of going into this crazy, dark, loud place. It's just lit by screens and filled with all the music of the games and, you know, sticky Coke on the floor and stuff like that. I mean, to me, that's just an amazing experience that you can never really have again.
It's a pleasure for me to be the first to welcome you to Los Angeles for what I'm sure is going to be quite an exciting week.
It's a celebration of gaming.
It's directly focused on video games. It's like a big toy box.
It's like the Vegas Strip, like in a very small warehouse. It's incredibly intense.
And the moment of truth for developers.
Our real challenge is to take gaming to a new level.
Well, every industry needs a gathering point.
E3 is kind of one-stop shopping as far as finding out what's going on in the industry.
To go and see the bigger picture of this multi-billion-dollar business is an important part of letting everybody know how serious everything is. What we're working on is very, very important.
This is where the curtain rises.
This is your moment. This is your opening. It's Broadway. It's opening night. And you're either hot or you're a flop.
And where the curtain falls. This is the story of the gaming industry's biggest party. It's the story of E3.
The E3 is clearly the Super Bowl, the Olympics, the World Cup all rolled into one for the video game industry.
Now you're talking.
Every industry needs a trade show.
Greetings and welcome to the 1986 Winter Consumer Electronics Show.
A place for vendors to meet with buyers. A place to decide which innovative idea will become a successful product and which will never see the light of day. As a fledgling medium, the video game industry had to live under the wing of an established conference.
Historically, it had been part of the Consumer Electronics Show, the huge show held in Las Vegas every January.
For a long time, the games business was an afterthought to the consumer electronics industry, so we were kind of a sideshow. We were P.T. Barnum off in a side tent.
You know, they were always kind of in the worst pavilion. You had to like walk past all these car stereos to get to the games. You know, it was cool when you went to it because you got to see all these new games, but you definitely didn't feel like you were the reason for the show.
Now we have something very small.
But treated very much as a stepchild, not as the showcase, the centerpiece. It's just amazing that technology can be put into this smaller box. The game industry had become an increasingly large part of the show.
Thanks to some big games, like Tomb Raider, which is first introduced to the public at CES.
Tomb Raider was very much a hidden treasure. We went to the Consumer Electronics Show, and we had a full array of games, and one of them happened to be Tomb Raider with this character, Lara Croft. And we displayed it, and the buzz was amazing. Literally, the game took off. The show was such an amazing event in terms of the game being so well received that everyone started to realize, wow, there's an amazing game over at the IDOS booth. Like the swarm of bees, everyone kind of descended upon our booth, saw this amazing technology, true 3D environments, saw amazing animations, saw the first true female lead character in gaming.
By 1995, game journalist Pat Farrell sees the need for a 100% game-only trade show and quickly shops the idea around the industry.
Pat Farrell was one of the very key people who helped create E3. He worked for a company called Infotainment World, which published a number of game publications, and they were real passionate about the industry. And the industry, frankly, felt that it had reached a point of critical mass where it could support a show of its own and deserved a show of its own.
We formed a small group and sort of battled our way, hired some outside talent that was good at the show organization standpoint. We meet a couple times a year to talk over issues, but when we did launch the show, it turned out to be the most successful single opening of a new trade show in the United States history.
In the spring of 1995, the very first E3 is held in Los Angeles, California.
I remember I had plans to go to CES, and then Nintendo dropped out, and then, you know, Sega dropped out, and it was like, what's going on? And then there's this new game show. And I was like, ooh, what's this? Oh, it's in LA. The evolution of that, it was amazing how fast it happened. It wasn't like E3 had to go through a couple years before everyone accepted it. It was like people have been waiting for E3, and when it happened, they dropped CS like a stone and went straight to E3.
In its inaugural year, nearly 40,000 people attend the expo. Highlights include the unveiling of the new Sony PlayStation and Sega Saturn consoles.
So E3 was created to create a dedicated event that would highlight and showcase the best of interactive entertainment.
I grew up wanting to go to CES, you know, reading about how CES was cool and how all the new games were showing off at CES, and I dreamt about going, and then I finally got to go to CES once. Then all of a sudden the next year it was like, oh, now there's this thing E3, and I'm like, well, all right.
For us to split off and make our own show was a bold statement for video games and where video games were going at the time. And to be able to go someplace and have video games be the focus and not be kind of shoved off in these tents off the side of the real convention was really important for us at that time. I think that was big.
Great, it's the best ever! Yeah!
The gaming community embraces E3 as its very own, and it soon becomes the heartbeat of the industry. But it's not all business. In the spring of 1995, the debut of the very first E3 in Los Angeles is by all accounts a huge success and a great time.
The first E3, like, I was actually still working at I wasn't at a game magazine yet. I was like the gaming editor at a Macintosh magazine. And I walked in there.
You walk through the doors, there's tons of noise coming out of all the booths. There's tons of lights, there's characters walking around, and everybody looks excited, and everyone's excited to see the brand new stuff.
They didn't have any OSHA regulations about noise at that time, and so, or they didn't enforce them. So you walked in and it was just like your eardrums started to hurt. You know, just like flashing lights. You know, it's kind of trite to say it's like a drug experience, but it was. I've never done LSD or whatever, but it's probably what it's like. Just like, it was incredibly intense.
In 1997, E3 changed locations, a move not popular with gamers.
E3 was in Atlanta for a little while, and everybody complained, and I moved back to LA.
After 2 years, E3 came back to Los Angeles, and attendance increased to over 60,000. Nearly 145 million people play computer and video games. Stakes are high, and game companies spare no expense, pouring hundreds of thousands of dollars into booths.
Obviously, the money has grown, the big ka-ching, ka-ching.
How many people are here to see the games?
People are spending more money on the booths, people are spending more money on the parties, people are spending more money on the booth babes. It's all about the money now, and it's all about getting that game into the store to please all the retailers and the press and to make an impression. And that's why to be the game of the show at E3 is a big, big deal these days.
And the companies that exhibit here are dedicated to creating a presence that showcases their product, but also engages and entertains people. And it's the only trade show like it in the world.
Nearly 600,000 square feet of the convention center is filled with what's new, what's hot, and what hopefully will sell.
All right, step right up. We need 4 more players.
More commerce and promotion take place during E3 than any other time.
One of the biggest things that I remember from E3 is when Sega showed the Dreamcast. And I think that was a huge, huge deal for a lot of people at E3 to show what their game plan was, what they got coming out. Then, as I went to other ones, you know, the PS2 launch is very exciting. GameCube launch was very exciting. To see that rise and fall of hardware thing like that, it was pretty fascinating to me.
Yet there are always some surprises.
Nintendo held a press conference at the start of E3 to unveil our lineup of games, and it was packed with about 1,000 journalists from around the world.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Nintendo's own Shigeru Miyamoto.
And we had Mr. Miyamoto come out from the back of the audience to showcase his new game, Super Mario Sunshine. And the minute he appeared from the back of the house, you just saw the excitement on those faces. And the minute you see Mr. Miyamoto smile, it's absolutely infectious. And it was just a happy crowd to see him come out and play his new game. You can't help but be just part of the excitement.
So we're really looking forward to Mario's next adventure.
It's also a chance to check out the competition.
Watch and learn something.
I guess in terms of the games you get to see there, it's really cool because as a big video game fan myself, I love to see the up-and-coming games for the next year. It's just great to be able to try them out, hands-on, to go and play them, to talk to the developers. That's probably the thing that I enjoy the most about E3 is meeting other developers.
We created technology that would allow us to get the most out of the PS2.
It's part of the industry. It's an important part of the industry for marketing, for sales.
PlayStation 2 worldwide shipments have now exceeded 30 million units.
It's a lot of fun if you know how to approach it.
And putting together a show of this magnitude is a challenge.
I mean, there is so much activity that goes on during the E3 show. Between the lights, the sound, the video, we probably draw more power than, you know, most of the shows out there. In fact, LA Convention Center had to bring outside trucks in for like the last 4 because we draw so much power.
A few years ago, we had an exhibitor here who told me that they had more lights in their booth than the Rolling Stones had on their Steel Wheels concert tour.
And for this trade show, it's the after hours that has people talking.
You're always on your feet for 3 days continuously, including a good part of the evening in many cases because they have events every night. You're always on. You're always networking with everyone in the industry.
How you doing? Cool.
And that's really important. It's important to do that.
Parties are great. certainly love the parties at E3.
Well, a lot of the parties obviously turned pretty insane.
That's right.
You know, they border on, they border on almost lunacy at times, and I think those are the ones that most people always stays in their head.
After some of the parties in the morning, I don't look forward to that part, but I look forward to the actual partying part and the doing business part. But the morning after, I can do without a few of those.
PlayStation 2 has enhanced dear loved ones' lives, so.
Some will do whatever it takes to get the attention of the game press, like Epic Games' Cliffy D.
I've been known to wear an occasional outfit here and there. There was a while there I had a whole big pimp suit phase at E3. I enjoyed dressing up as a pimp per se in various purple suits, red suits, and whatnot. And people ask me like, "So, dude, what's with the suit?" And I'm like, "'Cause I can." I'm like, you know what? This is the, when I go to a convention, I can actually dress up and wear something interesting and have fun with it. Why the hell not?
And then there are the models.
Every year there's hot chicks here at the show.
I'm no one's honey boy, I'm not your honey.
My mission is to attract the crowd.
We're perfect and smiling. Honey boy, I'm not your honey.
The whole booth babe phenomenon, I mean, don't get me started on that one, man.
Hey, come check out the snowboarding game. Oh, it's fun. Hot Wheel girls working hard.
Yeah, I always use this Eiffel Tower analogy. It's like, when you go to France, you get your picture taken next to the Eiffel Tower. Why? Because you're never near the Eiffel Tower.
We had our first Tomb Raider model. Her name was Rona Mitra at the E3 show in 1997. And that was, to this day, in terms of fan interest, she's probably still the most beloved of all the models. Huge crowds around our booth. She's now gone on to be a movie star.
It's fun, it's video games.
But the event is not all fun and games.
I came here because this is the most amazing show on earth.
Although E3 has earned a reputation as a giant party for the game industry, it remains largely a business event.
Let me first talk about the business of the interactive entertainment industry as a whole.
E3 is extremely important for the business, from the press angle, from everybody kind of evaluating each other.
Every game looks and plays best on Xbox.
Film has the summer season, like you gotta go see the summer blockbusters, right? For the gaming industry, that's Christmas.
More than 200 will be on store shelves this holiday season. You can see most of them at the show here this week.
E3 taking place in May, it's the setup for the games that are going to be coming out for that holiday season. The buyers are there. You can't ignore the fact that the brick and mortar shops, Best Buy, Walmart and everything, they're still huge, they're huge players. You gotta get your game in those store shelves.
Our perspective, the E3 really is all about positioning your game for release later in the year. And I mean, and also for future years, really getting into the minds of the stores and sellers and everything else. The press part of it's important, but I mean, ultimately it's a retail business, and I think that's what a big part of E3 is.
It's my pleasure to announce the world premiere of Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball.
It's an opportunity to kind of get some attention, raise our hand and say, yes, we're here, we have a new game coming out. And hopefully that will lead to more in-depth opportunities to demonstrate the game, to do press and interviews, etc. So E3 is kind of like a coming out party for a game.
All right, good. That means you like it.
Products these days tend to get built on 18-month cycles. So what you show at E3 on any given year will change year to year because you're in a different state year to year because of the offset of those cycles. So some years you're showing something very early, you're showing it behind closed doors, you're not on the floor. Only very select press retailers are being able to see early stages of things.
I don't think many of you are aware of. It's a new breath of fire.
This is kind of like a gathering of the clans. There aren't that many events during the year when you get to see everybody and you get to see what everybody's working on.
We'll show you a little bit of the early content of the game. For us now at BioWare, a lot of our own products are demoed at the various locations of our publishers and in our own booth as well.
As I zoom in, you notice the cloth effects there.
When we show off our games at E3, I always feel discouraged. No matter how good our game looks, we've been looking at it for months and months and months on end. So even if our game looks 10 times better than everything else on the show floor, I don't see that. All I see is the flaws in our game. People come up and remind you, they're like, oh my God, the game looks amazing. You're like, you think so? People wind up digging the games, but E3, you know, is such a mixed bag of emotions from that angle.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, if you will please take your seats, our program is about to begin.
This is your moment. This is your opening. It's Broadway. It's opening night. You're going to read the reviews the next morning, and you're either hot or you're a flop. Either way, it's a very, very important show.
E3 is just this amazing ability to take like 3 days and go see everything, suddenly feel like you've got like a handle on where the industry is going again, and then get right back into your stuff.
Every year, the convention hands out a Best Game Award, which often translates into successful sales.
I think that all game companies come to E3 and they see it as a really critical event. You want to have a good showing. You want that buzz because that flows out of the show. It can give a huge liftoff.
The first time you see people seeing your game, and you can stand about 20 feet back and people don't know you're there, and you can just watch them play your game and watch him have fun and watch him not want to put down the hand controller is a very special feeling.
It's like a big toy box. You get to see all these games everywhere that you just get to play them all. So it's a cool place to go to.
There's so much to see, and you can see them in their interactive form. You know, you're not looking at a magazine and a screenshot, you know, something static. You can actually go there and play. That's very valuable.
And since its inception in 1995, E3 has grown to reflect the constantly changing consumer environment. 1,400 new products are shown, and 60,000 retailers, developers, distributors, and media gather for 3 memorable days.
The industry's evolved. We have cell phone games, we have PDAs, wireless games, we have online games. And as all those different technologies and platforms emerged, the show has evolved to reflect that diversity in the industry.
Why don't we show the folks how this works?
Sure.
Johnny, you gonna color commentate for us?
Yeah, you can't beat this, man. Football in May. Year-round football.
And we are live, ladies and gentlemen.
And by now, the joke is you need a golf cart to kind of get around and get from meeting to meeting over the course of 3 days and do all that you need to do. The noise level is much greater than it was before. You know you've been in a place where entertainment is rocking when you come into E3.
Sensory overload.
An exciting and enervating environment.
Oh! 92-yard kickoff return. Now you're talking.
E3 means something different to everybody, and there's no denying that everybody wants a ticket in.
E3 is kind of like one-stop shopping for what's going on in the industry. It's certainly gotten gigantic.
Hi, Laura. What about your measurements?
Ah, well, I've got to leave some suspense.
It's kind of a reflection of how much energy and what's happening in this industry.
I love going to the show. It's exciting and it's terrifying at the same time.
This show has kept its focus. It is about games first, last, and always.
You'll have to kind of check out the game. It's coming out on the 15th of November on the PlayStation 2 and the PC.
What I love about E3 is it's our show. The energy is wonderful. It's loud. And even after 9 years, I still feel special about that. We have one place that's about our industry, our games, our creative art. It's with the volume turned up all the way and the colors all saturated and the TV as bright as you can get it, but it's our show.
And our announcement is that starting next year, in 2003, E3 will become a 3-week show. And obviously I'm joking, so don't show up 3 weeks early next year. Unless you want to help set up booths.
It all started with a man named George.
One of the creative visionaries of our time. Someone who really has this passion for storytelling and has been able to tell stories in completely new ways.
Who created one of the great game companies of all time.
Those games were fun. Those games had attitude.
Don't mess around with me.
Those games were something different in the crowd back then.
But the road isn't always paved with success.
We'd lost a bit of the focus that had made us the kind of company that people really rally around and were excited about.
And yet they turned some old favorites into amazing adventures.
Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis. It really took adventure gaming into yet another dimension.
What we initially really set out to do, which was take the famous battles from the movies, really recreate them 100%.
This is the story behind the one and only LucasArts. In 1977, George Lucas unleashes Star Wars upon the masses. The film is a blockbuster and changes the face of entertainment. 5 years later, George looks to expand into something beyond movie making.
He wanted something that would allow for an interactivity to be brought to either Star Wars properties or original game properties. He had a clear vision about wanting to bring an interactive element into entertainment.
That something turns out to be the business of making games.
The company was founded when George wanted to get into games, and we had a venture with Atari at the time to produce some games on the Atari VCS console.
The Lucasfilm Games Group is created in 1982, next door to special effects powerhouse Industrial Light and Magic.
We started out developing games in the early days for the Commodore 64, the Amiga, the Atari ST, and then eventually the IBM PC. We diversified from there to the early console games, the 8-bit games, 16 and 32.
When Lucas Games was first founded, actually 2 games were produced, the first being Ball Blazer. And the second, Rescue on Fractalus. There's some contention as to which came first, but we'll just leave it at that those were sort of the first 2 games.
By 1987, LucasArts establishes itself as a premier adventure game developer, thanks to hits such as Maniac Mansion and The Secret of Monkey Island, 2 games designed by Ron Gilbert.
Ron was sort of in charge of the design and the story as a whole, and we were helping him sort of flesh it out, brainstorm things, and everybody was contributing puzzle ideas here and there. People like Tim Schafer and myself were responsible for the detail work, where we would take a particular location, write all the scenes that happened there, invent lines for the characters to say when you touch the different objects in the room. There was some programming involved, some blocking of the characters where they're going to walk. Many hats, many hats.
It's such a strange look on the whole concept of pirate characters. I mean, frankly, they were all originally sort of, I'm not speaking out of school here to say, frankly, they were originally inspired by Pirates of the Caribbean, What if we just kind of took the Pirates of the Caribbean world and sort of made it a real environment?
The Secret of Monkey Island puts you in the role of the unstoppable and unlikely hero named Guybrush Threepwood.
Guybrush Threepwood is like you, only less so. He's the ultimate kind of loser with a good heart. He has one goal in life, and just seems like whenever he has a success, it always somehow gets turned into a defeat.
The nebbish pirate character of Guybrush Threepwood, sort of taking this pirate wannabe guy and sort of putting him through his comic paces.
He's a foil for you in that you can guide him and be smarter than him and still revel in his moderate success.
The results are comedy gold. The Secret of Monkey Island wins rave reviews.
One of the hardest things to do in a game is get humor across, because as the game creator, you can't control the pace of the game. So much humor depends on pacing. And so the fact that the Monkey Island series is just hilarious, like it's just a testament to the skill of the designers. The fact that they actually made this interactive game funny, it was just a stunning achievement. It's awesome.
One year later, Monkey Island 2, LeChuck's Revenge, is released.
Well, trying to recreate the magic was not all that hard. I mean, it was easier, if anything. Okay, do that again, do it better for less money. It was nice, and it was more comfortable working on the sequel, I think, in a way, because we'd already done it once, and we knew that we could, and we knew that the humor felt good, the style that we had gone in was good, and people had responded to it.
And Lucasfilm Games becomes LucasArts.
Lucasfilm Games was a division of Lucasfilm Limited, but we outgrew ourselves. We grew from a band of about 25 individuals to about 100, 150, and at that point in time, we moved off the ranch and established ourselves as a separate company. We were then part of LucasArts Entertainment Company, and we've sort of carried that name. A logo was developed, and that's how the entity was born.
LucasArts adventure games make their mark, but the real adventure begins when they revive an old archaeologist. By the late 1980s, LucasArts is off to a terrific start, thanks to original games such as Ball Blazer and The Secret of Monkey Island. But their next adventure features the one and only
Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis, and that was a PC adventure game created by Hal Barwood, who was a film student with Mr. Lucas back at USC.
When I started, we were doing an Indiana Jones game, and it was one of those things which was new. It was the first game LucasArts did that had dialogue, really.
You fool! You come back to show me this prehistoric knick-knack?
Some of the challenges we faced with Indy was how to tell a graphic adventure story around something we'd only seen on film screen, really, at that point.
We must test!
So it was how to project Indiana Jones and his character across a tiny little monitor and make the audience, the player, who was manipulating him, moving him around the world, actually feel like they were being Indiana Jones.
Practically no one on the team at the time had ever built a commercial game and brought it to completion.
Then we have failed!
It was also the first game we did that you could do 256 colors instead of 16.
My God!
And it was all wonderful, but Indy was about 50 pixels tall.
We've done it!
Fate of Atlantis is this great, huge game. It's got the whole 3 paths thing going on, where the story could go down 3 separate paths for long stretches at a time. Unheard of in an adventure game at the time.
It really took adventure gaming into yet another dimension, because for the first time, it really evolved the characters that were involved in the graphic adventure, and it evolved the type of story that was as very sophisticated as a graphic adventure.
The 1992 release of Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis is a huge success. But while people like Hal Barwood and Tim Schafer are making graphic adventure games, just down the hall, they're working on something totally different.
Well, for many years, we really built our reputation as a developer of adventure games. And then we diversified beyond that to a line of flight simulators. Specifically games that were historical flight simulators based upon different arenas of World War II.
LucasArts launches an entire line of flight simulators, helmed by Larry Holland. Battlehawks 1942 is released in 1988, Their Finest Hour in 1989, and Secret Weapons of the Luftwaffe in 1991. The games are a success, but none compare to what comes next.
People started looking at the flight simulator engine and thinking, we could really use this in the Star Wars environment.
You're under attack by Imperial Star Destroyer. Launch the X-Wing fighter.
X-Wing, based on the Star Wars films, debuts in 1993 and becomes an instant classic.
I can't shake him. I'm on it.
X-Wing came from Larry Holland, and X-Wing was one of those games which, on the PC back in the early 90s, really opened up intellectual property gaming to the wide market.
I think the technology had to catch up a little bit so that there was a sense of realism when you climbed into the cockpit and flew around in an X-Wing. X-Wing, the series, really accomplished this and really put us on the map in PC games on a level that we had never experienced. It was a leading game, top 10 for over 9 months on the charts.
The success of X-Wing leads to even more Star Wars tie-ins.
And then we followed that up with Rebel Assault, which was our second Star Wars game and our first PC CD-ROM game.
X-Wing gets a sequel called TIE Fighter, and Rebel Assault is followed up with Rebel Assault 2, The Hidden Empire.
They were very different games. One was an action arcade game, one was a flight simulator game. But they did two things for us.
I'm going down!
They put us on the map with PC games that were innovative, things we'd never done before. And then they established Star Wars in the gaming space that had never been established before. We began to move in different directions by offering different games in different genres for the PC. So when we started with early adventure games, we continued to create a line of adventure games and a line of flight simulators. But we moved also to first-person shooters that were emerging as a very popular segment. So we introduced Dark Forces, which was one of the leading first-person shooters of its day.
Meanwhile, LucasArts continues to create great adventure games, such as Sam and Max Hit the Road, and Day of the Tentacle, both released in 1993.
Sam and Max, it's the absurdity of the characters. They're not wacky like Ren and Stimpy per se. They have a sort of slightly more biting sensibility to them. They make snide comments about the world around them as opposed to just being like other characters.
Day of the Tentacle is a game where you walk onto the set of an old Bugs Bunny cartoon from the 30s, directed by Chuck Jones.
He's got the tentacles tied up in his secret lab. Question is, where's his secret lab?
You take on the role of Bugs, essentially. You're sort of the foil for all the goofy stuff that's going to happen in a cartoon like that. Probably the best thing I've ever done.
Nonsense. Those games were fun. Those games had attitude. Something different in the crowd back then. Tim Schafer and his crew was brilliant and wacky and funny. There weren't that many funny games around, and even today there's not that many funny games around.
We have detonation. In 1995, The Dig.
You see anything unusual?
And Tim Schafer's Full Throttle are launched.
What really drew me into it was just the idea of playing this big biker guy. This was really cool, you know.
Come on, kitty! Let's get down!
Don't think I'll ever get the chance in my life to really run a biker gang and be the leader of a biker gang and to do some of the things that you get to do in that game. But being able to vicariously do it in that environment was a really neat thing.
I fixed your door.
I thought it had a great art style, and it's amazing when you get it running in a modern Windows machine, which can be tricky in of itself.
You know what might look better on your nose? What? The bar.
But you look at it today and go, wow, that really looks great.
I'm not putting my lips on that.
And they had Tim Schafer puzzles, which were, you know, insanely nasty. But that's Tim for you.
Hey, who's that down there in the yard? It's him.
Graphic adventures were a big part of the foundation of modern gaming. They attracted a lot of people into gaming that were previously alienated. Humor appealed to a wide audience.
But isn't that illegal?
Not back then, it wasn't.
Sales reach millions of dollars thanks to the success of more Star Wars titles, such as Star Wars Jedi Knight Dark Forces 2 and Rebel Assault 2. But soon, sales drop, and the gaming giant begins to sweat. After the 1995 release of Full Throttle, LucasArts is riding high, but the next few years see a decline in sales. Tim Schafer works his magic again with The Curse of Monkey Island in 1997 and Grim Fandango in 1998. Ta-da! But while the reviews are ecstatic, the sales are disappointing.
Popped another one. Lousy, bony fingers.
And the adventure game market has always been this niche market where you can depend on N number of people, but getting that to 5 times N is, really difficult.
The quality of our games had fallen off a bit. And I think we'd lost a bit of the focus that had made us the kind of company that people really rally around and were excited about.
Naka, Darth Vader, win. Just like everybody else that's around my age, we grew up loving Star Wars, and Star Wars is what kind of defined our childhood, and there were so many games that just weren't very good.
I have a bad feeling about this.
You kind of got to experience it, but there was nothing that really kind of captured it. Maybe it's technology's fault. Maybe Star Wars was so ahead of the curve that, video games could never really capture the essence of Star Wars.
Find a way to open this door, and hurry!
Star Wars fans absolutely want to see games that feel real to them, that really feel part of the Star Wars universe. And if there's any disconnect, then we've found that they don't buy them.
After Star Wars Episode 1 is released in 1999, a slew of games based on the new prequel are released, including Episode 1 Racer and Obi-Wan. But very few are as successful as LucasArts' previous games. To get their games back on track, LucasArts makes some key changes.
One of the strategic directions that we went in was to re-inject that quality back into our games to meet the kinds of expectations that people had built up in the previous years. And one of the ways to do that was to partner with some of the premier third-party developers that had great technology and had a proven track record of developing top-notch games in specific genres.
Like Factor 5, the team behind the hugely successful Star Wars Rogue Squadron.
We always had pitched for a number of years that we wanted to create our own Star Wars title, and we always said, let's do it more based on the old movies, please, please, please. And let's find a way to do the flight combat, which Larry Holland did so well in his X-Wing PC games, a completely different take on a console, and that became Rogue Squadron. And I think everybody was a little bit surprised how successful it was.
The plan pays off. And games such as Rogue Squadron 2, Rogue Leader, released in 2001, and Jedi Knight 2, Jedi Outcast, released in 2002 from Raven Software, bring the company back up to pace.
Rogue Leader for the GameCube was the second one in the series, and that was what we initially really set out to do.
There's too many of them.
Which was take the famous battles from the movies, really recreate them 100%.
In late 2003, more releases are well received by fans.
Star Wars Galaxies is set against the backdrop of this galactic civil war. We have hundreds of little subplots running through the game. Everything from the really silly and almost sublime all the way up to things that are very closely tied to the serious conflict of the galactic civil war.
So now Rogue Squadron 3, Rebel Strike, is along the same lines of fantasy fulfillment from the movies. You've got character sequences with Luke Skywalker and Princess Leia. You've got the famous Dune Sea battle in the Sarlacc pit. You've got walkers in the forest, so you've got the forest battle with the Ewoks running around. And of course, we also have our classic flight combat in there. So it's really taking the 3 classic Star Wars movies and doing everything in a video game fashion.
Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic is a third-person role-playing game set in the Star Wars universe about 4,000 years before the time of the movies. And the freedom to create a really new and unique story where huge, incredible vehicles are built that no one's ever heard of. And one of the key things about this game is that you can actually play dark or light side. You can actually be the hero and save the Republic, or you can be the ultimate villain in the galaxy and be pure evil by the time you end the game.
We're building several adventures. We're reinvesting in Full Throttle.
That's going to have more action sequences, but still be kind of an epic story. I'm doing the new Sam & Max game.
We have a role-playing game called Gladius coming out. So there's a lot of stuff that people don't expect to come from LucasArts that's in the pipeline right now.
Every game is set in the stars, thanks to the guiding hand of George Lucas.
George is very interested in everything we're doing, especially as his kids are getting into games. He likes to look at everything we do. We generally run all of our ideas into him, and he'll come back with ideas. So he's quite proactive.
When there is an issue, then it kind of goes all the way up the flagpole, and George approves that. We also sit down and talk to him about some of the designs of our major titles.
We as a company take our vision and our cue for creative quality from Mr. Lucas's inspiration.
It's truly inspirational working with someone who is one of the creative visionaries of our time.
Twist me up one of them, huh, fella? Yeah. Twist this, all right? Could you teach me how to do that? Well, since you're a beginner, why don't you practice the first step, which is blow?
It started with a writer and a submarine commander known as Doug the Thug.
The name Tom Clancy brings a vision of the realism element. It brings a link to movies and books that are pretty much common to a large population.
He was very much a decision maker. His history in the British Navy, and this is the direction we're going to go, and this is it.
They mixed the real world with the virtual one.
It was something that I hadn't seen anybody really do that well before or do at all. So it was a military shooter, but based on realism.
Stand down! Need some backup now!
And jump-started a whole new genre of gaming.
Among first-person shooters, which tended to be set on alien worlds or in haunted houses or in crazy dungeons, this game was set in the real world. You were fighting real enemies that real people can expect to face.
It wasn't always easy.
Working on Rainbow Six definitely is one of the war stories of the company.
Yet they created one of the most respected and successful franchises ever.
When Rainbow Six became popular, I told my wife that it was lightning in a bottle, but it was a lie, because lightning in a bottle only happens once.
Gear up and get ready for the story behind Red Storm Entertainment.
Am I safe now?
Escorting hostage.
In 1985, a rising author named Tom Clancy consults with a British officer named Doug Littlejohns for a military thriller novel titled Red Storm Rising.
Doug Littlejohns is a former British subcommander, so he knew some of the real activities. Whether he shared them or not, I'm sure that's all secret, but there was a friendship formed there.
10 years later, Clancy is a household name with plenty of best-selling novels under his belt. He teams with Virtus Corporations and Simon & Schuster to release a PC game based on his novel, Tom Clancy's SSN. And once again, Littlejohns lends a hand.
Doug was one of the people involved with helping to provide authenticity to the SSN submarine game.
While advising for the game, Littlejohn suggests that if Clancy really wants to get into gaming, he should set up his own game company. Meanwhile, Steve Reed, one of the developers for Tom Clancy's SSN, is thinking along the same lines.
We saw the potential to have Clancy brought into the gaming community. He was interested. He helped found and back the company that was partially named after one of his books. So there was that heavy interest to work with Tom, and I think that was pretty much the key to getting me join the second company when it was formed, which I was one of the original founding members.
In November 1996, Red Storm Entertainment is founded as a joint venture between Virtus and Tom Clancy. Doug Littlejohns is brought in as CEO.
People were really enthusiastic, certainly around the industry, when Clancy announced a title, only because his properties are so strong. He's probably the most popular fiction writer, certainly among men, easily. The thought of those properties and those characters, Jack Ryan, etc., being translated to computer was very exciting. So yeah, when they were announced, there was a big buzz.
Certainly, Tom didn't want to run the company himself, so there's a person with a good background, understanding military products.
I always thought it was cool that he was a commander of a submarine and all that stuff, so he had a military grounding, which was kind of neat.
He was very much a decision maker. His history in the British Navy, and he was definitely one of, this is the direction we're going to go, and this is it. We're headed that way.
I was going into a military-style company, and he kind of had that military career working for him in the background, so there was that realism aspect that went along with that.
Be aware you have Tango flight ahead of you. Roger that. This should be off by now, right?
And I think at the beginning of Red Storm, that was definitely what we needed. Because of our lack of experiences, we just needed someone there who was going to make sure that they provided that very assertive direction that the company was moving toward.
It seemed to have a natural fit to have someone who has the military background, some business savvy, and a friendship with Mr. Clancy to provide a foundation for this new company.
He is involved. I don't think he watches over things day to day.
He had a lot of ideas on how things should work, but kind of let us run with it the way that we wanted to run with things.
They'll have new ideas, they'll take them to him, and he'll either greenlight them or he'll say, no, that won't work.
And the Clancy name itself will become a franchise. In 1997, Red Storm releases their first game, Politica. The game is released in conjunction with the book of the same name.
The name Tom Clancy brings a vision of the realism element. It brings the link to movies and books that are pretty much common to a large population.
Although met with mediocre reviews, Politica generates $2 million in revenue for the company.
There's a word of mouth that it's not too far before you bump into someone who's either passionately read all of his books or seen all of the movies, and so in name alone, that allowed us pretty nice limelight to start off a company. As we know, when you're dealing with games, the proof is actually in the product. So the name doesn't provide victory, it just provides a nice sense of attention.
Under fire. In position.
What Red Storm has planned next for the Clancy name will change the face of first-person shooters forever.
Bravo, go! Man down, man down! Threat neutralized. In position.
With their first game, Politica, behind them, Red Storm Entertainment focuses on something completely different. A first-person shooter called Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six.
Working on Rainbow Six definitely is one of the war stories of the company. It's easy to see that when you're starting out as a small independent company that there is a make-or-break sense of, you have to have a strong product. We were really trying to establish a brand, and that's a huge hurdle for a new young company.
It was first announced on our cover, PC Gamer cover, as a bit of a surprise. People were sort of looking at us askance, like, why is this game here? And we thought we were taking a bit of a flyer on that one. We'd seen the game, and we knew it was wonderful. But no one else really knew what it was or what it was about. So when we put it on our cover, that's considered in our office one of the biggest gambles we ever took.
As development starts, Clancy makes a critical call. It must have a heavy focus on realism.
Well, it imposed difficulties, but I wouldn't say that's the reason why the game would be difficult. You have to try to portray the game as realistically as possible, you have to stay true to what the fans feel are realistic, and sometimes those are two very different things.
To ensure that the game gets the day-to-day operations of counter-terrorist teams right, Clancy meets with the development team regularly.
He came down several times for Rainbow Six. We had several meetings with him where he critiqued some of the story and talked a lot about plot and the main premise for the team.
It's kind of long line this way, face on the long line.
He hooked us up with a lot of good advisors, some ex-Special Forces operatives and people like that were able to help us get the correct feel for the game.
Okay, where are you going? You look confused.
We have all the Jane's guides. We have references. We have people within military organizations, within law enforcement, within all sorts of levels of government.
Put your body almost straight up.
Who we use as contacts that we talk to and say, how is this really going to happen?
You're going to execute a hostage rescue into these rooms.
Is this kind of a situation actually going to occur in the real world?
You're going to have to take scientists and radioactives, exfiltrate back out.
Is this how you would actually go about this type of an engagement?
It gave us experiences that we'd never had. We went down to a H&K training facility. We were able to actually shoot MP5s, and they ran us through kill houses and threw us to the ground and showed us how they would treat hostages if they had to subdue them and take them out, or how they would treat terrorists if they surrendered and then they would have to apprehend them, and showed us correct techniques.
And of course, that's one of the important reasons why it was great to have Tom Clancy. It's cool to have him on board because he has those contacts and he has that knowledge.
Rainbow Six is created at the same time as the book it's based upon.
In our history, we have created products that have occurred after the books have been written, and this is a case where the concept was co-created and the game was really the leading edge. The book followed along nicely in parallel, and then at a certain point, they both became unique within themselves.
Armed with a clear goal and hardened with real-world counter-terrorism training, work on Rainbow Six shifts into high gear.
We were all really excited about it because it was our first big game, first big experience, and so we were looking forward to it.
The majority of staff was working on that product.
We were putting in about 60 to 80 hours a week for about 6 to 8 months, so working through weekends and holidays and things like that.
Really, we learned a lot about how to make games because that product was an incredible stress and burden on the company to get it done.
In 1998, Red Storm releases Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six. The novel is released weeks later. Both are a success. Sales of the Rainbow Six game helped the company reach $16 million in revenue that year.
Your mission is to disarm all explosive devices and neutralize the aggressors.
At first, it was staggering.
In position.
The reviews and whatnot that came in were generally very, very good.
Contact.
They knocked us in the areas that we were expecting to get knocked on because we were new. We didn't have a new high-speed engine. But a lot of people loved the gameplay, and they loved the tactical problem-solving that you had to do. So it was very exciting.
In position.
And very rewarding.
Among first-person shooters, which tended to be set on alien worlds or in haunted houses or in crazy dungeons, this game was set in the real world.
Alpha, go.
You were fighting real enemies that real people can expect to face.
Man down, man down. Need some backup now.
And there was an element of authenticity to that no other game had really even attempted to do. It succeeded brilliantly in rendering that real environment.
Bravo, go.
That was what was different about Rainbow Six. That's what it was unique. It really felt like a real tactical situation as opposed to running away from an alien carnivore.
Bomb neutralized.
Not only is Clancy pleased with the results, but so are the people that he writes about in his books.
We had a lot of SWAT people, a lot of military people playing our game and giving us feedback, sending us emails.
Under fire. Tango down. Man down, man down.
That was sort of affirmation and confirmation that we had done a very good job of representing those forces well.
Tango down.
Rainbow Six creates an entirely new subgenre, squad-based tactical shooters. Development of an expansion pack called Eagle Watch and a full sequel to Rainbow Six begins right away.
We decided to launch additional material in forms of mission packs, and that actually created a wonderful cycle for the company where we offset full production of large-scale games against producing some of the additional mission pack materials.
And then we had basically 9 months to get a sequel out to a hit game. That's not a very big period of time in gaming standards. So we had a very robust feature set that we were trying to put in to make sure that we stayed loyal to the fans, but also to ourselves.
The name of their first sequel is Rogue Spear.
So now we could push for that stuff to get into Rogue Spear. And everybody was so very passionate about it and very excited about it.
Escorting hostage.
In September 1999, Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Rogue Spear is released and becomes another instant hit. Red Storm's revenues for that year hit $60 million.
Rogue Spear was a chance to really sort of flex and really try to experiment and do some new stuff.
Buoyed by their success, Red Storm decides to try something new, but the results will be just shy of disastrous.
Mission failure. A hostage was killed.
Come with me.
Right behind you.
Escorting precious cargo.
After the release of Rogue Spear in 1999, Red Storm tries to break away from the first-person shooter genre it's known for.
We've had a few other types of games that haven't been these major brands. Some of them have been other Clancy-style games where they were attached to a series of his books. There were Shadow Watch and Ruthless.com.
But the results are disappointing.
You want them all to be great, but sometimes they're not going to work well. And we're just lucky that we've had some good successes to counterbalance the ones that haven't done so well, but we're still proud of them because we know that the people really put their heart and soul into them. They worked really, really hard, and unfortunately, sometimes it just doesn't happen.
Red Storm decides to return to what they do best. Realistic tactical shooters.
They really found what they did well, which was the tactical shooters, and they made a mint on that.
In May 2000, the company is acquired by French publisher Ubisoft for $45 million. With a new publisher and newfound resources, work begins on Red Storm's next big game, but it isn't part of the Rainbow Six series.
We wanted to diversify a little bit. We wanted to make sure that we had other things that we could rely on and make sure that we were creating and we could do different things.
Starting from crouch.
Ghost Recon takes the gameplay style of Rainbow Six.
Let's go outdoors, let's go military.
Instead of being part of a counter-terrorist team, the game puts you in the boots of an elite special forces unit in the Army.
We really tried to take that whole concept of squad, military-oriented, and to really just sort of, a good analogy, sort of take the safety off. Because you had to be very careful in Rainbow Six and Rogue Spear of making sure you were only engaging terrorists and that you weren't hitting hostages and whatnot. Well, with Ghost Recon, it's more of a military assault.
Ghost was a nice change for us because we wanted to see what we could do in the same type of play space, but we wanted a little bit more room. We wanted the ability to go into some different settings and some different type of play experiences that we did not have when producing the Rainbow style of games.
Once again, the Red Storm team does some intense research to make sure they get the details right.
We took some trips down to Fort Bragg, North Carolina, to check out their Land Warrior system. So we had some contacts there, and they were showing us some of the latest technology. So we looked to try to include some of that philosophy into the design with the command map and giving orders on the fly. And so we were looking for ways to take the planning out of this pre-action experience and pull it into the action so that it was more of a definite cause and effect relationship between what the engagements were and what you needed to do.
Seems quiet enough. Too quiet.
Producing something like Ghost Recon, you might say it was a hard product. It had the largest staff working on it. It was our first major product after the acquisition. We really want this to be good.
We have one of our artists who worked on Ghost Recon. He has full military tac gear, and he runs around outside with a fake airsoft gun just because he wants to know how the arms move when he has full gear on. Because the mocap that we get, we don't usually put people in full gear. So he wants it to be that realistic. He wants to know what it feels like so that he can adequately model the character motions.
In 2001, Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon is released. Once again, a game from Red Storm is showered with praise, including a Game of the Year award from PC Gamer magazine, and sales reaching 1.8 million units.
It's a tremendously good feeling when you ship something and you get awards of praise from your peers or from magazines. Even the simple tip of the hat on someone's personal website, they're all equal in praise. There's someone saying they enjoyed your game.
Meanwhile, the Rainbow Six series continues without Red Storm.
We really wanted to invest the time we needed into Ghost Recon, but we also didn't want to walk away from our Rainbow franchise.
You know, it's your baby. You brought it up, you raised it, you were there from the very beginning, and then it's sort of like sending it out into the world to get somebody else.
Alpha, go, go, go!
After the acquisition, it was perfect for us to go up to Montreal and say, look, you know, this is what the next version should be like, but we can't do this now. We can't do this in-house. So can any of your teams do this? That's the start of a collaboration that has finished now with GMing of Ravenshield, Rainbow Six 3.
The reins to the Rainbow Six franchise are taken by Ubisoft Montreal. Although the transfer goes smoothly,
at times you sort of see things and you're like, oh wait, is that right? And then other times you see things and you go, wait, that's actually wrong. Let me show you what's correct, you know, and so you need to shift this over here. And so there were times where they actually did some stuff that was very innovative that we were excited to see, especially the on-the-fly commands window where you can just point to a door and tell people,
open door. Yes, sir.
It was like, excellent, that's a great innovation. The franchise needed that.
Ubisoft Montreal releases Rainbow Six Ravenshield in 2003. Meanwhile, Red Storm looks to the future, and the Clancy brand continues to expand with games like Splinter Cell.
We continue enjoying to make these style games. There's always some features that you weren't able to get into the last version, and I think that's what drives most of us to wanting to keep going and going with the same type of game, is that there's more that we can do with this.
You're not supposed to be here.
There's more variations, and we just want to keep going.
Today, Rainbow Six has sold 7 million copies worldwide, and its legacy continues to be felt by the gaming world.
They've been a very big influence. That really impacted with gamers this sort of new take on real environments and real tactics and real enemies. And that all goes back to Red Storm and the gamble they took on Rainbow Six.
Let's get back in one piece.
Do you hear someone?
He's passionate.
That love of games shines through.
And loves to take chances.
And it took me about a week to figure out I knew nothing.
Well, all of our games had cancellation threatened all the time.
He's the man behind some of the most creative games in history.
This actually is a really cool idea, but I don't know if they're going to be able to pull it off.
Everybody in that project knew that this was something new and different. The world of gaming wasn't going to be the same ever again.
And through it all, remained true to himself.
I knew I could survive.
Watch out.
And that courage that he has to always work on the games is the reason that he's revered as a game god.
This is the story of Warren Spector.
Someone's on our tail for sure.
Born in Manhattan in 1955, Warren Spector's early love helps to shape his career.
I was a film freak from the time I was a little kid. Spent most of my time in the dark alone, which is kind of strange, but there you have it. My family wasn't a big gaming family, but we did our share of, Monopoly, and my dad used to beat me at chess all the time and all that stuff. But really, I came to it pretty late.
A close encounter at a friend's house leaves him starstruck.
The guy who had the Atari 800, and walked into his living room, completely dark, and there were 20 of my friends all sitting around staring at a TV screen, and someone was playing Star Raiders. And Star Raiders was a revelation. I mean, it was the first time I felt like I was actually, you know, in a starfighter. I mean, I was doing something really special when I played that game, not just, you know, manipulating pixels or typing in keywords or something. That was a big moment.
Warren graduates from college and begins teaching the films he loved as a child.
I was teaching film courses at the University of Texas, animation history and an introduction to film analysis and television studies. And the funny thing is there came a point where the chairman of the department called me up and said, you know, you've been teaching this class that you've been doing for, 13 semesters, and you're only really allowed to do it for 9, so we're going to have to take your class away. Sorry, click. And so I'm sitting there on the floor in my house going, how am I going to pay my rent? What do I do? And it was one of those just wonderful moments. I got a call from a guy I'd worked with on the school newspaper, of all things. And he had gotten a job with Steve Jackson Games, a local game company in Austin. And he knew I was a game freak. He said, hey, we're looking for an assistant editor. You want to come on? And I said, well, yeah. It was all luck, like so many things in life. I went from Steve Jackson Games to TSR, the folks who do Dungeons and Dragons, and I was kind of bored actually making paper games. I hate to admit it, but and again I got a call out of the blue from a guy who was working at Origin, and he said, hey, we're looking for an associate producer at Origin, are you interested? And I said, well, sure, you know, I played Ultima 5, it was great.
In 1989, Warren sacrifices pay for creativity and joins the development team at Origin, the game company behind the successful Ultima series.
One of the first things I had the opportunity to do when I went to Origin was work with Richard Garriott on Ultima 6. I came in as the paper game guy who was going to teach the electronic guys what interactivity was all about, and it took me about a week to figure out I knew nothing.
Richard Garriott quickly sees the talents that Warren has to offer.
Rich was and is one of my mentors. Working with him was an education, believe me. He and I went off for about 2 weeks. We went to his house and we ate way too much Chinese food and spent way too much time talking late into the night about games.
Their work pays off, and in the end, an entirely new world is created.
And we worked together on the plot of Ultima 6 and came up with, you know, the whole gargoyles invading Britannia plot, and came up with the idea that, you know, they're not just bad guys, they have their own philosophy and it's equally valid. So it was an immediate immersion in the idea that games don't have to be just about killing.
Ultima 6, The False Prophet, is released in June 1990, and fans praise the game as another great addition to the Ultima series.
Creating that kind of gameplay, that rich sort of world, and the multiple solutions to problem stuff that was a part of Ultimas even back then, that was my grad school.
A few months later, after meeting with the small development company, Blue Sky Productions, the Ultima series takes on a new dimension.
There are a lot of trends being indicated of what's going on in the consumer electronics business.
Underworld came to Origin at a CES show, a precursor to E3. We were all impressed with this 3D demo that Paul Neurath showed us.
We put together a demo in about a month, basically May 1990, of a sort of 3D texture mapped walls with no floors or ceilings and a little bitmap and, you know, the world's simplest tile editor and no real gameplay, and presented it to the Origin folks and said, hey, we can do a texture-mapped real-time dungeon game. We pitched it to Origin and they're like, sure, go do it. We're not going to give you any money, basically, but, you know, if it got done, we'd be interested. So we went off and spent the next year or so building the tech up, making it real.
Blue Sky returned to Cambridge to work on the game with Origin's financial blessing, but without Warren.
And I really wanted to work on that project. We didn't have a story, we didn't have anything except a tech demo at that point. But it got assigned to another producer at Origin. I was really upset about that.
But months later, when the producer leaves the company, Warren recognizes the opportunity.
I went to my boss, Dallas Snell, and said, give me this. This is going to change the world. I have to work on this. I don't know why, but he said, sure, it's yours. And so I started working with the guys at Blue Sky.
And Warren showed up about halfway through and really helped. We were already in the process of thinking, okay, this actually has to ship someday. And so Warren did a lot of helping us sort of focus.
That team in that time were real special.
It was like over-intellectual kids, you know, and I was, you know, among the worst. And we were just so angst-ridden, and, you know, we were up all night and working on our technology, and we had our philosophy of games, and it wasn't working out, and, you know, and Warren would be like, hey, guys, it's awesome, look, you know, hey, the game looks so great, you know, let's go. And it was totally inspirational.
The team was just like chaos
you know, lightning in a bottle sort of. They worked all the time, they kept these crazy hours, and they fought like cats and dogs, but they were all pretty much aligned in wanting to make a great game.
The production team, headed by Warren, finishes Ultima Underworld in 1992. And things for Warren seem to be going well. But a pair of heavy initials are about to move in and mix things up.
Everybody in that project, I think, knew that this was something new and different, and the world of gaming wasn't going to be the same ever again.
Ultima Underworld, The Stygian Abyss, ships to stores in 1992. Warren Spector has begun preparing his space among video game greats. Ultima Underworld's unique gameplay and innovative visual style earns praise from both critics.
The magazines loved it, it got great reviews.
And players.
When I first saw the Underworld games, I was actually a software tester in Cambridge, and everybody was gathered around somebody's cube over in customer service. So I went over there and, what's going on? What's going on? That was one of those moments, like the first time you see a 3D game, you know, the first time people saw Mario 64, or the first time you saw good-looking sprites on a 16-bit. Like when you saw that, it was like, there's like a whole world in there. So it was pretty amazing.
It felt like a real world, and you know, you could get a stick and some string and go fishing and make popcorn by throwing corn on the fire. Like it was really cool.
But for the rest of us, it really set that agenda of, wow, this is really powerful. You know, we can do this thing you can't do in a book, you can't do in a movie, and this is really empowering.
Ultima Underworld sells 500,000 units. Its success leads to a sequel, Ultima Underworld 2: Labyrinth of Worlds. But after 2 trips into the dungeon, Warren starts looking for a little shock to his system.
After Underworld 2 wrapped up, I was sitting around with Doug, and we were just saying, man, we are so tired of doing fantasy games. Well, gee, should we set it in the space station? Should we have it on the moon? I mean, who knows where it was going to be?
So I think Warren felt a little more, I mean, all of us felt a little more ability to kind of do what we wanted to do and not think like, well, how would an Ultima make this? It was more like, oh, so how's our crazy space station work anyway?
System Shock, an open-ended role-playing game, is a chance for Warren to integrate many of his ideas into one game.
System Shock actually introduced a lot of things that seemed pretty innovative. It was one of the first games that I know of that was a role-playing game in it, a real role-playing sense.
System Shock definitely felt like a revolutionary game. Once you get into games like that, highly interactive games with a high degree of object density in the world, things that you can play with or interact with, things that respond to your presence. Other games just don't cut it after that.
In March 1994, Blue Sky Productions becomes Looking Glass Technologies and releases System Shock with Origin as the publisher. But gamers aren't so open-minded about the open-ended gameplay.
Wow, this game is slow. The controls are too complicated. I don't get it. Is this a role-playing game or a shooter?
Hey, why didn't you guys just do Doom? It sold way better. Or why didn't you do a story-adventure game? You know, that's what I thought you were doing.
That was like a large body of people responding to. And then there was a small category of person who utterly understood what we were doing creatively.
It once again got enough critical reception and enough people telling us what they liked that it certainly kept us motivated to keep going.
I think what they were doing is like laying out a sort of architectural plan for open-ended, first-person perspective RPG hybrids, basically.
System Shock sells well, and work on a sequel begins immediately.
Watch out. I'm getting strange readings. Take cover.
In 1992, Origin is acquired by game giant EA, Electronic Arts, for $30 million. With EA's deep pockets behind them, the pressure is on Origin to deliver, and Warren had everything to lose.
Get through a secure airlock before you're sucked into space. Move it!
You got to swing for the fences. You need a home run. It's a hit-driven business. Because I didn't want to be making home runs, and I didn't want to spend, 5 years and $13 million making one game and praying it was a hit. I wanted to do low-budget things that came out in shorter timelines, and the risks were lower, and where I made a little bit of money for somebody on a constant basis. But I realized it was time to move on.
EA went through a period of not really wanting to do anything first person. They just didn't really believe in it. I mean, even System Shock sort of had, well, all of our games had cancellation threatened all the time, but System Shock in particular had a lot of, oh, why are we doing this? This is a waste of time.
In the background, Paul Neurath, who I'd been working with for years, he'd been asking me to sign on with Looking Glass, leave Origin, come sign on with Looking Glass. They asked me to come on as a producer, they asked me to come on to run development, they asked me to just come and work with us.
What about it?
So all of a sudden, I was on the hook because, EA had told me they didn't want to make the kinds of games I wanted to make. And here's a guy offering to set up a studio, or let me set up a studio, in my hometown. So I get to do the kinds of games I want to make, working with people I love. Well, okay, let's go.
Warren leaves Origin to work full-time with Looking Glass as a producer on their role-playing games.
Welcome aboard, soldier.
His first order of business? A game in development called Thief.
We didn't understand Thief at the beginning. I mean, Thief went through 2 alternate designs that were sort of more story-based, larger scope, less focused. And we kept struggling with how to make the story work.
It was the beginning of a very long education.
I kept telling those guys, you got to stop making games by and for MIT grads. There are only 10,000 of you in the world. So the fiction changed, and it ultimately did become Thief.
The time is ripe for a bit of burglary.
Thief was, we're going to give you a tiny tool set, you're going to be a thief, we're going to give you everything you need to be a thief, in as much detail and however you want. And that's all we're giving you. And a discussion.
They would send me copies of it and stuff. And I was just immediately blown away. Like, I had heard them talking about it for years.
That shot was meant for me.
Just the introduction of very analog stealth gameplay where the guards' perceptions were based on light and shadow.
Yes, I'm sure there was Garrett in the window. He's dead. Let's head back now.
Very creepy, very immersive. I loved it immediately.
Looking Glass had a lot of kind of forward-thinking people.
Did you hear someone?
Being able to see that stealth is this really powerful thing that can build tension.
Stop. Is someone following us?
In a way that a lot of pure adrenaline rush can't.
But Warren won't get a chance to finish the game that he's helped parent.
Let me be clear about one thing. I left Looking Glass before Thief shipped. I left, and I started shopping around, another proposal.
And what Warren has planned next will push the envelope even further. With a series of innovative games behind him, Warren begins to look for a new home.
John Romero called me and said, don't sign that. I told him it's too late. It's too late. He said, I'm going to let you do the game of your dreams. Let me drive down to Austin from Dallas tomorrow, and let me try to talk you into joining Ion Storm. And he drove down the next day, and damn if he didn't convince me. He said, bigger budget, bigger marketing, game of your dreams. Who's going to turn that down?
In the fall of 1997, Warren moves to Ion Storm, where his first order of business is to surround himself with the talent he needs.
Sometimes I deserve more credit than I get, sometimes I deserve less credit than I get, but the one thing that is absolutely true is that no one person makes a game. This is the most intensely collaborative medium I can imagine.
We're making the kind of games that hardcore players really want to play.
While building a team, he starts planning what the game of his dreams will look like.
I put together a 30-page pitch proposal for Deus Ex, flew to London for ECTS in '97, and presented it to the executives there, and I put together a budget, and they said, great, okay. I didn't hear from them again for years. It was an unbelievable opportunity.
With the full support of IDOS, Ion Storm's parent company, work begins.
Ion Storm Austin started off with a bang, working on Deus Ex. No one at the time really knew what kind of game we were making. The team basically sort of diverged into 3 factions. One group was more or less convinced that we were making a shooter, like a Daikatana. Another percentage of the team thought we were making a really true dogmatic RPG, like an Ultima or something. And then about a third of us knew that what we were doing was something sort of like Underworld or System Shock. And there was a lot of conflict about that.
I think in some ways it hurt the game, but in other ways it helped. Getting all these different people with their different viewpoints together and in conflict pulled the game in directions it wouldn't have gone otherwise.
By June 2000, Deus Ex, Warren's dream project, is ready to be shipped to stores, and Warren holds his breath.
You know, the day we shipped, I was just like, I have no idea how this is going to go. I have no idea if people are going to love it or hate it. If people compared our combat model to Half-Life, we were doomed. If they compared our stealth model to Thief, we were doomed. If they compared our role-playing to a Baldur's Gate, we were doomed. But if they figured out that they could do anything they wanted, if they realized they had that freedom, and it wasn't just a damn shooter, we were going to rule the world, or at least change it a little bit. And players got it.
Just the notion of being able to go through the game in different ways, and whether you want to kind of use violence or stealth and that kind of stuff, and just the whole plot. And it was like, this is a neat idea, but like, I've heard neat ideas before that just totally fail. And then when you actually played Deus Ex, it was like, it worked. He did it.
Deus Ex wins countless Game of the Year awards for its hybrid gameplay, something gamers had never seen before.
Gamers are also being discerning, wanting multiple options to what they do in their games. So that means bringing in what might have been old school adventure elements, but tying that in with current both action sequences or special effects or role-playing elements.
Just spotted a sniper in the tower.
Even now, I don't even know what to make of it. Everybody puts it in their top 10 games of all time. I don't even know what to say.
But its incredible success is almost overshadowed by the storm brewing in Ion Storm's Dallas offices.
Ion Storm was a mixed bag. It's really seductive. The inmates running the asylum seems like a great thing. In the end, it didn't quite work out so well.
Oh, sorry, my mistake.
I mean, the whole idea behind Ion Storm was let creative people do creative things, get out of their way. And up to a point, that's great. And I'm enough of a business guy or a management guy that I could pull it off. I think they had a little more trouble in Dallas. That's pretty much all there is to say.
On July 21st, 2001, John Romero resigns and Ion Storm Dallas closes its doors. Undaunted, Warren keeps Ion Storm Austin open and helps refocus on a sequel to the Deus Ex game in late 2003. Warren also begins to think about using his experiences to do some good in the game community.
I got involved with the IGDA about 3 or 4 years ago. And the idea of an international association, a community of game developers, working professionals and students who hope to become working professionals or analysts. I just think that's vitally important.
Glad to know you. What can you tell me about what's going on out there?
There's too little talking in this business.
Warren's innovative game designs and the talented teams he works so hard to cultivate continue to influence the industry.
Warren's biggest ability is to say, yes, that's good, but now how can we make it better?
Just be patient and remember your training.
Let's get creative, let's think about these things. So him being a very creative person just influences everyone around him to take it to the next level.
Good work.
He's spoken so much about where games should go in the future. Deus Ex has won over such a more mainstream group of people that it's been really cool to watch Warren get his due for leading games.
Oh.
He's revered as a game god, and it's not an easy thing to have. It is not an easy thing to have.
When I look back at 20 years in game development, I'm stunned that I've survived that long. The thing I'm proudest of is the opportunity to work with so many great people and to actually help people achieve their goals is pretty special. And doing that in a field I just absolutely love. I mean, I make games for a living. You know, I mean, what could possibly be cooler than that?
Its beginnings were humble.
State-of-the-art gaming when I was young was a Ziploc bag with a Xerox cover sheet and a hand-copied disc stuck in the Ziploc bag.
The whole concept of the home PC was really just emerging.
But it eventually becomes one of the biggest gaming platforms of all time.
PCs, it's in the neighborhood of like 100 million homes in the US, and about 60 million of those are playing games, which is just a phenomenal number.
There are a few snags along the way.
Of course, they got it badly wrong because most of the games just frankly.
Nobody's ever going to want to play games on something that's so obviously a business machine.
DOS was not fun. DOS was not fun for most people.
But like any good story, it beat the odds and came out on top.
They literally, within a very small number of years, became the ubiquitous, platform for gaming.
This is the rise of PC gaming.
This kid just got a video game for Christmas. This kid just got a Commodore home computer.
It's the early 1980s, and a relatively new product is making its way into people's homes, thanks to companies like Atari,
Commodore,
IBM, and Apple.
Sophisticated for advanced needs. Well, the gaming systems were at the time were Commodore 64. In the UK, the Sinclair Spectrum was massive, although it didn't really take off over here. Apple IIe was obviously a place where a lot of current game developers got their start playing games and starting on that platform.
The Apple and the Commodore were machines that were, on the one hand, very capable, and on the other hand, very simple. In my case, I worked on the Apple more than the Commodore personally, but there was a time when I knew every single solitary byte of memory on the machine, and in the ROMs, what every single solitary part of the ROM did, and in RAM and special hardware addresses, I knew exactly what those did as well.
Some of the Apple IIe stuff has really spawned ideas that are still there today. I mean, you had Bard's Tale for the role-playing games.
The next step probably was the Atari 800 series of home computers. When our first games were all released on the Ataris, and we thought that was a great game machine, but Commodore basically outsold it pretty quickly in the mid-'80s and became the preeminent game machine for a while.
Oh, a final argument for the Commodore 64 or VIC-20. Someday, both kids will be looking for a job.
For creative individuals, it was something that could be easily mastered and therefore could allow a great deal of creative expression.
The early days of computer gaming are anything but spectacular.
Well, there weren't big computer stores with masses of marketing dollars behind the product in the first place, and so they would be tucked away as computers in general were just sort of starting out. The whole concept of the home PC was really just emerging. A lot of the games were in envelopes or
a Ziploc bag with a Xerox cover sheet and a hand-copied disc stuck in the Ziploc bag. And usually these games were just hung on pegboard, so to speak, at the local computer shop.
And a lot of that stuff was just done by mail. A lot of the business was run by mail, where fans, who were a very small community of people, would be able to just send their $10 to Richard Garriott, and he would probably personally stick the game in the envelope and mail it off.
When I was young, that's how I actually first got into the business, was self-publishing, spending what I thought was a huge amount of money, $200 on Ziploc bags and Xerox cover sheets, and published my first game by hanging it on the pegboard at the computer store. But that was truly state-of-the-art. I mean, it looked every bit as good as the other few game companies that were out there making games at that time.
Well, the development cycle of games in the early period was very short. Basically, it was, one guy working a year or so and getting out a game. In those days, all you needed in order to have distribution was some kind of a Xeroxed or a mimeographed manual, sometimes offset if you were really upscale.
But that doesn't stop early developers from making their mark.
There were actually some pretty famous games that went out that way. The original Castle Wolfenstein by Silas Warner, that went out in those days in a Ziploc bag. Richard Garriott's first game, Calibeth, that California Pacific put out, had a very plain-looking cover. It looked, almost like the early D&D books. Some kind of art that you'd be ashamed to put on a school project today.
In 1982, Richard Garriott is among the first to push the industry forward.
During the era of Ziploc bags, very quickly, the Ultimas that I was making became bigger in the sense of they were bigger games. They took more time and more effort to make than most of the other games at that time, which were coin-op arcade game knockoffs. I was actually the first person to say, I don't really want this in a Ziploc bag. I want my game in a box. And not only do I want it in a box, but I want things like a cloth map of the world, and I want instruction manuals that describe the rich history of the world, and that all these materials kind of lend to the reality of this virtual world that I want people to go explore. And Sierra was the only company that would guarantee me the materials I wanted my game to be in. That's why Ultima 2 was published by Sierra, and Ultima 2, I believe, was the first boxed PC game.
Meanwhile, as computer games began getting bigger and Apple, Commodore, and Atari are duking it out, IBM releases a new PC that will change everything. In 1984, the IBM PC-AT is released. It is IBM's most powerful system yet. It is a step up from the previous IBM PCs that have already established themselves as business machines. But it's behind the curve when it comes to gaming. The game industry itself is hardly impressed by Big Blue's new entry.
Well, the IBM PC was a business machine. It was there to be a typewriter, a word processor. It was there to be a computer and not an entertainment device. And so it was probably very tough in the first place to say, yes, I'm going to use my several $1,000 piece of equipment to play Pong.
When the PC first came out, me and the other developers, of course, picked up the machine and sat down and played with it, and we thought, oh man, this machine is slow, it's a big box, don't like the keyboard. I was actually very skeptical that it would succeed in the marketplace. And it came into a marketplace that already was thick with competitors. We produced the Ultima just before the PC's launch on the Apple, on the Commodore, on like the Atari ST, 5 or 6 different platforms, and the last of those 6 was the IBM PC.
But this big, bulky machine soon proves them wrong.
People had become comfortable with computers through the Apple II and the C64 and the Atari 800, but now they wanted something that was meatier, something that was more powerful, something that could do their work in time-shifting frame, but could also give them some really challenging games.
Thanks to its upgradability and its reputation as a legitimate business machine, the IBM PC and its scores of compatible clones muscles its way into the gaming industry.
And when Starflight came around and showed you can actually make games for it all, there still was a lot of resistance and reluctance. But, you know, it was inevitable, I think, because people got them into their homes and spent thousands of dollars justifying it as a business machine, and then suddenly it had, these powerful gaming capabilities.
When software giant Sierra lends their support, things are never the same.
When Sierra made their commitment, they began to push the technology of the IBM. They were the first ones to do an animated adventure game on the IBM that required EGA color. So the EGA color with the King's Quest I was a really big step up.
As more and more people are buying PCs, more and more game publishers jump on board.
When Bing Gordon of Electronic Arts said, "This mother is a bad jam." You know, what we're seeing is that the buyers aren't buying as many games. We aren't seeing the penetration we're hoping for. So we're putting our ace on the IBM PC. And when Electronic Arts made that decision to go primarily PC with every release, basically that was the nail in the coffin for the other machines.
Meanwhile, as PC gaming rises, so does console gaming. But it soon becomes apparent that the two forms of entertainment appeal to very different types of gamers.
As far as the games themselves, I think that the PC games pander to a slightly older audience in general. So there is an assumption that a console gamer is perhaps a younger audience, perhaps teens, and that PC gamer is a little bit older, and so therefore demands and expects a certain different type of game.
And the IBM-compatible PC continues to evolve. One of the first steps is the introduction of sound cards in 1984, with the Sound Blaster card setting the standard in 1989.
But it really was, the Sound Blaster was the first really competent sound creation that was also created at a reasonably modest price point. Very quickly, all the development community jumped on board saying, hey, finally at last, our games, which have been improving rapidly in areas like graphics and gameplay, but had really been lagging far behind in audio.
Know that the time has finally come.
It was a much needed step forward that since all the developers jumped on board, therefore all the consumers jumped on board.
By the early 1990s, the IBM PC is booming as a game machine. Everything from role-playing games to flight sims and adventure games is available.
Now, in the early 90s, we had the speed of machine, the high resolution of graphics, and in general, the technology to be able to tell these graphical stories the way, you know, King's Quest. Even the Ultima games.
Stand back! Backlin! I shall outline my plan to destroy Britannia.
And Wing Commander were able to do very well.
With Doom, one of the biggest keys there, aside from the fact that it was a huge step forward as far as the graphic capabilities that we'd seen on a PC, we could see these colors, we can hear these sounds, we could have a very impactful experience playing it because it was frankly terrifying. On top of that, there was the multiplayer, and the fact that you could actually link up a couple of machines in an office and play.
The Secret of Monkey Island was just absolutely a fabulous experience because it was just hilarious. Alone in the Dark, which was one of the first real 3D adventures. Even though it was polygon looking and as blocky as could be, there were elements of that game that were just spooky. Of course, it's the one that really pushed 3D adventure gaming.
But PC gaming is not without its flaws. One of the biggest headaches for PC gamers is DOS, the operating system that IBM PCs have been using since they first appeared in 1981.
Oh, well, we all hated DOS.
DOS was not fun. DOS was not fun for most people. But unless you have some kind of 3 higher level degrees in programming, knowing exactly what those commands are to get things to work is just a nightmare for everybody involved.
It's incredibly laborious. You had to, you put in the disk and you have to type, you know, A:, I don't even remember, I think I've blacked out purposely, but you had a whole string that you had to type in that was you know, almost Unix-like in its obscurity, just to get the game, you know, running or, you know, loading into your system. It was a great pain.
But the solution to all these problems is just around the corner. As the PC continues to build momentum through 1995, the need for a uniform standard in PC software and hardware becomes apparent. The solution is Windows 95. Thanks to this new operating system and DirectX, the PC industry has a standard that helps ensure PCs will run smoothly and reliably.
The coming of more standardized 32-bit platforms, and particularly Windows, was a really great thing for computer games.
It's great to be able to stick in that CD and expect it to work and not have driver issues.
Ready, go!
That's good for everybody because nobody wants to futz around with their operating system when they're actually trying to have entertainment time.
And so all of a sudden, everybody's running Windows all the time. There's no more DOS. We were instantly free of all of the QEMM exceptions, of all of the configuring your autoexec.bat and your config.sys. You could just install Windows 95 on any machine that would run it, put Civ 2 on, and away you'd go. It would perform great, it wouldn't crash, and that was just fantastic.
Around the same time that Windows 95 is getting on its feet, another innovation debuts, the CD-ROM drive.
All of a sudden you needed a medium that could include the increases in the graphics cards and the sound technology. All of a sudden you need to be able to pack that software so tightly that they would no longer fit on 1, 2, or even 6 floppy disks. And so a new storage medium was definitely needed.
And with the CD-ROM's introduction is an entire line of games featuring full motion video, or FMV. One of the biggest sellers is a game called Myst.
The way that I saw it happen most often was that someone wanted to buy one of these new CD-ROM drives or a new computer with a CD-ROM drive, and they were fairly expensive when they first came out, so you wanted to be able to rationalize it somehow. And Myst was, you know, one of the best ways of showing, you know, what a CD-ROM drive could do.
Myst was sold because it showed what you could do with a CD-ROM game. It was a new technology that showed graphics that had just never been seen before, and those incredible vistas that were created in the Myst world. You needed the CD-ROM storage medium to be able to fit all that kind of content that was being created. I think that Myst absolutely helped drive CD-ROM sales.
Competitors soon follow.
Rebel Assault was our very direct attempt to capitalize on that. You know, we were looking at the technology and figured we've got to use the Star Wars stuff to make that work. The Seventh Guest, I think, was another one that was in the early days.
But FMV becomes more of a curse than a blessing.
My, isn't this a cheery place?
What happened there was, I think a lot of marketing people thought, hey, Hollywood, this is what it's all about. Creating movies on your screen and being in that is what it's all about. And of course they got it badly wrong because most of the games were just frankly
Lord, it smells awful too.
Performances were wooden.
You don't ever have to be afraid of anything.
And the technology as a gameplay mechanic really wasn't there to make them fun games.
While CD-ROM drives establish themselves on PCs, another piece of hardware will become standard for gamers, the 3D accelerator.
The accelerator meant that the games look better, and frankly, most people respond immediately to whatever the visual stimulus is. If a game looks good, then people are going to stop and look at it. The 3D accelerator made a monumental leap to allow these games to suddenly start looking more real, and therefore attract a much broader audience.
3D accelerators have made a huge difference in the whole, all the way across gaming. 3D hardware was the first big breakthrough to really radically speed up and radically increase the resolution of the possibilities of doing 3D imagery.
There were probably a couple of killer apps that really got the 3D craze up and running. One would be the original Tomb Raider, which you could compare the software version with the 3D accelerated version, and this was night and day. And then there was also action games like Quake. The texture detail was all of a sudden amazing. All of a sudden the characters looked better and felt like they had that extra dimension, and actually made a real impact on how the games felt to the gamer.
And the number of PC gamers keeps on growing.
So I'm going to give you kind of ballpark figures. It's in the neighborhood of like 100 million homes in the US having PCs, and about 60 million of those are playing games, which is just a phenomenal number. It's probably about 20 million that are playing the big budget real games that you see at retail, you know.
There are hardcore PC gamers who are buying our magazine every month, and there's 500,000 of those people. But there's also PC gamers who are perhaps playing hearts and spades in the Yahoo room, or doing trivia games through Pogo or any of those community sites. Technically, they're PC gamers. They're using their PC to play games. There are millions and millions of those. Tens of millions.
As technology advances, the PC continues to grow.
It's still the most impressive platform that even with the consoles, maybe the first year consoles come out, they look better than the PC, but it's the tortoise and the hare.
And consoles absolutely have various advantages, but it is a very different experience to play something on the PC. The relationship that you have with your PC and your mouse and your keyboard as you're controlling, you sit 3 feet away from that monitor, and it's a different mindset and different immersion level than it is if you're kicking it on the couch with a console controller.
Massively multiplayer games bring together thousands of gamers. New 3D accelerators from companies like NVIDIA are pushing the graphical envelope, and games like Deus Ex 2 are blending old genres to create new experiences. The future is looking more realistic every day.
For the PC in the future, I think there's going to be more connectivity, there's going to be higher resolution graphics.
The PC keeps getting better and better, keeps getting faster, more memory, and for the foreseeable future, certainly the next 5 to 10 years, that's just not going to change. PC is going to be with us for quite a while.
We're approaching the LZ. It's gonna be hot. Touchdown, hit it, Marines!
would love to see a PC future where massively multiplayer online games were successful as a business, where that instead of asking people what their sign was in a bar, they would ask what game they were playing, what guild they were a member of.
It's just very exciting. The more connectivity, the more memory, the more graphic speed and power, the better the experience we can deliver, and that's great.
Well, that space game there looks like a thrill a minute. Why not try a real blast?
In less than a year, it went from a golden age.
It's part of the American culture. I mean, video games are just part of the culture as apple pie and motherhood.
Now you're talking.
To its darkest hour.
Let's put it this way. A lot of people didn't like E.T. E.T. became the icon of the crash.
It was really the demise of the business, and we unfortunately didn't see it coming.
This game is awful and otherwise lacking any redeeming values.
So a lot of really bad games got out there. Not to say the bad games don't get out there still, but some really bad games got out there in the early 80s.
This is the story of the birth and near death of the home video game market. The story begins just as the decade does, with big hair.
I want to be different, and I think I look good the way I dress.
And big dreams. The video game industry begins with a boom, having gone from a non-existent medium to annual sales of nearly $2 billion. And more arcade games move into homes.
We used to joke at Activision that we'd write a cartridge and throw it up in the air and money would fall out of the sky. I mean, every game we did was selling 500,000 to 1 million units. The profit margins were extraordinary. So the company was just making money faster than they could put it in the bank.
And a generation of kids are hooked on games.
I mean, it's part of the American culture. I mean, video games are just part of the culture as apple pie and motherhood.
Arcades are everywhere, and both kids and adults are drawn into the dark rooms, dropping endless quarters into the latest digital fad.
The arcade crowd back in the old days was really weird because you definitely had all the little scrubs like me, you know, like little kids who were riding their bikes there, and then you had like high school students and you had college students. But then it was also really weird because you had like businessmen. It was really weird because it wasn't like a kid phenomenon. It was like really across the board phenomenon.
Experts predict that by the mid-'80s, combined arcade and home video game sales will soon be higher than movie box office revenue. As the summer of 1980 rolls around, Atari sues Activision, a software company made up of former Atari employees, over whether Activision has the right to produce games for Atari's popular 2600 video computer system. By December, the verdict is in, and the courts allow Activision to make the games. 4 months later, sales for Activision titles reached $6 million.
There was this perception that Atari was a fad. You know, people were comparing the 2600 to the Pet Rock and that it couldn't be duplicated, and probably a lot of your viewers wouldn't even know what a Pet Rock is, but you had a lot of companies that had emerged overnight after Activision's success.
And of course, once Activision became successful, then came Imagic.
Imagic Demon Attack.
And Apollo, 20th Century Fox, everyone had to jump into it.
And what games are waiting for you.
And that opened up the industry. Before then, no one had a clue. And I think that single seminal event was the thing that really led to the overcrowding of the market.
The home and arcade video game market is filling up with brand new companies.
And of course, as more and more companies got in, there's more and more game supply and just not enough demand to support that much. And plus, you have
the games back then, because of people rushing into the market, what happened was people wanted games that they recognized the titles. So if a new company got into the business, like Parker Brothers, for example, they would go out and spend a whole lot of money and get like the rights to Empire Strikes Back, James Bond, but they weren't experienced in video games, so they would get the best titles, but then they would produce the worst games.
Toy companies like Parker Brothers and Hasbro form video game divisions. But when unrelated companies like Chuckwagon Dog Food and Quaker Oats jump on board, the market begins to turn.
Yeah, that was a problem. I mean, it was funny. I was talking to Steve Cartwright yesterday, and we remember how we went to CES and look at all these other companies and laugh and just say, this is a big joke. I mean, all the games were horrible. One year there were 10 extra companies, the next year there were 30 extra companies.
A lot of people just got burned. They just got tired of getting all these bad games. So that drove people away from video games. There were no checks and balances for quality in those days. So a lot of really bad games got out there. Not to say the bad games don't get out there still, but some really bad games got out there in the early 80s.
The world's greatest arcade video games are now the world's greatest home video games. They're only from Atari.
Atari, with about 12 million consoles in homes, is still dominating the game industry until they release an old arcade favorite.
That game?
With disappointing results.
Here comes Pac-Man, biggest game in the history of arcades. People are really excited. The pre-orders are huge. Atari is so sure that this is going to be a hit that they made more copies of Pac-Man than there were active VCSs in people's homes, and this would be a huge hit. Game stunk. Really, really stunk.
It's pathetic.
The ghosts keep on appearing and disappearing. They didn't move smoothly. Pac-Man didn't move smoothly. The mazes were not the same mazes that you saw in the arcade game. The dots were replaced with dashes. There was just nothing right in it.
Yeah.
One of the employees at Atari, they were sorry about Pac-Man. They didn't like it. And he was at a video game store when it came out. And the father walked into the store because his son wanted Pac-Man. And the storekeeper gives him the cartridge, shows it to him, and he goes, "That's Pac-Man?" And he didn't want to buy it, but his son wanted it. And the Atari employee just felt so bad that this was what they were marketing with the Pac-Man name, and it didn't resemble the game at all.
In spite of the quality, the game sells well, but the disappointing translation creates wariness in Atari's fans.
This game is awful and otherwise lacking any redeeming values.
By the summer of 1982, home and arcade video games have become an unstoppable industry, generating $2 billion in annual sales. Industry leader Atari has put video games in over 5 million households and grabbed a 40% share of the home computer market with the success of the VCS.
I'd like an Atari 2600 system, please, and everything that goes with it. Everything? You sure want everything? I want everything.
Ironically, when I arrived at Atari in 1982, we were saying, we're so big.
Is that everything? It's not everything. You can get nearly 300 different cartridges. 300.
We're just as large as theatrical revenue for movies.
Oh, amazing. It's amazing, but it's not everything. It's not everything.
Now, does that sound familiar?
Is that everything? That's everything. For now. For now.
This is the arcade experience. We're ColecoVision, and we bring the arcade experience home.
Coleco and Intellivision are not far behind with their own respective systems.
For the first time in the video game industry, there were two systems at one time that were out there competing with each other. Intellivision, the world's largest toy company, battling Atari, bought by Warner Communications. Boom, it's going to become a big business thing, big stock thing. Oh, what's it going to be?
There's a growing library of Intellivision programs to involve every member of the family.
And for families, it was no longer a question of, should we get a video game system? Now it was, which video game system should we get? And now the sales for both Atari and Intellivision went way up. And so boom, they're going up.
I'm back to pass.
Go for it, Dad.
Caught it.
The competition just became really intense.
But the bubble is about to burst.
Only from Atari.
In July 1982, Atari agrees to pay $25 million for the rights to produce a video game based on the hit movie E.T.
The way E.T. came down, I got a telephone call, and I'm like, hello, and someone goes, is this Howard? And I go, yes. They go, please hold for Ray Kazar. So I'm holding for Ray Kazar, and Ray comes on, and this is late in July. Ray says, hey, Howard, we need E.T., and we need it by September 1st. So that's like 5.5, 6 weeks. He goes, can you do it? And I said, you know something, Ray? I can definitely do it, provided we reach the right arrangement.
Atari spent how many millions of dollars to get the rights to E.T. and then rushed it into production and came up with this terrible game. So admittedly, probably he did the best thing he could in the time frame they gave him, but they started putting impossible schedules on everybody, so that also damaged the quality of games.
Unfortunately, that's what Atari was doing. They were after the name, thinking, well, we could sell anything. They manufactured more copies of E.T. than there were Atari 2600s in existence. Not a good idea.
Having already been bitten by poorly produced games, Atari owners aren't standing in line for the extraterrestrial.
Let's put it this way. A lot of people didn't like E.T. A lot of people who didn't even play E.T. or know anything about E.T. got into E.T. bashing. It was the thing to bash because E.T. became the icon of the crash. I mean, the crash was something everyone was aware of, and E.T. became a thing because when you tell a story, you can't just tell the whole story. You got to personify it. That's what they say about storytelling. So the gaming industry crashed. That's too big a story. It doesn't make sense. E.T. killed the game industry. That gives you a focus. That gives you a thing to hate. And E.T. became that.
In the winter of 1982, Atari is forced to announce crippling financial losses. Sales of its video game cartridges take a nosedive.
We have E.T., for example, a wonderful love story cartridge,
contributing to a 50% drop in earnings.
Thus, Atari, which once monopolized the charts, this week has only one of the top 5.
But business is still very good.
Mattel, the company behind Intellivision, also announces losses.
I didn't know.
And the arcade is suffering their own demise.
We filled the arcades with them, and we were starting to fill secondary locations like Safeways and 7-Elevens and dentist offices, and by the middle of 1982, we were just full.
It was a fad. I think there's no other way to put it. It was like early rock and roll, really. Enough people started coming and enough companies started making games, it just kept growing, and people, built bigger and bigger ones until finally, the whole thing just sort of collapsed under its own weight.
Starting in 1982 or so, a single quarter was not enough revenue for a game to earn for a 2-minute period. We ultimately figured out that we needed a buck, and we don't have dollar coins in the States. A buck is a big spend. It's not a casual spend.
A massive influx of new games leaves distributors overwhelmed with products, and even quality games are getting lost in the struggle for shelf and advertising space.
The problem was there was just too much product out there. You have dozens and dozens of software companies releasing garbage.
A lot of what killed Atari was an incredible number of companies getting into the business producing incredibly bad games.
There was too much product for store shelves. They had to start being marked down.
We said, oh, they're all going to go out of business, but we didn't recognize what that meant. And what that meant was when they all went out of business, all that product would flood the retail shelves.
Most of those games wound up being sold at $2 and $3 a piece at discounters.
And here we are coming out with $30 or $40 products.
No matter how good a game was, it was very difficult to sell a game for $30, $40 when you could go in for $30, $40 and get 15 games, even if they were all terrible.
And Johnny's dad goes in at Christmas and he can buy him 8 cartridges or he can buy him 1 cartridge. And he says, well, I don't know the difference. I'll buy him these 8 that are in the front bin and wrap up more gifts for Christmas. And ours that were still frontline good products didn't sell.
You have these third-party companies, can't sell their stuff, they're going out of business. What do? They dump all their goods at cutthroat prices. Now you can get games for $5.
It was a very difficult paradigm for them to beat.
It was really the demise of the business, and we unfortunately didn't see it coming.
And the lack of foresight on the technology front further cripples the industry.
even in the 2600. The day we shipped the first one, I told the guys at Warner, I said, this product, you know, is over in 3 years or 4. We've got to start designing, you know, the Stella 2. And they just didn't get it. They thought that, oh, how can that be?
Look at Atari basketball and Intellivision. Again, I find Intellivision more sophisticated.
And it turns out that not innovating led to the demise of Atari in 1982, 83. And they just didn't see it. They just didn't see it.
In September of 1983, in the middle of the night, 20 tractor trailers leave an Atari warehouse loaded with millions of unsold game cartridges. They are driven to a remote site in Alamogordo, New Mexico, where the games are crushed and buried. In the fall of 1983, only a year after analysts were predicting record profits for the video game industry, the bottom had dropped out.
Did I mention the tar pits?
Atari, the industry leader, posted a $356 million loss for the second quarter alone.
Well, rode the wave a little bit. Really crashed after Christmas of '83, and Activision sales plummeted. I mean, just plummeted by 84, 85, probably went to a fifth of what they were.
If you're going to spend your time playing video games, get a Commodore 64 or...
And we went on to the Commodore 64 because the 2600 was gone and there was no coming back. There actually was, that's another story, but at the time you thought there was no coming back.
If you think ColecoVision plays all Atari cartridges, you mean it can't?
In an attempt to jumpstart the failing industry, Atari releases the 5200.
Now you're talking.
Updating the technology behind their aging system. But many believe it's too little, too late.
Super system.
Much of the public can't grasp the need for a new system.
Of course, when the 2600's lifespan ran out and they had to go to the 5200, the American consumer went, wait a minute, I've had the same record player for 25 years. I've had the same television set for 25 years. Why are you suddenly telling me now that after like 4 years, 5 years, I've got to trade in this game system for a whole new game system? It was a very difficult concept to get across. That began the great backslide where the industry died for 2 years.
To make matters worse, home video game systems are now facing competition from personal computers. With the drop in price and increase in power, PCs officially take the lead.
Games fell into decline, just in terms of perception. I'll give you an example. Our publisher actually told us at one point, I used these exact words, he said, please try to avoid using words like games and fun in the articles you write. Because now everything had to be a simulation. It was like people would be more interested in running a simulation of a dairy farm than they were going to be in playing Breakout. But that was the feeling was that we've now moved past video games, we're now into computers, and all computers should do is create educational simulations.
The rise of personal computers affected video games in a number of ways. It allowed users to do more. I mean, the keyboard instrument allowed people to do things they couldn't before in games. Like, you have all these functions on the keyboard.
Many of the companies who a year earlier were so desperate to get into the business of making games were now just as desperate to distance themselves from it. February 1984, Mattel announces it will sell Intellivision off for $20 million. In March 1984, Odyssey closes its doors. And finally, on July 2nd, 1984, Warner Communications agrees to sell Atari. The game companies start to vanish. People begin to think of video games as having only been a fad, which would soon disappear. But thanks to Japanese game company Nintendo, those people are wrong.
By 85, 86, when the Nintendo came out, I must tell you, when I first looked at it, I was not impressed. I did not think that this was going to bring back video gaming. Yet it did, because people wanted that simplicity.
The Nintendo Entertainment System, or NES, gave gamers better graphics, better games, and single-handedly revived the home console market.
The one thing that we always like to try to do is try to create games that people who have never played games before can pick up and try out and immediately enjoy and have fun with.
Nintendo turned the industry around with big franchises, games that people really wanted to play, likable characters like Super Mario.
And from the beginning, Nintendo was careful to avoid the mistakes of their American counterparts. To set themselves apart, game packs replace game cartridges, and robots are added.
Now, the manufacturers, Sony and Microsoft, Nintendo, they have approval over the games. They look at the games and say, is this good enough? Is this of a quality to be on our system?
Nintendo reinvented the world. Nintendo showed that people still wanted entertainment, they still wanted fun, and they still wanted games.
And the games do go on. Today, nearly 145 million people play games. An industry that nearly faded now enjoys even greater popularity and keeps growing. But has the game industry learned from its mistakes?
I'd like to think that the console industry won't crash again, but you never know. I think something that companies have learned from the crash of 1983 was that don't put all of your eggs in one basket. Don't bank on just one game. Make sure you have, a safety net below you with a couple of games that, will help you get by. You can't rely on just one game anymore. It's all about diversifying your lineup and making sure you have a little something for everybody, just in case gamers go, I don't want that anymore. This is what I want. Hopefully you have that too.
You thought they were just for entertainment.
Wake up!
The original use of simulation for the military was strictly training, and the gaming industry is about excitement and entertainment. How can we blend those two together?
But to some, it's the difference between life and death.
The Army has zero tolerance for casualties. When they lose a guy, that means that an 18-year-old kid is going home in a body bag and his parents get a letter.
We need backup and transport.
We are trying to tie together the Army's training objectives with the entertainment aspect of the game.
From my military background, I recognize that anything that enhances the performance of soldiers has got to be a good thing.
So gear up and get ready.
Waiting. Stand by. Go, go, go.
Soldiers were playing on their own time at all hours of day and night, voluntarily training. And this is not something that generally happens.
This is gaming in the military. In 1982, the U.S. Army considers using the popular arcade game Battlezone as a training simulator for the Bradley fighting vehicle. Ultimately, the project is canned, but the idea is not forgotten. 1996, id Software releases Doom. The game shakes the industry and also perks the interest of the United States Marines, who then create a modified version called Marine Doom to supplement their training. Gaming in the military has arrived.
The Army has had some success in adapting commercial titles to use for portions of their training. For instance, I know they've adapted Doom, and some groups have used Quake, and we even talked to one group that was using Medal of Honor, and they were using it to get down their squad movement and movement by fire and a lot of their drills.
1999, a Navy ensign finishes intermediate training with a perfect score, thanks in part to Microsoft Flight Simulator 98. The Navy evaluates the game for use as a supplement to flight training.
The Navy asked me to come in and help them evaluate the success of a young ensign utilizing Flight Sim 98 to help him get through flight school. From that, we were able to move in, and I've been doing research on gaming for a long time. From my military background, I recognize that anything that enhances the performance of soldiers, especially the young soldiers who are much more game-oriented, has got to be a good thing.
While using simulators is common in the military, the value of adapting a retail game into a training tool cannot be ignored.
The original use of simulation for the military was strictly training, and the gaming industry is about excitement and entertainment, and how can we blend those two together?
What we had to do was decompose the games to find out what elements of the game could be useful for real training. A lot of games, obviously, you shoot somebody with an M16 and they blow up. Well, that doesn't really happen. So that was negative training, so we'd have to take that part out.
To be successful in the game, to continue to have fun in the game, to be entertained by the game, you need to learn the lessons that the Army wants you to learn. So we are trying to tie together the Army's training objectives with the entertainment aspect of the game so that basically the same play will serve both masters.
The hard part then came in looking at the training programs to find out if we could detail what those requirements were against the actual games. And we were successful in several cases, both in first-person shooter and crew games, utilizing Spearhead for tank training and utilizing Rainbow Six for a first-person shooter.
Cost is one of the biggest factors contributing to the use of commercial games.
The transition in the military from, again, these very large proprietary training devices to the PC is one that is lagging a little bit behind the civilian sector, if you like. And I think the Army, quite wisely, is looking for what they call COTS solutions, consumer off-the-shelf. They're looking for things that have already been developed and the R&D has been paid for that they can modify at relatively low cost for their own use. It's not just us. I think other people are leading the way in other respects, and the Army is taking advantage of that.
It's very expensive to put a battalion out in the field for live training. It can cost over $1 million a day. But because that's so expensive, troops don't get a chance to do it all that often, and it also takes a whole lot of room. So the Army really wanted something that would help reinforce training that the soldiers could do every day in their barracks. By no means is this a replacement for live action training or training in the field. It's actually seen more as a supplement to something they can do day to day in their downtime.
Thanks to COTS, for less than $5,000, the military can have a machine that does the same job as a $650,000 simulator. As one example of COTS in action, in 2000, the Army adapts Novologic's Delta Force games as training sims.
We were in touch with a now major Illingworth over there who was interested in how basically computer games could be used to help train soldiers. He's working with the Land Warrior project, which is outfitting the next generation of soldier with technological equipment. One of the things they wanted to do is they wanted to kind of rehearse how this equipment would work in the field without having to deploy it.
They were very interested in the multiplayer aspects of Delta Force. The fact that you could get, in our case, up to 50 different people across the internet, could be anywhere in the world with a good internet connection, and they could train together.
So we went ahead and modeled what they call mount sites, military operations in urban terrain. And these are basically little villages set up with multi-story buildings and a town square. And we went and modeled these environments, and then we adapted our Delta Force 2 game to have some of the Land Warrior features.
The fact that we could model real-world terrain easily was very valuable to them. The version which the military uses actually has detailed models of Army bases as part of the game. Specifically mount sites, so that soldiers can rehearse on a computer and then go to a military exercise and in real life do what they did on the computer.
And Novologic's strategy pays off.
When we first provided the Land Warrior software to the test platoon at Fort Bragg, 50 or so soldiers were going to be the first in the U.S. Army to receive the actual Land Warrior hardware system. And before they got the hardware, they got our game. So networks were set up in the barracks at Fort Bragg. And the feedback we got was that the soldiers were playing on their own time at all hours of day and night, voluntarily training. And this is not something that generally happens. I mean, you don't find soldiers, voluntarily doing push-ups.
But Delta Force is just a start. Another game on the horizon will change the way our soldiers train forever.
Upper Bear, this is Alpha Squad. We need backup and transport at Delta Charlie 6-4. Do you copy? Over.
There's a patrol to the west. Bravo, this is King 6. Area secure. Move on to the next target.
Novalogic isn't the only developer that manages to catch the eyes of the military. In 2001, a company in the Czech Republic called Bohemia Interactive finishes their first project, an ultra-realistic action game for the PC called Operation Flashpoint. The game is showered with praise and sells over 1 million copies worldwide.
Operation Flashpoint is a great example. They have a lot of realism in there. You know, if you run, you're breathing heavy and your aim point bobs up and down and stuff like that. That's great for the entertainment value for the first-person shooter.
And then the few and the proud step in.
We examined a couple platforms, and then we had Lieutenant Mathis come aboard, and he transitioned over. He saw Operation Flashpoint. He made a couple contacts with Codemasters and vendor helper. He introduced us both, and we sat down, we evaluated, and as the program went forward, we found that Operation Flashpoint was a better tool. Better platform, better gaming engine, and it suited the Marine Corps to all their needs and requirements.
In December of 2001, Bohemia Interactive and Orlando-based Coalescent Technologies began work on a modified version of Operation Flashpoint called Virtual Battlefield Systems, or VBS-1. One of the first steps to converting a game into a military simulator is to ensure that everything from uniforms to vehicles looks just like the real thing.
We did include some of the models that are typical to the Marine Corps, like the amphibious assault vehicles, the Harrier, which is not included in the original game, the CH-53, which is a transport helicopter, so the Marines could see the uniqueness of the game. Eventually what we'd do is change the uniforms, make sure we have Marine-specific weapons, like the small arms weapons, some of the anti-tank, like the AT-4, the SMAWs, some of the Marine Corps unique weapons that it's part of their TO.
Both companies take great care to ensure that the new game meets the strict requirements of the U.S. Marine Corps.
Alpha 1, the convoy is now leaving in 5 minutes.
If you're trying to train, what you need to start with is the learning objectives. What is it you're trying to train? And then you need to basically build the whole product around that objective.
It's not necessarily the mission that's being carried out that's important. It's the pre-planning stages. When they issue the frag order and they go down as the chain of command as they're given a mission and they carry that mission out. It's the actual role rehearsal and the pre-planning and then the debriefing. What went wrong? What happened? Why didn't you accomplish this mission?
In February 2002, the Marines began using VBS-1, and its execution looks a lot like your average LAN party.
Typically how we set it up is we have 16 computers. So the team's a little bit offset, but what we would do is we would have maybe 3 to 4 fire teams playing against what they call an opposition force, which is actually guys behind the computer playing the bad guys.
While both Delta Force and Operation Flashpoint are games that became training tools, sometimes this transformation can go the other way around. The most recent example is Full Spectrum Warrior, a strategy game developed by Pandemic Studios.
The Full Spectrum Warrior started off initially as a training project for the U.S. Army so that they could better train their incoming light infantrymen in how to fight in an urban combat environment. We're taking the assets that we've created with under the auspices of the government and we're parlaying them into a game that has an unparalleled level of realism.
We're calling it a tactical action game, although it really is hard to kind of fit within any known genre. In a very high level, it's playing a war movie. It's with an ensemble cast, moving them through a dangerous terrain, an urban situation, and fighting it out, being their commander.
The first version of Full Spectrum Warrior is built for the Army from the ground up with a budget of $5 million.
One of the primary differences between what they did with us and what they did with the other games is that rather than adapting an existing civilian software product, they actually came to us and formed the software product so that it directly incorporates the training and doctrine in the very core of the gameplay. So this was developed specifically by the Army, for the Army.
As a result, there are some key differences between Full Spectrum Warrior and other games.
The goal for most games is purely on excitement and the emotional thrill and the graphical experience.
Tango down!
Whereas the Army's goals are really to train their soldiers, not necessarily to make big explosions, but to accomplish their mission with the least possible use of force and also to keep their guys safe. You know, in a game, keeping your guys safe is not a really major factor. If you lose a guy, you just hit reload or you get another life. The Army has zero tolerance for casualties. When they lose a guy, that means that an 18-year-old kid is going home in a body bag and his parents get a letter.
And to turn this military game into a commercial product, a little bit of Hollywood comes into play.
When people play games, they expect a little more graphic and audio impact, akin to what they see in movies. Some of the ways that that's evidence is when an M4 fires, it really isn't a super loud, ear-shattering crack. But for a gamer's perspective, that's what he's used to seeing in movies, and there's a payoff there, a visceral thrill to hearing that when he has this guy's shoot. So we make some changes, basically to sort of Jerry Bruckheimer the Army version.
We'll have a story to kind of keep it all together so it makes sense and progresses through.
So what type of cargo does it need to have?
Something that we wouldn't want the bad guys to get.
We're also going to add more individuality to the characters. In the Army version, who the characters weren't as important as just making sure that they behave like humans. But in a real game, I think that players are going to expect that those are actually characters.
When Pandemic Studios finishes the Army version of Full Spectrum Warrior, the top brass is impressed.
They had a blast.
The reaction's been through the roof. They were really blown out of the water in terms of what they've gotten. Their traditional simulations like this are like Excel spreadsheet, little dots, top down, move it runs a little, very turn-based. And they were just amazed that they are able now to actually visualize what it means to be in an urban combat situation.
With the Army version done, Pandemic focuses on the retail version, which hits store shelves in the first quarter of 2004.
Contain the enemy with explosive force.
Meanwhile, the Army decides to try their hand at something completely different.
Sir, that's not the enemy!
12 o'clock. Enemy. MI-17. 1,000.
While the military has success adapting commercial games into training tools and vice versa, in 2000, the Army begins work on something completely different. The project is a game, but instead of using it as a training tool, it will be used for recruiting. The name of the game is America's Army.
Colonel Wardinsky, who came up with the idea, he saw his teenage son being online quite a bit. So he came up with the notion of saying, why not play Army, if you will, on the internet?
So it seemed like a natural marrying up of the Army, a new piece of technology, and the internet. And that was the idea that sort of led to building the Army game.
Uncle Sam enlists the aid of the Moves Institute in California to help make the Army game. The budget is estimated at $7.5 million.
The mission of the Moves Institute is to do basic research, application, and education in the grand challenges of modeling virtual environments and simulation. Areas we work in are 3D visual simulation, networked virtual environments, computer-generated autonomy, human performance engineering, immersive technologies, and defense and entertainment collaboration. So what we've been doing the last couple of years is trying to bring in entertainment industry technology into the Department of Defense and trying to repurpose it for Department of Defense uses. So that's the sort of the origin of why we got together with Colonel Wardinsky on the America's Army project.
It's kind of a hybrid group. The group that manages the effort is at the Naval Postgraduate Schools. There are professors up there. Then under them, we've got a group of students who work on the game doing research. And then we brought in from industry individuals to fill each of the key roles, designer, producer, or animator. And so it's a mix again.
And just as NovaLogic learned before, the development team for America's Army finds out that the military isn't your typical customer.
Okay, we have a very demanding client.
Wake up!
Which is the U.S. Army. We're basically the developer, but we're kind of an in-the-tent developer. You know, what we have to do is produce something entertaining, something that is Army accurate, something that is also meshes with the political message that the U.S. Army would like to show about itself. It has to pass muster from Casey's team. It then is shown to the Deputy Assistant Secretary of the Army. We have the specialists in the Army check the game out for accuracy. And then and only then can we put it up onto the internet for download.
And some very unique steps are taken to prepare the America's Army team.
And I started taking the developers out to the various Army posts across the continental United States to include Alaska. And we started gathering up all the reference data, going out to ranges, firing weapons, interviewing soldiers, taking loads and loads of film and stills and video, and we came back and started piecing things together.
What we had to do is educate them about the Army. So this is kind of an interesting thing we did in our project. We bought BDUs for everyone, we bought them the boots, and we shipped them off to 19 different Army posts. And we had them go through the rifle range at Fort Benning and learn how to throw hand grenades, learn how to do all of the very exciting things that you do in the Army. Go up on the parachute jump towers and go on night parachute drops and all of this very inspiring stuff.
Good morning, soldier, and welcome to the M16 qualification range. Today's task is to qualify with the M16A2 rifle.
At the same point in time, you're not going to learn anything inside that game that's going to allow you to become, you know, an expert marksman or anything else. There's a big difference between keyboard and mouse versus a real weapon. So there's no secrets being given away inside there.
Good afternoon, soldier. This is the obstacle course.
Of course, for a game that is about the U.S. Army, realism is of the utmost importance.
We wanted to make it so that the weapons work just like in the Army. They sounded like they worked in the Army. We wanted it so that when the shells hit the ground, if it was grass, they sounded like grass. If it was concrete, it sounded like concrete. If you were inside and there was a carpet, it sounded like carpet. So we wanted it to have the best sound, the best visual displays. We didn't want last year's game repackaged for the Army. We wanted to take the next generation engine.
Jumper going aloft. Assume a good let-up position with that T-10 parachute.
We went and licensed the Epic Games Next Generation engine.
Jumper, your parachute landing fall and overall grade was satisfactory.
In 2002, the game is finally finished. The ensuing launch of America's Army is more successful than anyone imagined.
We came out on July 4th, and we had 140 servers we'd contracted for to support the game, and I think on that date, maybe 70 of them were already deployed and running. And about 5 minutes after we launched, our servers sort of started going off the net. You couldn't see them because they were so busy getting pinged by kids trying to join them. And we quickly realized that we had way more demand than we had sort of structured for.
So at this point, I believe there's something on the order of 7 million downloads and CDs of the game. We have something on the order of 1.4 million registered players.
One of the major factors in the success of America's Army is that the game is completely free.
So what the Army wanted to do was they wanted to get the young adults who could install a game on a computer, download it from the web, and play it. They want those guys in because a lot of the weapon systems have interfaces that are starting to look like video game controllers. So the idea from the Army is, you got to get those guys in. And that is a real big deal. So putting it up on the web for free, we thought of that from the start.
So what's next? Coalescent has plans to expand VBS-1 to train everyone from firemen to Secret Service agents. America's Army continues to grow, and more soldiers are playing games. And with new titles like Full Spectrum Warrior on the way, gamers will continue to reap the benefits of realistic games, while the military will have effective and fun training tools.
Go, go, go. Stick together and stay near the road.
Overall grade was satisfactory.
Two friends.
Now, Andy and I, our personalities have always been very different.
Swapping games, talking about computers, and generally making trouble.
Created an empire that crashed.
No one had ever done a platform action game in 3D.
Some of the most senior people from Sony Japan want to talk about some reservations about the character. Very, very scary meeting.
They shocked their fans when they left it all behind.
It was a really funny corporate culture. No one there knew a thing about games.
and opened a whole other world to a new generation of gamers.
We decided it would be more fun to start afresh and design a whole new franchise for the PlayStation 2.
No problem.
We set out to create a world with a very lush, realistic environment.
This is the story behind the incredible success of Naughty Dog.
Whoa! I need one of those.
Jason Rubin grows up in Washington, D.C. as a pirate with a love for games.
I saw my first video game when I was about 7 years old. It was Pong. Just kind of fell in love with it. And at about 13 years old, I finally got my first computer. Just kind of took to it naturally. Started playing games on the computer, buying games on the computer, slowly hacking other people's games, trading games, buying half. Whenever I didn't have money, I would pirate. I was a bad pirate. Slowly but surely got better at hacking. Then I started putting my name on the front of it. Then after putting my name on the front of it, I started changing the games. After changing the games, I started to write my own games.
Jason hooks up with schoolmate Andy Gavin, a fellow gamer in 1982.
Jason and I met in Hebrew school class in when we were 12, swapping games and talking about computers and generally making trouble.
The two of us had very little interest in what was being taught, so we would sit in the back of class and we would talk about video games.
Next to gaming, getting into trouble becomes Jason's forte.
He knew how to make every situation interesting. We caused a lot of trouble, particularly Jason did.
Oh, I was a terror. I was an absolute terror, and I had absolutely no interest in being in class on a Sunday when all my friends were out playing.
I remember distinctly the time he was causing some trouble and he got locked in the closet.
Because I was misbehaving, and I crawled up from the closet into the ceiling, over the ceiling panels, opened one of the ceiling panels and started spitting down on my bald professor's head.
And he fell through the ceiling tiles and right into the classroom, and then the whole class chased him out of there.
Yeah, I was an absolute terror, a nightmare.
By the ripe old age of 12, the friends are already plotting out their future.
All of us had Apple IIs, so we would sit around and we would kind of talk about the latest games that had come out, latest programming things we had done. The talk was very basic, but it was very useful, and it taught us a lot. Andy and I, our personalities have always been very different. Our personalities are about as diametrically opposed as any two people's personalities can be. Andy was always the quiet one, always behaved better. Andy was not like I was. But he has great stories about my misbehavior.
In 1985, Jason and Andy create an educational game called Math Jam.
Math Jam had a kind of funny round character named Jammer, and he got happy or got sad, depending on whether you got your answers right or wrong.
But the project hits a roadblock.
We took it to the school. It was a wild success. They wanted to buy it and give it to all of the kids in the various departments of school, and they said, look, it's really easy. This is a great program. All you have to do is get 4 psychologists, 3 teacher approvals, 4 references from principals from other school districts. So that game got shelved. We kind of gave it to the school instead of trying to sell it to them.
Ironically, Jason's disciplinary problems lead to their first sports title.
The original core of the idea Jason had made up in one weekend after having gotten banned from going back to the ski slopes by his parents.
I made a game called Ski Crazed.
He handed it over to me and I did the programming.
And Andy was a better programmer than I was.
And he did the art.
It was really good looking for the time, but really slow.
I made it faster and added a lot of stuff to it. And we sold that to this little company called Vaudeville in Grand Rapids, Michigan.
Ski Crazed is released in 1986 for the Apple II by Vaudeville, and the pair decides to go into business together officially.
We started as Jam Software. Jason and Andy's Magic, which is an absolutely wretched name.
At that time, kind of the early mid-'80s, jams were really in, those pants out thing. We kind of like that look, so it was a cool name, and then it had J.A., Jason and Andy.
We had this vision, even back in 1987 when we changed the name to Naughty Dog. And we wanted a name that would stand out, that someday people would pick up a box and they'd say, oh, Naughty Dog. Well, I know that company. That's a good company.
Jason and Andy graduate from high school and head off to different colleges.
I was in Michigan and Andy was in Philadelphia at Haverford.
The programmer and artist are separated, and despite the distance, they continue to make games like Dream Zone.
That was an adventure game where you went into your own head and got stuck in your dreams and you had to escape. It was a sort of limited, small-scale success, but it encouraged us to move further, and we thought that it could have gone farther if our publisher had done a little more with it. So we called up Electronic Arts and said, hey, can we make a game for you? And they were like, sure. How's $15,000 and 10%? And we were like, cool. And so that's how Keith the Thief got started.
Andy and Jason signed with EA. And in 1989, Keith the Thief is released, followed by Rings of Power 2 years later for the Sega Genesis.
At least 2 of our games we did while we were at college. After that, I moved out to Newport Beach to learn to surf, left the gaming industry for a year, started in the special effects industry. Andy went to MIT to get a degree in artificial intelligence, computer science. It was all working out for both of us, but the 3DO came out, and an old friend of ours, Chip Hawkins, who was starting the 3DO, called us.
In 1992, Jason packs his bags and moves to Massachusetts to join Andy. They work on a 3DO title, Way of the Warrior.
Andy and I finished Way of the Warrior for the 3DO and signed a contract to publish it with Universal Interactive Studios.
With Universal Interactive's deep pockets behind them, Jason and Andy finally have the money, staff, and confidence to move ahead.
It was like, come join the Hollywood synergy. We'll put you up on the back lot.
Part of that contract involved a housing deal that put us on Universal's back lot.
Which seemed really cool at the time.
And gave us finances, basically, to start a company.
By 1994, Jason and Andy decide to make the move out west, but they will soon crash. By 1994, 24-year-olds Jason Rubin and Andy Gavin have gone from 2 kids hacking in their basement to a lucrative deal with Universal, and one of their most famous games is born on a road trip.
On our way across country from Boston to Los Angeles, I think it was Iowa, that we decided that we wanted to make a character action game. And by the time we left Iowa, we had decided that we wanted to do it in fully 3D. What we did is we said, how do you move a 2D game into 3D?
What would it be like if you put Sonic the Hedgehog in 3D?
And what we realized was that the simplest conceptual way to do this was to take a 2D world that was flat to you and simply rotate it like this, so that the gameplay happened without movement to the left and right, but rather in and out. This concept we called Sonic's ass.
You'd have a game where you're always watching Sonic's ass. Yeah, because the camera would be behind him. So we jokingly called it the Sonic's ass game.
Jason and Andy strive for a different look, great graphics, and a true 3D environment.
Let's kind of take a Warner Brothers style cartoon and put it in 3D. We came up with the idea of putting the camera on kind of dolly, like they do in a lot of movie scenes. Therefore, you kind of knew where the camera was going to be and had a decent vantage point on the action.
The advantage to our method was, by turning the camera 90 degrees and keeping the character restricted, we could draw a lot more polygons. And the look, the density of the foliage, the amount of detail in it, gave it a competitive edge.
Jason and Andy received the okay from Mark Cerny, president of Universal Interactive.
Well, one of the big challenges of console development is that when it's shipped, You cannot send a patch for a PlayStation game. So all the polish that we want to get in there has to be done at Gold Master time.
But Andy and Jason's relationship with Universal has some glitches.
We kind of knew we wanted to do an animal character.
We dealt with a marketing department at Universal that had some very interesting ideas about where they wanted the character to go. Some of the names that they stuck on and actually printed up materials: Wezzles the Wombat, Willie the Wombat, Wuzzy. I can tell you, any gamer in the United States that picked up a box with Wuzzy the Wombat and the corresponding goofy attitude character that would have come from that, it would have been an absolute disaster.
But the pair has different ideas for their character.
We went through books of different animals and stuff, and we came across the Bandicoot, and he was cute and he had a cool name.
So Crash the Bandicoot is born. And the game is a truly ambitious undertaking.
At the time, no one had ever done a platform action game in 3D and had never done a game with a true free-roaming camera. The only kind of games that were 3D were simulator games and Virtual Fighter, and all those had constrained cameras.
We were trying to do something that ended up being almost as complex as what we're now doing with 10 programmer staff on Crash Bandicoot. We had an extremely complex algorithm to compress the levels so that we could run 12 to 15 megabytes of data through the 2 meg PlayStation.
I think I counted about 12 all-nighters that I had. That means that you come in at 10 o'clock, you don't leave till the next day at 8 p.m. or so. It was very chaotic and hectic, but we all knew that this was something very big.
In the spring of 1995, Sony unveils the PlayStation, and in 1996, Crash Bandicoot is unveiled at E3.
Crash Bandicoot was seen by everybody. And right then and there, it was out in the face of everybody saying, yeah, we know Mario. Mario is the king of the industry, but here's Crash, and he's out there to compete head-on with Mario.
And in the fall of 1996, Crash Bandicoot is released to the public.
Nintendo has Mario. Sega has Sonic. We're going to make the mascot for Sony. Now, Sony never needed, never wanted, and never created a mascot for the PlayStation, but it was the defining character action game for the PlayStation.
By December of 1996, sales have soared. And for the Japanese release, some changes are in order.
When we signed our publishing deal with Sony Computer Entertainment, Sony said this game is not just an American game. This game has to do well all over the world. And to be honest with you guys, Japan has some reservations about the character Crash Bandicoot. Some of the most senior people from Sony Japan are coming to America, and they want to talk to you about the character because the character was designed by Americans for the West. It was not designed in any way with Japan in mind. Very, very scary meeting.
So back to the drawing board it is to give Crash a little makeover.
So we took a break for 15 minutes, and I went to one of our artists, Charlotte Francis, and I said, Charlotte, close his mouth. Get him a smile, but get rid of all teeth. And Charlotte worked frantically for 15 minutes, got rid of it. We printed out that image. I walked in, and they said, that's Crash Bandicoot. They worked their entire marketing plan around creating an image for Japan that worked.
With tweaks to Crash's appearance in place, in December 1996, Crash is released in Japan. Crash Bandicoot becomes the first U.S. title to sell over 1 million units, and Crash Mania hits Japan, even inspiring a dance.
Shaki, shaki, shaki. Shake, shake, shake. Go, go dance. Ah, 半回転.
This sort of weird characteristic dance, which was actually kind of made up by the Japanese marketing department for their commercials and stuff. And it was just so goofy that it kind of worked.
Crash Bandicoot the sequel is released in 1997, and by January 98, sales of both Crash 1 and 2 reached 5 million units worldwide. Crash Warp sells over 1 million units following its 1998 debut. The Bandicoot becomes a legend, and in 1999, Crash resurfaces on a kart racer.
The first 2 games in the Crash Bandicoot franchise were traditional character action platformers. We wanted to expand our horizons and do something a little bit different, fully 3D rather than a linear path, and we were really excited about trying to bring the excitement of a kart racer to the PlayStation.
Crash Team Racing sells 1 million units. By 1999, the Crash franchise has generated more than $300 million. Not bad for a couple of kids from DC. Naughty Dog is eager to streamline their operations.
The beginning of Universal's relationship with Naughty Dog was Universal is a powerhouse in Hollywood. That was the spirit with which we joined Universal.
Management began to change at Universal, and they ended up in this odd middleman position where they had sold the rights of publishing to Sony, and Sony was doing the publishing, and we were doing the developing, and they were kind of there in the middle. With the exception of Mark, no one there knew a thing about games.
As we kept moving forward, Mark realized as well, that the best way to create games was to do the production at Naughty Dog and the publishing at Sony, and that Universal was not adding to the mix.
So we just kind of outgrew them.
Naughty Dog severs ties with Universal and Crash, the little guy that helped launch them.
I thank my lucky stars that we made the decision, hard as it was, to walk away from an absolute superstar and start something new.
But for Naughty Dog, that something new they're about to introduce will take them even further. By 2000, having left the Crash Bandicoot franchise behind, Sony approaches Naughty Dog for a buyout. In a deal worth millions, Naughty Dog becomes a subsidiary of Sony Computer Entertainment.
It just really made sense for us to concentrate on the development aspect, to not have to worry about like picking the best publisher and whether we got the best deal.
But working with Sony has been absolutely fabulous. I still believe that they are one of the best publishers on the planet to work with.
And 2 new characters are let loose in the video game world.
So we decided it would be more fun and more productive to start afresh and design a whole new franchise for the PlayStation 2 with this generation in mind.
The result is Jak and Daxter, the precursor legacy, released in 2001.
Jak's the hero. In Jak 1, he was the strong silent type. He had no voice. We wanted to let the player sort of take on the role of Jak. And then Daxter was along to provide the comic relief and the banter.
Oh, I get it. Like a sidekick.
What we wanted to create with Jak and Daxter was a world that felt like a single contiguous giant playground that you could go around and do everything.
At the heart of the game is a powerful new engine.
We spent a tremendous amount of time building the technology of this engine to make these big worlds and move huge amount of details.
What we wanted to do is create an immersive world that the player entered and felt a part of, and see how areas connected and related to each other with some very grand, long views and vistas.
I am very proud of Jak and Daxter. I think it was a benchmark game. Still, people are basing their reviews of other character action games around Jak and Daxter.
Jak and Daxter was also a really big step in our industry.
You got the moves, AJ.
It was the first, I think, successful platformer out on the PlayStation 2. They came out of the doors before anybody else did with this sprawling platformer that showed off technology that nobody else could match.
Naughty Dog shares the technology to their exclusive engine with fellow Sony developer Insomniac Games.
We licensed the sort of core graphics part of the Jak and Daxter engine to Insomniac Games, which they used in Ratchet & Clank.
They've given us technology back.
Because we've been really close with Insomniac for years. They were actually next to us at Universal.
We really do respect Naughty Dog's technical expertise, their design skills, their artistic approach. They make beautiful games.
Watch when you walk.
Meanwhile, Jak 2 is in development for release in fall of 2003. And this time, Jak is all grown up. Well, sort of.
In Jak 2, Jak is angry. He's out for revenge. He's had some experiments done on him in prison. He's been in prison 2 years. He's older. He speaks.
Something's happening to me.
He's not a terribly happy guy. It's a darker world in Jak 2. Daxter, on the other hand, is the same nutcase.
Why don't I like the sound of that?
This version's gonna be rated teen. You're gonna be carrying big guns. Jak's not this innocent little boy anymore. He's upset, he's angry.
Jak 2 is a huge undertaking with more levels, more weapons, and more characters.
Jak 2 is the most unbelievably enormous game.
We revamped the engine that we used in Jak and Daxter. In fact, we're calling it the Naughty Dog Engine 2.0. We added all kinds of new effects to our engine, the ability to do distortions and glows, just making the game look so much more rich and realistic.
The amount of stuff in the game. Every mission is different, and you can do a lot in multiple ways, and Jak has really powered up.
I am more excited about Jak 2 than I've been about a game in a long time, since Crash 1. I think Jak 2 does things for the industry and does things for character action games that haven't been done before.
The success of Crash Bandicoot and Jak and Daxter franchises has elevated the duo to celebrity status in the game world and beyond.
I ended up Cosmo's Bachelor of the Month. And I got calls or emails from every one of my friends in high school, all of my friends in college, fraternity brothers. Anybody that knew me somehow saw this Cosmo article. 2,500 emails, a few proposals for marriage, a lot of nude photos, and I got spotted a few times right after that in clubs.
We jokingly, call this Jason's trying to be shallow phase.
People would come up and go, I know, you're the Bachelor of the Month. Oh my God!
And for the unlikely team of the troublemaker and the quiet one, their friendship has never been stronger. Despite their differences, or perhaps because of them, Naughty Dog has built a solid reputation in the game industry.
Andy and Jason were kind of the band of brothers, you know, the best friends that are, you know, trying to make it in the gaming world, and they finally made it. Now their team size went from 2 to 3 people to 30 to 40 people.
Working with Andy has been an absolute pleasure, and I really don't believe I could have achieved what Naughty Dog's achieved without him. Andy's a programmer, I'm an artist. We have different ways of looking at the world. I look at things visually and how they impact people. Andy looks at the underlying things that are going on behind it when he's creating it.
It's like a brother relationship. You know, you take a certain amount for granted, but you have all this common experience and you can totally trust the person. Every one of our games is part of this obsessive quest for trying to make the more ultimate game.
And it's been a great ride, and I'm very, very happy and proud to be a video game creator.
それでは頑張りましょう。
That's what I call blowing someone's mind.
He went from a bit part in an unknown game
Never expected that Mario would be our icon back then. He was just Jumpman.
to one of the most recognized faces in the world.
We instantly fell in love with Mario, the character.
Along the way, he helped save an industry.
The time was ripe for a new video game console, and the time was ready for a new hero.
And all of a sudden, video games were back on top, and it's all thanks to Mario Brothers.
And changed the way we play.
That's the brilliance of the whole Mario series, is that it was this gameplay, and that's something Miyamoto is famous for.
A lot of the games just look like things that children do.
You know, developers still point to it as one of the best games of all time.
This is the story of Mario. Here we go! In 1980, Nintendo, a Japanese toy manufacturer, is trying to break into the already crowded American arcade market.
Nintendo wanted a piece of that pie, and so they developed a game called Radar Scope, an arcade game. They released it to test audiences, and people hated it. Radar Scope was just not good. They had a bomb on their hands.
Nintendo turns to a young staff artist to transform the bomb into a hit.
Hiroshi Yamauchi, the president of Nintendo of Japan, got this young Shigeru Miyamoto and said, hey, make a game. And he hadn't made a game before, so this was sort of a gamble.
I
mean, even when I first entered the company, it was really my goal to design and ultimately sell these products, really toys that I was interested in.
But Miyamoto seemed creative, and Yamauchi thought he might be up to the task. And well, you know, as it turned out, he was very up to the task.
The artist, a 28-year-old Shigeru Miyamoto, had never created a game before. Eager to learn, he studies the schematics and meets with engineers and programmers.
Miyamoto did exactly that. He saved it by saying, it's so bad, we can't even use it, toss it out. We're going to use the same technology to create something new.
But he needs a story.
Actually, with Donkey Kong, we began development on that game, originally with the idea of using Popeye in it.
But because of extended contract negotiations, the sailor is left at sea.
Had they used Popeye, they would have created one of the early licensed games. And of course, the trouble with a license is that, you know, you have it for this game, but you don't know what's going to happen tomorrow.
And probably Popeye wouldn't have the same appeal, you know, 20 years later as Mario does. So in the end, I think it worked out for Nintendo. It could be the best thing that ever happened to him.
So Miyamoto decides instead on a stubborn gorilla who breaks free from his cage and kidnaps his keeper's girlfriend. The goofy carpenter who has to rescue the girl is a little man with a big nose and an even bigger heart, named Jumpman. Because of the restrictions of technology, Miyamoto has to get creative with his character design.
And Jumpman, you know, it's this tiny little sprite with a mustache and a hat and overalls, and we know him well today, but the only reason why he looked like that back then was because of the limitations of the hardware. Without a mustache, the Mario sprite would have looked really weird because you wouldn't be able to see the nose in the face. So there's your reason why the guy has a mustache. Hair would look really weird, so they decided, hey, let's give him a hat. The reason Mario had overalls on was because without the overalls, the whole like walking thing would have looked really bad. So there you go, there's the birth of a cultural icon.
In 1981, the finished arcade game ships to America, where a certain resemblance is noticed.
And common lore has it that that name is based on the landlord of the Nintendo offices in New York.
The landlord's name? Mario Segale. And so, Jumpman is named Mario. Despite the unusual story and characters, players quickly learned to love the game.
It did very well, and it started, you know, more and more people were playing, and quickly we realized in America that we had a hit.
Before you knew it, Donkey Kong was everywhere.
Really what it was jumping over the barrels. And who could forget jumping over the barrels and climbing up the ladders? It was such a simple gameplay mechanism and yet so memorable and so replayable.
Donkey Kong is a very skill-based game. You think it's a simplistic game, you think it's a cutesy game, you think it's a girl's game, but it's not. People are still trying to boost up their scores to this day.
Nintendo ships over 60,000 Donkey Kong arcade cabinets to locations around the country. The game quickly joins the pantheon of hit arcade titles like Pac-Man, Space Invaders, and Asteroids.
Everyone remembers playing Donkey Kong in the arcade. It's fun. It's still a fun game. And it reminds you that the early games, as far as minimal as they were, they knew what was going on. It's just one of the classics.
To me, Donkey Kong holds a very precious place for me because that was really the first time where I was recognized for my work in game design. I mean, up to that point, video games had been designed mostly by technical people, and it was really the first time that a designer had actually created a game and been recognized for that work.
After his uncredited success in Donkey Kong, Mario takes his first starring role in Mario Brothers, released for the arcades. Along the way, Mario's character is fleshed out a little more.
Mario kind of went from just Jumpman, it's just a generic-looking character, to kind of a living, breathing character. He was Mario now. And he was a plumber, and he had a brother named Luigi. And the two of them could go through this little game universe and, you know, tear it up. It was cool. Kind of gave way to the franchise.
Gamers are impressed with the new ways to play.
I was attracted to the game when it first came out in the arcade simply because of that whole versus co-op element that we hadn't seen very often.
The game becomes a hit for Nintendo, and Mario becomes a celebrity.
The whole Mario name became a household name. Mom knew that you were playing Mario, whereas, you know, that other game was that shooting game with the stupid spaceships, or, you know, the one with the two Western heroes.
Nintendo had succeeded more than anyone could have hoped, but things were about to get a little more super. By 1984, Nintendo has established a strong presence in the arcade and is eager to do the same in the living room. However, after the terrible losses faced by companies like Atari a year earlier, people began to think of video games as simply a passing fad.
I think a lot of people just lost interest. The games were so generic, there was so much bad stuff out there, they didn't want to do it. So in comes Nintendo, this Japanese newcomer, saying we're going to make a new console. And, you know, what a gutsy move at the time. The idea to bring out a console was just, you know, dumbfounded many people.
Nintendo has already created the Famicom, or Family Computer, a console that is sweeping through Japan. But they know the only way to convince toy stores in America to carry it is to create a hit game. Work begins immediately on a game to maximize the technology.
Well, yeah, it is true that we do have these kind of closets in Japan with sliding doors, and behind the doors it is very dark, and I remember as a child being kind of afraid of that darkness, or even going into the mountains and playing in the mountains as a kid and finding caves and whatnot. And that sort of exploration, too, really lingered in my memory, and so later on in life, when I did start making video games, it kind of came back into play in my imaginations. And so Mario then became really the perfect game for kind of this jumping around and active expression, and just the motion on screen really became the best game for that type of action.
Super Mario Bros. Also introduces a storyline and characters that are familiar to all gamers.
You have two brothers out to save the girl. You know, in the original game it was Pauline, later it's Princess Peach. And you have a bad guy, and it's usually Bowser, who kidnaps the girl, and you gotta go to the end of the level, and it's usually on the right side, and get the girl.
The game arrives with Nintendo's new system, the NES, just in time for Christmas, into an uncertain marketplace.
There's a lot of product out there. It wasn't selling. Retailers didn't want to, get into video games anymore. And then here was this little Nintendo Entertainment System coming over from Japan, and this character, Mario, what was this about? And here was a game that featured a character. It was different. It was its adventure game, something people hadn't seen before.
The time was right for a new video game console, and the time was ready for a new hero in video games, and there he was, Mario.
It was kind of poppy and quirky. It was just definitely cool. It's something that is just burned into gamers' brains. I mean, it's like you could find, 50 years from now, play the dungeon theme. Or play the above ground theme. And it's like they'll know exactly what you're playing. They'll just recognize it instantly.
The preponderance of secrets was just amazing. You look forward to something new every time you played it because you'd find a cool new pipe you could go down. Or like, oh, a 1-up was there, I did not know that. And just a really cool learning experience, and it's just fun all around.
And I think that's the brilliance of the whole Mario series, is that it was this gameplay. I mean, it was about the gameplay, and that's, something Miyamoto is famous for. Making it about the gameplay, starting with the gameplay and letting everything follow from that.
Fun. I mean, that's what it all boils down to. He somehow knows how to make a game with really tight controls, very compelling to play, challenging enough that you're going to be playing it for a while, and just cute enough and just cool enough to pull in every audience.
Word spreads fast, and the game soon becomes a must-have toy for kids everywhere.
And then all of a sudden, video games were back on top, and it's all thanks to Mario Brothers. It went on to be, probably the top-selling video game of all time.
With 40 million copies of his game reaching his fans, Mario proves he is as much a hit in the living room as he is in the arcade. But fans will have to wait for a sequel.
There was actually a sequel to Super Mario Bros., but it only came out in Japan. Super Mario Bros. 2 is basically a clone of the first game. It looks very similar, but it was so tough that Nintendo was worried that American gamers would just not like it.
The next Mario game to come to America really isn't a Mario game at all.
Instead, what we got in the US was a Super Mario Bros. 2 that was known in Japan as Doki Doki Panic. So Nintendo said, oh, why don't we take that game, put our Mario characters in it, because nobody cares about these Doki Doki characters, and bring that to the US.
No one seems to mind the differences. The sequel quickly sells 10 million copies. Mario Mania is in full effect. Fans eagerly await the third installment of the series.
By the time Super Mario Bros. 3 came out, Mario was a full-blown superstar mascot for Nintendo. Everybody knew him, loved him. You could turn on the TV and see Mario. You could go to the movies and see him in Wizard. He was everywhere, basically. The market was saturated with Mario.
The game arrives in stores on February 12, 1990, and once again, fans love it.
It was just a huge expansion on the concept of the original Mario. Everything was bigger, better. The scope was immense. It was 3 megabits, which was like 12 times as big.
Actually, Super Mario Bros. 3 was the biggest selling game of all. That's when you really knew Nintendo was here to stay. They were in the game. For me, that game was just really deep, polished, felt great. Whether it was pure platforming or you flying around with a raccoon tail. I mean, there's so much to do and love about that game.
Despite a 6-year-old console system, Super Mario Bros. 3 sells 18 million copies, more than any other single game.
It was the biggest thing in the industry, by far. Every company wanted to have a Mario. And you saw competitors bringing out wannabe mascots too, so it was cool.
Like Sonic from Sega.
Back then, Sonic was gaining in popularity. He was huge. He's getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And Sega was promoting the heck out of him and making him into this kind of cooler, hipper character. So yeah, there was a time there when you kind of wondered, would Sonic replace Mario?
And Nintendo needed something new, and they needed it badly. So the Genesis came out first, and it was a big leap over the NES, and then Nintendo followed suit with the machine they were developing, the Super Nintendo. Sega really capitalized on that whole, you know, speed feel and said, this guy is much faster than Mario. Mario's the old man. And it worked. In the US, the Genesis outsold the Super Nintendo, which was amazing, based on the success of games like Sonic, but also because Sega was able to predict the market. They said, gamers are getting older, they want to play something different. Mario didn't evolve. So I don't think it's because the guys at Nintendo weren't smart enough to predict the trends. I think they were bucking it. They didn't want Mario to become a grown-up character. They wanted people who are grown-ups to feel like they were kids when they played. You know, they wanted to make it games. They wanted to make it fun.
Nintendo prepares to retake their lead by releasing a new system. Once again, they gamble the company's future on the courageous Italian. By 1996, Mario has become a full-blown celebrity, having appeared in films, on television, as well as in the best-selling games of all time. However, Nintendo is getting ready to launch a new system, this time facing heavy competition.
You know, Sony had already come to market with this cool, kind of hip PS1 platform, and it surprised everybody. It was successful, and everyone was skeptical of Nintendo's machine.
They placed all their bets on Miyamoto. They knew when a new platform comes out, we have to have Miyamoto create the flagship title. And even though Mario's popularity was kind of waning in the wake of upcoming characters like Sonic and all the sports games, not only did Nintendo gamble by taking an established 2D character and making him 3D, but they also said, you know what, this is the biggest thing we have. If anybody can pull this off, it's Miyamoto and it's Mario.
Working closely with the developers, Miyamoto and his team begin to explore uncharted territory. When Mario 64 is released, on September 26, 1996, the experiment pays off.
If Super Mario World was an evolution of the first Super Mario Brothers game, here's the game that is, you know, the same theme but really a revolution of it all. They took the whole concept and they made it something so different that people were instantly just flabbergasted at, you know, is this Mario? And then they played it and they're like, oh my god, it is. Super Mario 64 was just an amazing game and is still to this date. If you plop it back in, just play it for 20 minutes, you just get addicted to running around, and I don't know what it is. The way the character feels, the weight on the lawn and climbing on the trees and all that, it just works so perfectly and flows so nicely.
It was just groundbreaking. I mean, in all senses of the term. It was a real 3D world. You could go anywhere. And it set the stage for every 3D game world that we've seen since. You know, Miyamoto, the creator of that game, just revolutionary as far as his thoughts on game design, fun, immersion.
And it was huge. It was like a shockwave. It overtook everybody and it proved that Nintendo knew its stuff, you know. No one could compete with that. Just the polish and the way in which they brought Mario into the 3D realm, the control, the world design, you know, the level design. They'd retain these classic kind of 2D feeling platformer levels in purely 3D worlds. And like they've done it in a way that nobody else could even conceive of it. It was such a success that even today Mario's looked back upon as, you know, this groundbreaking platformer in 3D. You know, developers still point to it as one of the best games of all time.
Super Mario 64 is a blockbuster, selling over 9 million copies and ensuring a healthy life for the Nintendo 64. Over the next 5 years, Mario appears in numerous games on the system, helping to establish new franchises and genres for Nintendo, like Mario Party.
Ready? Go!
And Smash Brothers. In November of 2001, Nintendo releases its next console, the GameCube. For the first time, there is no Mario game at launch. But fans would not have to wait long. On August 26, 2002, the Red Cap returns in Super
forward to Mario's latest adventure.
You know, by the time Super Mario Sunshine came out, you've seen from developers games that are doing this type of thing, and they're doing them well. So Nintendo couldn't really just shock everybody again. They had to just come with a solid title. And I think Super Mario Sunshine is a solid title.
Although it is unable to top the sales of its predecessors, Super Mario Sunshine is critically acclaimed, winning numerous awards. But after over 2 decades of gaming, how will Mario survive?
There's so many characters out there, so many mascots and cooler characters vying for people's attention that Mario is often forgotten. But as far as gameplay goes, Mario is still king.
I think Nintendo's insistence that they keep Mario pure and kind of a mascot that appeals to all ages, you know, has kind of helped the company over the years because Mario's become this family-branded thing, and you know, parents can go into a shop and pick up a Mario game and they know that they're going to have something healthy for their kids. It's not going to be packed full of blood and guts or whatever.
Mario is really a gaming icon because he's been around so long. As a character, this guy, you know, has been around longer than anyone else. Unless you count the square pong ball, you know, I remember that one. Or the little triangle asteroid ship. As a character, Mario is really, you know, has so much longevity because he's instantly memorable and we've seen him for such a long time.
With 6 of the 10 all-time best-selling games and over 20 years of innovations, Mario's effect on the world of gaming is undeniable.
Just like Citizen Kane, it's really the archetype for a really good movie and directors will always refer back to it. Mario is the one 3D game that people will refer back to.
So I think all around the industry, whether people are playing Nintendo games now or have played them in the past, that be it, you know, consumers or the people making the games, I think you're going to find Nintendo influence everywhere.
Even his creator still sees him as something special.
When people ask me to draw a picture for them, somehow, for some reason, I always end up drawing Mario.
It was created by some of the greatest minds in gaming.
Well, Keiji Inafune is best known for his Mega Man series. He's put in a lot of time and effort into his Mega Man games.
And built upon a genre made famous by evil.
Onimusha really extended the Resident Evil formula or the template.
Its creation rivaled the production of Hollywood movies.
Onimusha's budget was huge.
We actually tried to do something that had never been done before. I figured this was a game that really needed music on a large scale. It really needs something powerful.
It looks real when you see it, and looks like a Hollywood film.
But the road wasn't always clear.
He wanted a real epic feel to the game, and he really didn't think the PlayStation was powerful enough.
But they overcame those obstacles, and its success was huge.
It's this very cool universal game that most games don't really have.
It was one of the first million-selling games on the PS2.
This is how a gaming dynasty was created. This is the history of Onimusha. It's 1999, and Sony's PlayStation is the undisputed king of the 32-bit console wars, thanks in part to the runaway success of a game called Resident Evil from Capcom. The Japanese developer decides to build on the budding survival horror genre as an industry veteran steps up to the plate.
Keiji Inafune is best known for his Mega Man series, and he's put in a lot of time and effort into his Mega Man games.
Inafune decides to take the gameplay style made famous by the Resident Evil series and steer it in a new direction.
I've always been a fan of Akira Kurosawa's samurai movies. Ever since I was a young child, I've always thought they were like super cool, and if only I could make that kind of a game. That was what we started with. Mr. Inafune brought this idea to me and said, listen, I want you to head up a game that's going to use samurais in some sort of aspect. I think that'd be very cool.
And a very unique twist is added to the plan. A famous Japanese actor is cast as the hero.
We wanted a game that would appeal to men and women. So how we got women to play the game was we used a super cool Japanese actor at that time, Kaneshiro. He was probably at the time, and could be even still now, the most popular male actor in Japan right now. And by putting him in the game, we figured we would get a lot more female gamers that would actually want to buy the game just because he's in it.
Using Takeshi Kaneshiro's likeness definitely was a big help for Onimusha, mainly because they face-mapped a Japanese star, which the Japanese public knows already, and to put him in a game and see him moving in a samurai outfit and everything, it was stirred up quite an excitement in Japan.
But it's not long before the first real battle begins.
Well, Onimusha was first planned for the PlayStation, but Funesan tried it out on the PlayStation, and in fact he was using the Mega Man Legends engine for a little bit, which was his previous 3D game for the PlayStation. But he found that it was really boring, and that the only thing you can do in a PlayStation 3D setting is to just constantly battle enemies with your sword. And he wanted more than that.
Yes, actually, we did have a version, a PS1 version. And although we were actually able to make a character that kind of resembled Kaneshiro, it wasn't enough. It wasn't to the point where you'd go like, wow, that is him. It was close, but still kind of a miss.
He wanted a story, he wanted some action, he wanted a real epic feel to the game, and he really didn't think the PlayStation was powerful enough to present what he really wanted to show.
And as we were developing the game, about halfway through the development, Sony released the specs for the PS2. And when I heard those, I was like, wow, that's amazing. If we use these specs, then in fact we can make a character that looks as real as the actual person. So you would get kind of the movie-esque feel that we probably couldn't have achieved with any hardware before that time.
The team is forced to make a very difficult decision.
We'd already come this far with the PlayStation 1 version, and a lot of the staff said, we want to release it on PlayStation 1. We've already put all this work into it. We don't have to change everything over to PlayStation 2. And it was a really difficult decision, but in the end I decided we needed to go with PlayStation 2 if we were going to come out with a new series with a bang.
That decision set the team back months. Capcom decides that Onimusha Warlords will be big and gives the game a budget to match.
Onimusha's budget was huge. It's probably Capcom's biggest budget they've ever put on a game, and in fact it put a lot of pressure on Keiji Inafune to deliver a Class A title.
The pressure is on. Changing platforms has pushed back the schedule, and working on a new platform presents its own set of challenges. But the team at Capcom is committed to making the game a hit. So what do they do next? Research.
Originally, the game was designed based on the feudal, the Warring States Japan era and the samurais that existed then. That was the start of the game, the base that the game was founded upon. Those are the roots, I feel, of Onimusha that need to be protected in the future. So I went to a lot of different castles, a lot of temples. I visited Kyoto, which is the most traditional city that has probably the most historical artifacts and locations remaining.
And the storyline for Onimusha is fully fleshed out.
It's the story during the warring feudal states era in Japan. And it takes place right before Oda Nobunaga, who is actually a historical figure in Japan, who tried to unite all of these different Japanese states that were separated. He came very close to doing it, but died right before he was able to do it. So what I did was I took that as the main backdrop for the evil villain of the game. Oda Nobunaga makes a pact with the devil to come back to life. And with that power, he tries to finish the job that he started out doing.
In Onimusha, the story really leaves a lot of room for the action of the game. It's really basic. You're Samanosuke, this really noble warrior, and you're doing what noble warriors do. You're saving a princess.
Princess Yuki!
From an evil demon lord who has brought the undead back to basically slaughter all of feudal Japan. You're the last hope, essentially.
The team at Capcom now has a base to build a game on, but the hard part is just beginning. By late 1999, Onimusha begins taking shape. Resident Evil fans who have heard early previews for the game are growing more and more excited about Capcom's new offering.
I was a big fan of survival horror, and then this really cool feudal Japan world was inserted into that Resident Evil mold, and that really turned me on.
I guess if I had to sum it up really quickly, the Onimusha-esque nature of the game would have to be that you can slash very quickly. It's these quick battles, slashing through the enemies, a quick pace. It all feels really good because you're just slashing through one enemy, then you go to the next one, cut him down, and you just quickly proceed through the game.
Onimusha really brought that it extended the Resident Evil formula or the template for that game was the Gauntlet, where you could suck demon souls and essentially upgrade and do power-ups. There was quite a cool system where you could do lots of cool sword slashing moves.
To give Onimusha a truly cinematic feel, Capcom pushes the envelope of game production.
We actually tried to do something that had never been done before. I figured this was a game that really needed music on a large scale. It really needed something powerful, something moving, and just your typical normal background music wasn't going to cut it. So we decided we needed an orchestra, but we didn't want to just stop there.
Onimusha was probably one of the first games to really move the cinema-inspired game into the future, where they were first on PS2, so they had the DVD format to their advantage. And so ultra-crisp picture, obviously, and this awesome DVD quality cinema. Because they went to the masters. They went to people who actually made movies to do this. And you had the Kurosawa films, the old 1960s, 1970s black and white samurai flicks that really inspired this. And you combine that with this really cool, visceral action game. And it makes for, not a really emotional experience, but a dramatic one at that.
Men, fight and die with honor!
We wanted to try something on an even larger scale than what a normal orchestra could do. So we had the orchestra upped in people to about 200-person orchestra working on the soundtrack or the opening for the game. That has never been done before. It was quite a task, but in the end, as you can see by the results of the first one, it was very powerful, very moving music.
The score in Onimusha, it really brought out the cinematic appeal. It really lent itself to that cinema quality of game.
And the composer they find is every bit as unique as the game they're making.
We actually decided to use a man named Samura Goichi. And this Samura Goichi is someone who's actually very established, known, talented in Japan. He's worked on several movies. He is a very capable person.
He is hard of hearing, and to come up with such an epic score like that for Onimusha is just unfathomable.
Onimusha Warlords comes out on March 14th, 2001, and Capcom gets the blockbuster it wants. It becomes the first PlayStation 2 game to sell over 1 million copies, and hits 2 million copies in a year, and critics are ecstatic.
Yes, it was one of the first million-selling games on the PS2.
This way, sir.
And it is absolutely incredible. I mean, it looks real when you see it, and it looks like a Hollywood film when you see it.
You follow them through the other way.
Understand.
It had the fixed backgrounds, obviously, so you're running around in the same world where it was a very grim, very, very sinister universe. But then it added a lot more action to it. You weren't really limited in your bullets because you had a sword, and you could slice up demons. So it made it a lot more visceral, a lot more fun. Onimusha was just pure, exhilarating fun.
In 2002, an enhanced Xbox version is released, called Genma Onimusha.
I was also the producer on Genma Onimusha, and with that, one of the things that the game got criticized for was being too hard.
Samanosuke, what is this?
We didn't mean to be mean to the players. We didn't mean to frustrate the different players that had bought our game, but we did want to challenge them. Whenever we make a game, we try and have fun with it, make it an enjoyable experience. But whenever we challenge the player, we want to have fun with that too.
But the next move will be a full sequel. The name of this new game will be Onimusha 2: Samurai's Destiny.
Usually sequels should be better than the originals, although often they aren't. But with Onimusha 2, we had to maintain the Onimusha-esque nature of the game, yet at the same time have something there that would make the fans really say, wow, this is even better than the first one. Trying to get that in the right combination sometimes is quite difficult. In 2, the main character is Yagyu Jubei. He also stands against Oda Nobunaga.
And once again, a famous movie star is used as the main character. But this time, the choice of actor presents a unique challenge.
Actually, with Onimusha 2, the main character was based on a famous Japanese actor named Yusaku Matsuda. Unfortunately, he passed away due to cancer quite a while ago, so we couldn't actually have him wear the motion capture suits and actually film him walking.
Actually, his last movie that he did was Black Rain with Michael Douglas. And after he did that movie, he passed away, and he was a huge star in Japan.
So we used someone who had kind of a similar build. We used them in the motion capture and then animated the rest around those images.
And to face map him and to put him in a recent modern game, it was just unheard of. It was both controversial and exciting at the same time. But when people saw the final result, there was definitely, it was a formula that worked.
But while a new hero and new story are added, the basic gameplay remains pretty much the same.
Onimusha 2 was more just a bare-bones sequel. It didn't really step forward too much. It was just continuing the franchise where, you know, Onimusha 2 was really closed. It was all fixed backgrounds, pre-rendered. So, yeah, Onimusha 2, just typical sequel, I would say. You know, a couple additions here and there to appease the fans, but that's pretty much it.
Onimusha 2 is released in March 2002. The game is another hit. In Japan, it sells 1 million copies in only 3 weeks. But some gamers aren't totally satisfied.
Unfortunately, it used pre-rendered backgrounds, which are famous in the Resident Evil series as well. A lot of Americans didn't like it because America is a country where you need to have full 3D polygons in order to hit it big with an action game.
Work begins right away on Onimusha 3, but this time Capcom plans to make some serious changes. By 2003, Onimusha and Onimusha 2 are both hits, but critics aren't happy with what they consider to be a lack of innovation in the series. Capcom decides to tackle those complaints head-on and make Part 3 the biggest of them all.
This is the graphic department.
One of the first changes made is a shift to a fully 3D world.
This is the background effects. We're going to make good on the mistakes we had with the first one, and that is the pre-rendered backgrounds are now gone and have been replaced with full 3D polygons.
In Onimusha 3, you have a 3D environment. You have a 3D camera that works more like a movie camera than it does a typical 3D platformer camera, where it trails the character to give it more of a cinematic quality. It's this very cool quality that still has the presence of what Onimusha 1 and 2 are about.
And using another famous actor for the lead role is now standard procedure.
The Onimusha series has always been famous for having a famous actor in some way, shape, or form. It's kind of a symbol of the series, and even if I didn't want to put a famous actor in, I would still have to. The upper management would make me.
But this time around, they need someone with worldwide appeal.
With 3, we wanted to go more international. We needed somebody who was famous in Europe, America, Japan. There are very few people that fit that mold. Also, the game being set in Paris, we decided we wanted a French actor that actually have made their way to Japan and that are famous in America. Very few. Matter of fact, there's only one. That is John Reno. That is why we decided to use him.
Using John Reno's likeness in the game was a big surprise, not just to the Japanese gamers, but to American gamers who have seen him in stuff like The Professional and stuff like that, and to see an actor that you recognize, because these other 2 Japanese characters, not many Americans would know, but with John Reno, you're definitely appealing to a wider audience, and it was a big shock to everybody.
Using John Reno is just like any director in a movie using a star. We want him to place emphasis on the character he is being. John Reno is maybe a hook, a selling point, something that can get people to buy the game, and initially when they play the game, they realize, hey, I'm being John Reno. But that's only for about the first 5 minutes, and later we want them to actually get into the story as this character, Jacques Brun.
In Part 3, Jacques Brun teams up with Samanosuke from the first Onimusha to bring an end to the threat of Nobunaga once and for all.
3 takes place using the same character that was in number 1, Samanosuke. And Samanosuke follows Oda Nobunaga all the way to Honnoji Temple. He tries to finish this long climactic battle. So number 3 wraps it all up as Samanosuke fights Nobunaga for the final time.
To bring these 2 heroes together, a little bit of science fiction is brought into play.
You have this little time travel element. You have all these really awkward-looking modern weapons set against Samanosuke's steel sword. It's kind of a cool element, bullets versus steel, old versus new. You have the whole French angle, and then the feudal Japan angle, modern-day settings. It's this very cool universal game that most games don't really have. But this is really dynamic.
The Onimusha franchise has worldwide appeal.
There's that stigma with Onimusha where it transcends language barriers, and the fact that they use this famous Japanese actor who happened to be dead really made it hit home with Japanese audiences. And like maybe that didn't really matter to American audiences who were playing the game.
Capcom capitalizes by introducing more games like Onimusha Tactics and Blade Warriors, a 2D fighting game.
And then you have the Onimusha, license, which is going to be made into a movie supposedly in the next couple of years. While they say Onimusha 3 is the last true sequel to the franchise, it seems like something that will keep going on and on and on. It's Capcom. They'll figure out a way to keep it going, even if they say this is the last game.
And Onimusha's influence lives on. Its gameplay is copied by other developers.
Actually, one of the features that we are kind of proud of in the game, we have the little sub-quest in the game called the Makukukan.
Won't you go to the Dark Realm?
If you're going to translate that, it would be something like Magic World or Underworld. As you proceed through the game, you're given the option to go down in these little sub-quests, but you don't have to.
I hope you come back alive.
Giving the users a chance to either do that or not provides a little more variety to the game. We have seen with some other games that have come out quite recently, even including the new Zelda. And actually, we are very surprised that that section of the game would influence so many other different games in the way that it has. Most of the artists, the sound designers, most of the people that come to Capcom are all people that have a lot of pride in their work. They have a specific image that they want to go by, that they want to create, and they're not going to stop until it's perfect. These people are in charge of designing the motion for all the characters. Most people would think that motion designers are always men, but as you can see, here's a female motion designer right here. She's actually very good. This is where they make the effects for the game. And as you can see, there are two beautiful women right next to me that are working. And here's another beautiful woman.
Like every hero, he had obstacles to overcome.
And they said, there's no way this will sell.
But the rewards were great.
If they didn't have Mega Man, I don't even know how they'd be surviving today, honestly.
Learn the secrets behind his power.
It's about one thing. And it's always about one thing, blasting.
It's a huge cast of characters that any kid can enjoy.
Everybody loves Mega Man.
And meet Inafune, the man behind the Mega.
I had no idea my luck would go this well, that this character would be this great and last this long. So yes, it was a huge surprise for me.
In 1984, a Japanese video game company named Capcom hits its stride in the arcade scene with popular hits including 1942 and Gunsmoke. Their success allows them to expand, and a young artist named Keiji Inafune is hired.
I've always liked drawing pictures. From a long time ago, I've always wanted to be an illustrator. Just about at the time that I'd graduated, video gaming companies were becoming very popular, and they had always wanted young, talented artists. And it was a good chance for me to break out, get into a company, and prove myself. So it just happened to be the right timing for me to be an illustrator.
Inafune goes to work on Capcom's newest arcade game.
The very, very first project I ever did was an arcade game called Street Fighter. Then after that, when we were doing the project, they said, we're working on a new title for the home consumer division, and we'd like you to participate in that. So it was at that time I joined the Mega Man project.
And the hunt for the hero turns personal.
A lot of the character design for Mega Man is based upon some of the Japanese cartoons that I saw when I was a child. I've always liked the images and the art, and when I was making this game, it was kind of like a going back to my roots, going back to my childhood when I designed it. It was very fun to design that character.
And that character needs a name.
Before it was Rockman, it was originally going to be Mighty Kid, or Knuckle Kid, and this is how we were doing the package. So we decided on Rockman. And in the end, it did become the States Mega Man. Actually, it's not a rock like a stone or a pebble. That was not where the name Rockman comes from. It comes from rock and roll. There's also another character named Roll. When I first designed the character, I had rock and roll in mind. That was the back image I was going off of when I designed a lot of the artwork. For me, Rockman, or Mega Man, has always been a game that's been designed with music in mind. Music's always been a very important part of the series.
And just like Mega Man, even his creators show weakness.
This is Mega Man 1, all the original bosses that I drew with my own two hands. When I look at it now, I think, man, I really wasn't that good, was I? If one of my character designers that work underneath me now were to bring something like that to me, I'd probably take one look and say, no way, this sucks, try again.
With the characters and story in place, it's time to rock and roll.
Basically, when you think about it, there's not something in the world that is just stronger than everybody else. Almost everything has something it's stronger than and something that it's weaker to. Sort of like in scissors, rock, and paper. Scissors will beat paper, but it loses to the rock. Paper will beat the rock, but it loses to the scissors. So that's how the Mega Man weapons work.
And now it's time to introduce the twist.
Well, the whole idea behind Mega Man was you defeat one boss, and then you go to the next boss by using the weapon you just gained.
They also give players a new kind of freedom.
The original Mega Man game was interesting because it was one of the first games that allowed you to choose what level you played first. It was a linear platform game like a lot of other platform games, but you had a lot of freedom up front to choose the path that you wanted to take through the game.
With Mega Man, they were giving the player something to look forward to, an element of strategy, which most games back then really didn't have.
Once the game is finished, Inafune has to face his own bosses.
After we got the game done, we took it over to sales. And we said, look, we got the game done, this is what it's like. And they said, there's no way this will sell. So I was really disappointed, of course. I was like, well, I tried my best, my hardest, really worked hard at it, and it didn't work out.
Capcom decides to release the game in Japan in a limited amount. Surprising everyone, the game catches on in Japan. Capcom decides to bring the little robot to America. Before they cross cultures, they make a few changes. And like they say, it's what's on the inside that really counts.
It had some of the worst box art in the history of video games. It doesn't look anything near the Mega Man that we see today.
The box art for the first Mega Man game in the US was done very quickly. The president of Capcom US said to his marketing guy, you know, we need a cover done tomorrow. And he went out and got a friend of his to do it in like 6 hours. And that's the reason why it turned out so bad.
They had some 45-year-old guy with a strange-looking weapon.
Despite the cover, word begins to spread, and sales of Mega Man begin to gain momentum.
The first Mega Man was indeed a sleeper hit. Word of mouth really caught on with Mega Man.
The Mega Man team begins to work on the sequel, but this time with a little extra help.
Character Bushu. This was an illustration used in a poster which said, we are waiting for everyone's ideas for new enemies.
There was a contest in Nintendo Power where kids could create robot monsters for the game.
From 2, we had children participating in the R&D of the game. So you really have the game kind of created by children for children. You have that child touch, actually.
When the sequel arrives in America in 1989, there's already a captive audience ready to face the evil Dr. Wily.
If I were to have to throw out one single Mega Man title that I really liked, I guess it would be Mega Man 2. It was probably the one game where I really felt that I had put in 100% of everything that I was aiming for. Out of all the games I've made, one of the best ones. I really liked it.
Capcom, realizing the potential of the game, throws their weight behind the series.
When we made the first Mega Man, you're always limited by memory, how much space you have on the cartridges. And we had tons of characters that we had created that we all wanted to fit in the first game that we couldn't. So all the characters that were left over, we decided to put in number 2. A lot of the characters became a lot more bright and colorful. The sprites were a lot prettier in the second one. We were able to do a lot of things that we couldn't do in the first one.
The game is popular, selling more copies than the original and ensuring that the Blue Bomber will return.
Mega Man and Street Fighter came out around the same time, are responsible for, Capcom. They branded Capcom. They made them a company to be reckoned with. People didn't really know Capcom as a brand until, Mega Man came shooting in.
With the success of 2 Mega Man games, Capcom rushes to release number 3.
When Mega Man 1 and 2 and 3 hit, it was huge. I mean, they kept coming out in progression. Like, it was, one after the other after the other. Capcom didn't waste any time. They might not have known they had a hit on their hands, but once they did, it was immediate.
Mega Man is on a roll, but Capcom's next move will be a frustrating one. In 1991, Nintendo releases the Super Nintendo, an updated version of their aging console system. With the arrival of better graphics and sound, classic 8-bit games are given new life in a 16-bit world. But one character is nowhere to be seen.
I think they continued to do Mega Man games for the NES because, first of all, it was easy to do. It was inexpensive for them to develop additional Mega Man games. All 6 of the Mega Man games for the NES use the same character animation. They have different music, different backgrounds, different enemies, different things to do, but it's basically the same engine. They got it right the first time and they just continued to do it.
They didn't want to mess with the formula. Capcom's famous for not messing with a good thing, and at the time, Mega Man 2 had done outrageous numbers, and 3 did fairly well, and they figured, why mess with a good thing?
Yeah, like maybe the decision seems a little weird now. But at the time, the installed base of the Nintendo was outrageous. It was huge. So why wouldn't you want to release a new Nintendo game with, your all-star Mega Man?
Mega Man 4 blasts its way onto shelves in 1991. However, many people are beginning to move on to the newer system, leaving the Blue Bomber with a shrinking fan base. Mega Man 5 is released in 1992. And Mega Man 6 hits the shelves a year later with little fanfare. The future looks bleak for the little robot. But in true video game style, he's about to get another life. By 1994, Capcom has quite a bit of experience making games for the Super Nintendo. They know that they will have to do more than just re-release older games on the new system. Mega Man needs a makeover.
I guess with every system, you have to have some sort of major evolution because graphically, you can do so much more. And the cool thing about Mega Man is he didn't go into 3D because you couldn't really quite yet. So instead what Capcom did was just give him a makeover and make him Mega Man X.
Using elements of the original series, Capcom's designers add new moves. And new characters to give gamers a different experience.
Yeah, the Mega Man X series was very different from the originals. It still had the same type of gameplay. The character was similar, but it took place in a different time frame. The Mega Man X games are harder.
I tend to not like the Mega Man X series, mainly because it's really hard. I feel like breaking my controller when I play them.
They're much more serious in tone. The boss characters in the original Mega Man games are a little more comical and lighthearted and more colorful. The Mega Man X characters are hard and metallic, and some of those games are brutally difficult.
Yet the game finds its fans.
So it was this really cool techno quality to Mega Man. It was really neat. Like all the bosses were a lot more extravagant. All the sprites were a lot more colorful. Instead of the basic Flame Man, you had like mantises and peacocks and all these really extravagant creatures and bosses that you really didn't expect in the Mega Man universe. But when they make a flamingo robotic, it's cool for some reason. Dr. Wily knew what he was doing.
Mega Man X arrives in stores in 1994. And Mega Man fans take notice. Mega Man's popularity is on the rise, and Capcom releases 2 games only a few months apart, Mega Man X2 and Mega Man 7. For the first time, Capcom allows 2 separate series to continue simultaneously, both the X series and the Classic series.
It got to a point where there was just a new Mega Man game coming out practically every year. I don't know if everybody was on top of that and was just continuing to buy all the Mega Man games, but the fact that there was a steady stream of games with that character in it, really guaranteed that he would continue to be successful even when the newer systems started to come out.
Mega Man X3 arrives in stores less than a year later, but once again, the video game landscape is changing, and Mega Man will soon find himself homeless. By 1997, Nintendo has retired their Super Nintendo, and Sony's PlayStation is sending shockwaves through the industry. But Sony isn't exactly embracing Mega Man with open arms.
I don't know if Sony's ever spoken about this policy on the record, but it's pretty well known that in the early days of the PlayStation, they really wanted to differentiate the PlayStation hardware from everything else that had come before it. And what that meant in a nutshell was 3D games as opposed to 2D games, which is what the Super NES and the Genesis were really known for.
Sony does not like 2D games. That is very important to understand from their original standpoint on the PlayStation. It was important for Capcom to continue its formula of what worked, and 2D was what worked for them, so they originally did not want to do much for PlayStation because Sony did not want them to do anything for them.
When Capcom approached them with Mega Man for the PlayStation in the US, and Sony shot them down.
Capcom still moves ahead, and to mark the 10th anniversary of the Blue Bomber, they decide to release Mega Man 8, an update for the classic series for the Sega Saturn.
Ready.
Fearing the competition, Sony also agrees to release the game. But they have a condition.
And Sony insisted that the PlayStation version of Mega Man 8 have something different, special, additional, that the Saturn version didn't have. They ended up including a commemorative booklet that showed all the different boss characters from various Mega Man games, just so that Sony could say, hey, the PlayStation version's got something the Saturn version doesn't have.
Mega Man finally arrives on Sony's new console, but his next jump will be an unexpected one. In 1998, Capcom follows up Mega Man's arrival on the PlayStation by agreeing to Sony's demand for a new look at the little robot.
Wait a second. Where are you going, Mega Man? That's not the right way.
But the overhaul will take some work.
The Mega Man series is originally a 2D game, and trying to transform that 2D game into a 3D world. How would Mega Man look as he's jumping in a 3D world? How would he look as he's firing, running, all in this 3D world? So many different animations and movements you have to think about that aren't considered in 2D because they don't exist. If I was going to have to say there's one particular trait about the Mega Man Legends series that really stands out, it would have to be that you're on an adventure.
I'm okay, Roll. Everything's all right here.
Trying to put Rockman in this new 3D world and have him interact with everything in a believable fashion, and still have all the fans think, yes, that is in fact the Mega Man that I'm used to playing as. Trying to keep that image was very difficult. It's a game that utilizes 3D, a really free world where you can go and do anything you really want to. It's not very linear. And with this adventurous world inside the Mega Man Legends series, we figured that there's a lot of different kinds of action, not just destroying an enemy or defeating an enemy. Other kinds of action are just, for example, walking down the road and maybe you kick a can or you shoot down a tree or something like that. So that alone gave it a lot of freedom and made it a lot more of a huge, whole new world, an adventure. I think that's what really makes the Legends series stand out.
Mega Man Legends is definitely, I would say it's the most underrated Mega Man game. I mean, it took Mega Man kicking and screaming into 3D gaming.
Unfortunately, many don't agree.
The graphics were not state-of-the-art, but they were decent at the time, and still Mega Man fans picked up on. It didn't sell as well as the 2D games, but it was something that at least made Sony happy that it was 3D on their platform.
Boy, that new engine sure is something. Completely different from the old one.
Following the leap into the third dimension, Capcom begins to look for other video game genres for their star to explore. First, Capcom sets their sights on the popular world of strategy gaming with the Mega Man Battle Network series.
Actually, there was two things that were kind of problematic about Battle Network #1. First of all, there was never a game of its type before. There was no pattern to follow, no rough idea to go upon. If there was any type game, it was never really successful. They'd all failed. So to blend an action game along with the kind of fun you get from the Pokemon games, or a Yu-Gi-Oh card game or something like that. To blend those two elements together, just the right amount of balance to make the game fun, yet new and fresh, that was very difficult. The
combat system in the Mega Man Battle Network games is very different from what you see in a traditional Mega Man game. It's really an interesting variation from the type of gameplay that Mega Man is known for.
But Capcom returns to the classic Mega Man style with the release of Mega Man Zero.
Going back to that style of gameplay, it's a lot easier to understand what you have to do when you go into a game like that cold and you just pick up the controller for the first time. You run to the right and you beat guys up. You shoot, you jump on platforms. People are comfortable with that.
In 2003, Capcom celebrates the 15th anniversary of its beloved character and releases updates to all 3 of its ongoing Mega Man series. Mega Man X7, Mega Man Network Transmission, and Mega Man Zero 2. After 15 years as one of the most revered game characters, he shows no signs of slowing.
But Mega Man is Capcom's biggest selling game series of all time.
Mega Man is a very appealing character. He's got just the right amount of zip and power. There are so many different Mega Mans that you're always going to find one that appeals to you.
Mega Man's still around today is because he's one of the staples of gaming history.
They're going to keep making them damn things until he dies. I don't know.
He is what they live on still. There are so many games and so many fans of Mega Man that he's never going to die.
I'm sure they're going to continue to do a lot more and a lot better Mega Man games. He's here to stay.
I've been making Mega Man for about 15, 16 years now. That's a long time, but I still haven't had enough of him. He's a great character. I've always loved him, and I want to continue to keep making games with him in it. There's no reason to stop if you've got something good on your hands. As you can see, I have a lot of different sketchbooks here, and this isn't all of them. There's a lot of enemy characters that have gone unused, but the ideas do keep coming. So many books, so little time. The person who probably taught me the most in the gaming industry about what it's like to make a game would probably have to be the Blue Bomber himself, Mega Man. He really is a large part of my life.
He created one of the most beloved characters of all time.
To come up with the character of Sonic, we asked ourselves, what kind of game do we want to make? The most important thing was I wanted it to be playful.
Blast processing. It was allegedly something that somehow made Sonic the Hedgehog go faster.
Undoubtedly, I think Sonic was a system seller for Sega. As a mascot back then, it was just huge.
And this hedgehog helped stir up some headlines.
The comparisons began. It became Nintendo versus Sega, and the media wanted to compare them.
The lack of long-term success of the Dreamcast was kind of a disappointment. In some ways, it was a self-fulfilling prophecy.
I think everyone was a bit shocked at first that Nintendo and Sega had finally joined forces, since they were mortal enemies for 10, 15 years.
I'd like to change. I'd like to move forward.
Meet the man behind Sonic, Yuji Naka.
He has lots of childlike qualities, which I think translates into his games.
My Lotus.
The Yuji Naka story begins on the other side of the world.
Well, when I was a child, I grew up in a place in Japan called Osaka up until I was 18. In terms of creativity, I like many things. I like cars, games, theme parks, everything. It's from all these things that I've been influenced. Well, I don't think I was too smart. I wasn't able to go to college. So after graduating from high school, I had to look for a job, and there were many candidates I targeted. They weren't looking for people, whereas Sega was. I lived in Osaka, and I wanted to move to Tokyo, so I applied to Sega, and they took me.
The 18-year-old entrepreneur goes to work on his first game for Sega, a game company already established thanks to arcade titles like Zaxxon.
1984 was when I joined Sega. Girls' Garden was the first game I was involved with. I was a programmer. It was the first game I worked on for the SG-1000.
In 1986, Sega introduces a brand new console, the Sega Master System. Naka works on games like F-16 Fighting Falcon.
The Master System, I thought at the time, back then I certainly wasn't working in the game industry. I was just a kid playing video games like everyone else. But I felt that box, the level of sophistication that it kind of oozed out of it was just a lot cooler than like Atari or Coleco. The F-16 Fighting Falcon game was back then, given the limited things he had to work with, I would say was very, very realistic for the time. And if you went back and played it now, I think you have the same feeling.
And Phantasy Star, a role-playing game filled with solid quests and masterful stories.
I think at the time, Phantasy Star was a fairly different type of kind of RPG, and I don't think we can say that now, but the games coming out, a lot of them seem to be similar, or a lot of the things borrow concepts from one another, but I think back then it was just very fresh. Made you want to play it over and over again.
Phantasy Star 2 was released in 1989 and features an inventive storyline and realistic graphics with the power of Sega's new 16-bit console, the Genesis.
I was clearly a Genesis guy. If it weren't for the Genesis, I wouldn't even be in the video game industry.
Nintendo releases their own console, the Super NES, and a rivalry is born.
Yeah, the 16-bit console wars, that was a sort of a famous era in video games, because you had Nintendo kind of unwilling to release a successor to the NES. They didn't want to shoot that golden goose that was already still laying golden eggs, and unfortunately for them, that gave Sega, just kind of a very small challenger, an opportunity to come in with the Genesis.
For the Super NES, Nintendo introduces a series of games featuring Mario, created by Shigeru Miyamoto. The series becomes wildly popular. Naka begins collaborating with character designer Oshima, and has an idea he hopes can compete with the Little Plumber.
To come up with the character of Sonic, we asked ourselves, what kind of game do we want to make? Back then, Mario existed and he jumped a lot, jumping and hitting blocks. But what I wanted to do was get involved with creating a smoother surface to run across and have the character run fast. I was the main programmer. The most important thing was I wanted it to be playful. So we built characters to match the playfulness.
The result is Sonic the Hedgehog, released in 1991. And the Sonic team is formed, led by its creator.
Since I'm the president of Sonic Team, I'm involved in every aspect. The visuals, story, and gameplay. I believe the games must represent Sonic Team in a good way.
The Sonic team is determined to make Sonic stand out in the crowd.
Well, blast processing was the marketing term for Sonic the Hedgehog, and it was allegedly something that somehow made Sonic the Hedgehog go faster. Was it ever more than a marketing term? I don't think so, who knows. But it definitely worked good in the ads, but I still remember it. Blast processing.
I thought it conveyed the sense of speed a lot better than even some racing games did. It was probably one of the most perfect 2D characters that's ever been invented.
So in comes Sega with Sonic, and he is a character who is a little hedgehog guy and he's blue, but he has all this attitude. He doesn't stop for nobody. He's just spinning and going really fast through the levels. This guy is much faster than Mario. Mario's the old man.
Undoubtedly, I think Sonic was a system seller for Sega. As a mascot back then, it was just huge.
And it's just the beginning. By 1992, Sonic the Hedgehog is a success, selling 2 million units. Gamers and critics alike are impressed with Sonic's revolutionary speed and spin dash. And the inevitable comparisons begin.
I was involved with Sonic for a long time, but as soon as Mario appeared, the comparisons began. It became Nintendo versus Sega that the media wanted to compare.
And Sega decided, well, Nintendo has the kid audience. We'll go after the teenage audience. We'll really bring them in with these cool ninja games and these really mature things. That, yeah, there's not nudity or swearing or extreme violence, but they're really edgy. When you look at all the other stuff that was coming out during the 16-bit era.
Sega at that time introduced some really innovative marketing, kind of like the shock tactics marketing that just had never been done in games before. It was amazing. And every player, nobody had two consoles. Everybody had one or the other, and you're either a Sega fan or a Super Nintendo fan. And you either said like, Sonic sucks and Mario rules, or Sonic rules and Mario sucks.
Sega really capitalized on that whole, speed feel and said, this guy is much faster than Mario. And it worked. In the US, the Genesis outsold the Super Nintendo, which was amazing, based on the success of games like Sonic.
But Naka simply shrugs it off.
The contents of the game and the direction, those were totally different. So as far as I'm concerned, the comparison was wrong, and I think that was a misunderstanding. I don't want there to be anything bad between us, so while we are in good terms, and I can work on not keeping a distance, that would be great. We are good friends.
Naka quickly goes to work on a sequel and heads west to collaborate with American development teams.
From 1991 to 1994, I lived in San Francisco. All the experiences there had a great impact on me in business and how I think. It was very good for me. Some of my coworkers are still there creating, and I think that's good for them.
Naka works with art director Tim Skelly.
I managed the American artists who were trying to keep this, the styles coordinated. Most of the artwork was done by one little guy who lived in his cubicle, literally. He would have had to crawl into it in the mornings. But when it came down to the special stage, the first Sonic had a special stage, and they wanted to do one for this one. Naka came up with this really interesting code for being able to take a sprite engine and do bitmap graphics with it. So I came up with this ramp, that would go around this half shell, the half circle, and so I did all the artwork for the moving background and for the, the curving ramps and all that.
In 1992, Sonic the Hedgehog 2 is released, and Sonic gets a sidekick. Once again, Sonic scores with audiences and becomes synonymous with game giant Sega. Sonic appears on other systems for Sega, like the Sega CD.
With Sonic, I think there's also the attitude. I think that helps a lot. And being the first, it's easy to copy, but, like Elvis is Elvis, and you got to go with that. And I think that has a lot to do with, the success of Sonic. And they've been pretty careful about, protecting, the character.
By 1994, Naka returns to Japan to work on more games, like Phantasy Star 4, End of the Millennium. And Sonic the Hedgehog 3 is released with a new character, Knuckles. Meanwhile, the Sega CD isn't faring so well.
I think you have to just make things easy for the consumer, and it just wasn't a very easy piece. It wasn't. I don't think. I think if Sega had to do it all over again, of course they would do it a different way. But it was just not. I don't think holistically thought out, and I think it's been. The business reasons have been gone through just ad nauseum. But the bottom line is it wasn't easy for the consumer.
And hopes are high in 1995 when Sega introduces the Saturn, its 32-bit console, to compete with the Nintendo 64 and Mario.
Well, Nintendo had, Mario, this short, stubby plumber that, walked around at a brisk pace and jumped on Goombas and, fell on turtle shells. And Sega had the differing opinion. Like in Sonic's just zooming through levels. And as Sonic progressed, that's what he got more into, was just going through at lightning fast speeds. All these amazing looking levels that you didn't ever get to admire, you didn't ever get to take in the beauty of them. The speed was impressive.
Even more impressive are other games Naka and Sonic team create. like Knights in 1996.
I know that Knights is a cult favorite amongst a lot of gamers and developers alike.
Sega launches a reported $10 million campaign behind its 3D answer to Mario 64. Although Knights gets great reviews, the buzz doesn't translate into sales.
I think it's one of the most sought after, most requested games for a sequel. I saw it as the first time I was kind of aware that games could be art as well as just a piece of entertainment or kind of a toy.
Sonic Team consists of only 100 people. Even if we want to come up with a sequel, there's so many other products we have to create, and I guess Knights is suffering. But then I'm not thinking never again. It's not like if I had the chance I would make it. The new Knights proposal, we came up with that and we have been consulting, but we haven't made a final decision or determination.
More Sonic games follow, and in 1998, Sonic Team tries something new with Burning Rangers, an elite search and rescue team equipped to handle life-threatening missions.
As a part of Sonic Team, we wanted to stay away from violence. So the firefighters rescue, that was the basis, the theme. And European or American kids, if you ask them what they want to be when they grow up, they want to be a firefighter. Many of them want to be firefighters. From there, I thought rescuing other people would be great in a game. So that's what the Burning Rangers was.
Despite best efforts by Naka and his team, the Saturn succumbs to the Sony PlayStation.
I know that a lot of retailers weren't happy with the direction that Sega took with the Saturn, and that's all kind of well documented and things like that. I just think, well, it's unfashionable to say luck. I don't think it's a lot of luck involved, but I think market timing was really right for Sony at the time, and they put out a superior offering. Clearly, more people just bought their system.
But don't count Sonic out just yet, as he shows up in the unlikeliest of places.
Huh?
Tails, I'm just glad you're okay.
Thanks, but you gotta check out my newest power supply. Ta-da!
By September 1999, Sega reinvigorates its dwindling console business with the introduction of the Dreamcast, and expectations are high.
I think they had a chance. I mean, I used to say, even before I was at the Dreamcast magazine, if you just look at the launch titles that are coming out for Dreamcast, it's worth it to buy it just to get the, the best 10 launch titles.
Like Sonic Adventure, and for the first time, Sonic is in full 3D.
I think Sonic was the perfect character for the 2D world and the way the game was designed. I think Mario probably had a little bit more longevity in the 3D world. We really, we were in love with Mario before, but when Mario 64 came out, we really fell in love with Mario. The 3D brought a whole other aspect to him that made his character so much more complex than it was as a 2D character. I think the same can be said about Sonic when he moved from 2D to 3D.
The Dreamcast was an awesome system. They had awesome games coming out for years.
And Naka certainly delivers. In 2000, he delights his fans with Choo Choo Rocket. Samba de Amigo! And the maraca-shaking Samba de Amigo. Phantasy Star Online is released in 2001. It is the first global, massively multiplayer online console RPG.
I was working on the Dreamcast hardware and I thought, how can we bring the biggest audience to this game? Of course, online games are then and still now for hardcore players. But the enjoyment of online games needs to be easier for people to access. So we kind of lowered the bar so everyone can enjoy it.
Phantasy Star Online. That was actually my first foray into the whole massive multiplayer universe. Like, yeah, it's not as big as EverQuest. It was just 4 players, but it was addicting. It was crack.
Someone's got to be a pioneer, and I'm glad that Yuji Naka and PSO was the first of those type of games to prove that the market was there for these things to exist, and I think more and more people are going to start exploring the online console realm.
But sadly, it's not enough to revive Sega's failing console business. Although Sonic Adventure 2 was released in 2001, it fails to bring the Dreamcast up to speed with the competition.
Dreamcast was actually kind of a bit ahead of its time. It was a great machine. I mean, graphically, architecture was really nice to program for, had a modem in it. But I think the Spector of the PlayStation 2 just kind of suppressed the Dreamcast enough that it never really got its legs going underneath it. But on its own merits, if it operated, if it were a vacuum, if the market were a vacuum, Dreamcast would have been a great product.
Sort of lack of long-term success of the Dreamcast was kind of a disappointment. In some ways, it was a self-fulfilling prophecy. You know, publishers sort of thought, well, the Dreamcast isn't going to be here in 2 years, so I better just move on. And, you know, and because the publishers moved on, the Dreamcast wasn't there.
When the Dreamcast went away, I think Sega admittedly thought they felt behind because they never had any experience working on other systems. But there are formidable talent there and a lot of creative people who I think will only bring the company to newer and bigger heights as a software maker.
And that's exactly what they do. Naka and Sonic Team bring his memorable characters to the new hardware systems.
Hey, you will not believe this new GameCube. It's so wild.
Over the last 20 years, I've been involved in developing games. During that time, Nintendo has been our rival. And I thought one of these days, will the games I create be played on Nintendo? And then after Sega moved away from hardware, I thought about this all along just after Dreamcast went away. And soon after, Nintendo GameCube was introduced. I began to create for that. So we focused on the GameCube.
Like Sonic Adventure 2 Battle for the GameCube. That same year, Phantasy Star Online 1 and 2 are released for both the GameCube and Xbox. Sonic Heroes was released in 2004.
I think everyone was a bit shocked at first that Nintendo and Sega had finally joined forces since they were mortal enemies for 10, 15 years. In a roundabout sense, it all makes sense now. And now they've realized, well, we're better off doing things like Sonic and making games like F-Zero, so I think it's a good team.
You know, Sonic's was meant to be for everyone, and you know, I guess it's just apropos that he's on all the platforms now.
Well, Miyamoto in various media interviews has said he likes my work, and I'm very happy to hear that. In the world of games, he is almost a god, so when someone like that praises a game I worked on, I'm really happy to hear that.
Please join me in honoring Yuji Naka.
In 2002, Yuji Naka is awarded for his contribution to the game industry by his peers. He's given the prestigious Lifetime Achievement Award from the IGDA at the 2nd Annual Game Developers' Choice Awards.
I would like to thank Sega, who has granted me the freedom and the resources to make my visions a reality.
And I remember when Naka-san received his award that night, he was literally skipping like back to the hotel. It's rare to see a grown man skip, but I remember one of his assistants telling me, yeah, you know, I've never seen him this happy, you know, in his life.
That challenged me to do good work.
And there's also always been an emphasis on innovation. I mean, people don't think of it now, but at the time, games like Sonic the Hedgehog and Sonic 2 were incredibly innovative, you know, blast processing.
Samba de Amigo and Phantasy Star Online and Choo Choo, you know, above all Sonic, I think they've made an indelible impression and really contributed culturally to what video games are as an art form.
I would like to thank the gamers, because after all, that is what this industry is really about.
I think developers recognize how innovative and how forward-thinking Yuji Naka and his team are and how much they've contributed to our industry. He has lots of childlike qualities, which I think translates into his games. Like any great creator, he's always looking about the next place he can bring his art and raise his game. Really brought our industry where it is today, and hopefully bring it into the future too.
I'm now the senior director of the creative department of Sega. I oversee development in many areas. I'd like to change. I'd like to move forward. We use these security keys to get in. Come on. Here is the Knuckles room. And over here is the Sonic room. You have to take off your shoes and walk in here. And that's how we conduct meetings.
It was supposed to be an ending.
This was going to be their last game. They were going to put everything they had into making this fantastic RPG.
Basically, it was their one last shot at redemption.
Yet it became a new beginning.
We were very happy that it sold more than we had anticipated or expected.
I went nuts. That year, when I made a Christmas list to give to my parents, it had one item on it, and that was Final Fantasy.
But monumental successes can lead to terrible failures.
It was really beautiful to watch, but you also had to listen to the story and listen to the acting, and it really just killed it.
Find out where it came from and where it's going. This is the epic story of Final Fantasy. In 1987, a small Japanese game company named Squaresoft is facing an uncertain future.
Square was a very small publisher in Japan. They'd come out with a number of games for the Nintendo Famicom here in Japan. But really, there was nothing to distinguish them, to set them apart from the large number of small development houses that were able to thrive in Japan during the Famicom's heyday.
But if they don't produce a breakout hit soon, their doors will be closing for good.
Really, they needed not just a hit, but a mega hit if they were going to keep the company around.
Facing an uncertain future, Squaresoft gambles on one final game.
They called it Final Fantasy because this was going to be their last game. You know, they were going to put everything they had into making this fantastic RPG, and it was going to be their last one, and they were all going to go off and do their own thing.
Square turns to Hironobu Sakaguchi, one of their resident game designers, to lead the project.
Sakaguchi was working before at Square. I think that he enjoyed his job, but I think he was frustrated that no matter what he was doing, it never seemed to be enough. Not only for the company Square, but also for himself personally. Sakaguchi, I think, was going to leave the gaming industry.
Sakaguchi, he's really the father of Final Fantasy, and you know, if there's one man who this whole thing, and it's his child.
Inspired by Dragon Quest, Sakaguchi decides his project will be a role-playing game and hires well-known artist Yoshitaka Amano.
For the players, the actual excitement in playing the game really comes from developing a character, seeing that character win battles, or from seeing a great storyline that takes the character into different places in the game. That in and of itself is exciting, but it has a much greater impact when it's coupled with the graphics and the music that go with it.
Yoshitaka Amano is a fairly respected artist in Japan, a traditional painter. His works are very dynamic and flowing. As an artist, he really liked to challenge himself. He saw this as an opportunity to try the new thing. He saw the Famicom as just another canvas on which he could try to do something artistic.
For the score, Squaresoft turns to their in-house composer, Nobuo Uematsu.
I started with a computer game for a friend's company. After finishing that, another friend that worked at Squaresoft was looking for a new composer. The only available jobs for a composer back then were in the games industry. So at that time, Square didn't have anyone in charge of their soundtracks, and that's when I joined.
In my mind, Nobuo Uematsu, he really brought a lot of soul to the Final Fantasy games. With his NES and SNES music, it was just brilliant considering what limited tools he was working with. He was able to get players to really feel a story with the music itself.
With the team in place, work begins.
So Final Fantasy was from the beginning designed to be impressive, designed to be a spectacle that was far beyond graphically, musically, anything that players had seen before. So that's kind of been a hallmark of the series since the start.
Square releases Final Fantasy in Japan on December 18th, 1987. And audiences are stunned.
Final Fantasy I was a huge success. It didn't quite reach the stratospheric heights of Dragon Quest, but it was clearly the second best RPG that Japan had ever seen. And you know, compared to Dragon Quest, second place isn't that bad. It was enough to save the company. Of course, then work on Final Fantasy II began soon thereafter.
Despite the popularity of the first game, Square decides that their sequel can be even better.
Never mind the consumer reaction. I think the reaction of the original designers and programmers was, oh my God, we've made this thing is so cool, you know, we have to do another one.
Final Fantasy II arrives on December 17th, 1988, and fans take notice.
Final Fantasy II was even more successful than the first one. I think that word of mouth on the first one, the Famicom user base had expanded further. Users were ready for another RPG of this kind. Square had really succeeded in making that mega hit that they wanted. The success, and they had the name recognition, and all they had to do from here on out was keep making the games.
Sakaguchi and his team begin working on number 3 and concentrate on a new look.
Final Fantasy III had much more complicated graphics than either the first or second Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy III was a late generation Nintendo game. It came out in 1990, and by this point, Nintendo's system had given up all its secrets. So what the developers were able to do with it was far beyond what they were able to do even 2-3 years before.
The improvements don't go unnoticed. When Square releases the game on April 27, 1990, millions of fans rush out to buy it.
Final Fantasy III was a big success, just like 1 and 2 before it. Square had a good brand name, and they kept making quality titles.
For Square, the series truly proves to be a fantasy.
The fans had come to see Final Fantasy not just as a popular game, but it had become a cultural phenomenon.
But would their success translate to another country or on a new system? After the runaway success of the first 3 Final Fantasy games in Japan, plans are made to bring them to the US market in 1990, but Square gets some help.
Actually, Square didn't bring the first Final Fantasy game to the US. It was brought over by Nintendo themselves. Part of the reason the delay is that at the time, Square didn't have a very large US presence. So the resources necessary for translating a large text-heavy RPG was probably beyond that company.
Nintendo's help with the translation and a promotional push with their Nintendo Power magazine helps the game find a new audience.
The Nintendo Propaganda magazine had huge 8-10-page spreads on it every month for 6 months, and I read them and I couldn't believe what I was reading. This game wasn't like other games. I went nuts. My friends went nuts. We could just tell that this game was something special, that it was more to it than other games. That it was a world. Maybe not the most complicated world, but at the time there was nothing like it. That year when I made a Christmas list to give to my parents, it had 1 item on it, and that was Final Fantasy. That was the only thing I wanted.
Word begins to spread, and Squaresoft's Swan Song becomes a hit all over again.
It's kind of a common misconception that Final Fantasy I didn't sell well in America, but actually it was quite popular.
But the video game world is changing, and a leap forward in technology leaves the 2 sequels by the wayside.
Final Fantasy I came out in the US after Final Fantasy III was released in Japan in 1990. By that point, Nintendo had kind of closed the book on the Nintendo Entertainment System and was really gearing up for the Super Nintendo launch.
Square begins work on the sequel, but changing technology requires a Final Fantasy facelift. On July 19, 1991, Square releases the 4th Final Fantasy game in Japan, which arrives in the US several months later as Final Fantasy II. The popularity of the Final Fantasy series plays an important part in the launch of Nintendo's new system.
Final Fantasy fans are notoriously devoted to their series. When their favorite series made the jump to Nintendo's new hardware, they did too. Square and Nintendo's relationship went both ways. Nintendo's popular hardware helped Square sell lots of copies of Final Fantasy games, but in turn, the popularity of Square's Final Fantasy games drove players to choose Nintendo's hardware. Nintendo probably saw that Final Fantasy was a key franchise they had that would set their system apart from others, and because of that, they latched onto it and promoted it to give them an edge above their competitors.
On December 6, 1992, Square releases Final Fantasy V in Japan. The game is considered too hard for American gamers and isn't released in the US. But fans would not have to wait long. The sixth game in the series arrives in Japanese stores on April 2, 1994. The game arrives in America as Final Fantasy III, and it once again takes the video game world by storm.
Final Fantasy VI was a graphical powerhouse. It was the most beautiful game you'd ever seen. I think it was the first game in which Yoshitaka Amano's art was able to be preserved in the characters and in the world, not just in the monster designs. Graphic technology had improved to the point where small bits and pieces of his style were able to show through. It had a fantastic musical score. The music is widely considered to be Nobuo Uematsu's best score.
For their next game, Square lays the foundation for a game unlike any other. But their path will take them away from the company that had first helped them become a success.
As a software provider of great content and games, to meet the consumer demand, it requires a lot of investments and time. For Final Fantasy VI, we expanded, we opened some doors. And in order to keep on doing that with the next installment, we as a development team wanted to obviously make it visually more advanced. And I think it was only going to work for us if we went with the hardware that had more capacity for us.
After Final Fantasy VI came out, everyone assumed that Square would move on to the Nintendo 64. In fact, Square released a graphical demo using the Final Fantasy VI characters. This graphical test was preparation for developing Final Fantasy VII. When Square did announce Final Fantasy VII, it wasn't for the Nintendo 64. It was for the Sony PlayStation.
We saw that the PlayStation was going to be better for us with its higher performance.
Square stuns the game world and strikes an unexpected alliance with Sony.
I do remember that one day, Sakaguchi-san and I just bumped in the hallway, and he was wearing something on top that already had the PlayStation logo on it, basically, and said, "This is what we are going for." And so I just said, "Okay, that's fine." And that was pretty much it.
A new game is planned, one that will finally achieve the movie-like game quality the previous incarnations have been building towards.
The big leap came with Final Fantasy VII. That was when the company switched to the PlayStation game console. With the enhanced capabilities of the console, I now had 3D graphics as a method of expression. I now had the use of camera moves and was able to show visuals from different angles. I was able to really expand my visual expressions and create a much more intricate storyline, as well as intricate visuals for the game.
When creating 7, we were just so sucked into creating the game that it didn't feel as long as the development period as I thought. Seeing things that we had never seen before done in the sense of creating movies.
Character designer Tetsuya Nomura is called upon to bring his 3D fantasy to life.
I was in charge of the character design for Final Fantasy VII. This was the one Final Fantasy to date that I've been most deeply involved in. It was the first 3D game going on the PlayStation. I also saw how the monsters and characters and all those things worked out. So I kind of oversaw a balance of all those elements. It was something that the team was so excited about what we were doing that it just didn't seem like we were spending so much time on it. We also felt as if we were creating the next generation role-playing game, like we were all leading the way and we were all creating something. We were pioneering this genre over again. I think the final product was very close to what we had envisioned and what our goal was.
Final Fantasy VII is released in both the US and Japan as a PlayStation exclusive in 1997, and Sony launches a massive worldwide ad campaign, and it pays off.
Traditionally, role-playing games have appealed to about 10 to 15% of the market. You know, very dedicated part of the market, but not huge. And what Final Fantasy VII did was just explode that. Suddenly, everyone wanted to play the game, and role-playing games were no longer kind of this niche thing.
3 million was a goal that we had in mind. And in the US, maybe $1 million. And it did go to $1 million. It went beyond $1 million. So we did feel as if, oh, are we going to really be able to beat these numbers? And when we did, we were excited, but also, at the same time, that it went beyond those numbers. We were very happy that it sold more than we had anticipated or expected.
Work begins on Final Fantasy VIII. Square releases Final Fantasy VIII to an eager crowd of fans in 1999.
When a Final Fantasy game comes out in Japan, it's an event. We talk about Myst being the biggest CD-ROM game of all time. They sold 4 million units in over a 4 or 5 year span. Final Fantasy VIII sold over 3.5 million units in about a month in Japan.
A ninth installment quickly follows, featuring the return of artist Yoshitaka Amano.
As the Final Fantasy series became increasingly cinematic, logically it seemed like the next step was to make a movie.
And that movie put Square in a whole other circle. By 1999, game giant Squaresoft announces plans to produce a film based on its hugely successful Final Fantasy franchise. Hundreds of millions of dollars go into the making of Final Fantasy: The Spirits Within, directed by Sakaguchi. The movie arrives in theaters on July 11, 2001, but the reaction is not what Square had been hoping for.
The movie was very confusing. It didn't appeal to Final Fantasy fans because it lacked the melodrama, the plot twists, the flamboyancy that had come to characterize the Final Fantasy plots.
I think that movie just really underscores the fact that it's really difficult to replicate animated human characters.
It is just hard to say, you know. If you can say that, oh, was this movie really supposed to be a Final Fantasy movie? Or, you know, did it just have the same name attached to it? It was a little unclear.
Final Fantasy: The Spirits Within was really one of the biggest blows the company has suffered. They put a ton of money into this movie, really high expectations for it. It was really beautiful to watch, but you know, you also had to listen to the story and listen to the acting, and it really just killed it. You know, if that was successful, then maybe Square would still be doing movies today. It's a shame because it was just a wonder to look at.
Despite the box office failure of the film, Square pushes forward in the series, using technology from the film to make a game for Sony's new PlayStation 2.
Every Final Fantasy has a new something, a new challenge. For 10, it was definitely including voiceover as one of the key elements.
The guardian worm, Evray. The great sacred beast.
It added more life and added voices to the characters that we created.
Roger, I'll give the commands.
In a way, I think that kind of completed and made the full circle from starting from 7.
On July 19, 2001, Final Fantasy X arrives for the PlayStation 2, and fans line up to buy the game. It sells over 2 million copies in the first 48 hours. Work begins on several games at once. Final Fantasy X-2, an expansion of the story in Final Fantasy X.
Find the sphere and the fiends appear.
And Final Fantasy XI, a massively multiplayer game set in the Final Fantasy universe.
Yeah, I really wonder why the series is so popular. I don't know, but I think it is the new element, the new challenges that we put in every installment. For example, Final Fantasy XI is fully online, but still, it's a Final Fantasy game.
In 2002, Square delights Nintendo fans by announcing Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles for the GameCube. The first in the series to appear on Nintendo's home console in almost a decade.
To play the game to its fullest, you need 3 friends, 4 players total. You need 4 Game Boy systems that are hooked up to the GameCube. So it's really unique for a Final Fantasy game in that you have this group feeling to it.
Game giant Squaresoft announces Final Fantasy XII to an eager crowd of fans. Final Fantasy is the most successful role-playing franchise with millions of adoring fans.
For a series that has been out for over 10 years easily, I think by now there's a different generation of users and gamers who are playing the current Final Fantasies. So in a sense, this game has provided content for a few generations so far, and hopefully that will continue. That will be one of my dreams. To continue Final Fantasy, and to many generations, that can be something.
When a consumer sees Square on the box, they know this game is going to have amazing production values. This game's been tested to death to make sure it's fun. And, you know, this game is going to be solid.
I think for gamers, whenever a new Final Fantasy game is announced, the world pretty much stops. Even fans that don't like Final Fantasy, they want to know what's going on because it just has such a huge impact. It's such an incredibly successful series, wildly popular.
With all our games, especially Final Fantasy, we try to do what is at the highest point of interest of every installment of the series. We start fresh and do something completely new. We just don't do any repeats. We do 8 full model changes. We always try to keep up with ourselves. I don't really have this huge goal right in front of me. It's more what we believe in. What we believe is going to make a unique and great product. That is all we basically focus on, and see how that rolls into something grand.
There are certain styles for Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy-ness, if you will. Since the beginning of the series, my staff has been able to work with the latest technology and the latest tools of the time and really challenge themselves every time they work on a new title. The series is like a giant toy box, and you find something entertaining and really cool to look at and wondering, wow, how did they put all this fun stuff in here?
As far as the future goes, I think Final Fantasy is going to be around for a long, long time. As long as Square keeps the talent fresh and the games interesting and exciting, I think that consumers are going to enjoy the games.
I hope that the series will continue in a way forever, as long as there are users out there who want Final Fantasy.
Really, I don't think there's going to be a Final Fantasy.
It began with imagination and a pair of dice.
It was a social experience. A group of friends gathered to tell a story together. That's something that no one had ever seen before.
And it merged our world with theirs.
You've got action, you've got romance, you've got adventure, exploration, and it can go on like a soap opera for as long as you want it to go on.
Some people would fight it.
Dungeons & Dragons was heavy metal before heavy metal was heavy metal. I mean, it was the thing that people were really afraid of.
And others would embrace it.
Well, Baldur's Gate, wow, why was it so successful? You know, it clicked on a lot of things and just did them right. So if you're a D&D fan, here was a great way to go in and play a game where you could basically test out some of your ideas about tactics and that sort of thing.
But it altered the course of the gaming industry forever. This is the story of Dungeons & Dragons. The snowy winters of Lake Geneva, Wisconsin provide long hours for indoor entertainment. And in 1970, this perfect setting brings together two people and one incredibly unique idea.
Dungeons & Dragons came out of a long line of wargaming. Gary Gygax and Dave Arneson were two different figures who led their own kind of local wargaming clubs.
Where they would play big games of miniatures with little toy soldiers on tables.
Both Gary Gygax and Dave Arneson were getting a little bit bored, and they're both very creative people, and they were looking for kind of the next step. Both of them independently started doing games based on kind of medieval fantasy settings.
Somebody decided to attack a castle with a small party by going up through the dungeon, and that somehow sparked this thought that you could run a game a little bit differently with one person being a dungeon master.
And the game that will become known as Dungeons & Dragons begins to evolve.
Between them came up with the idea of, hey, you know, it isn't just about how fast and far this guy can move and how far he can fire an arrow and how hard he can swing a sword, but how about if we give these people, these characters, these little lead miniatures, some personality and some opportunities to talk about stuff and talk to each other, and you know, all of a sudden you've got a whole new game, a whole new game type.
Instead of playing armies, you played a single person. And that was the real step. I mean, instead of moving pieces around a board, you became a person inside a world. It's all in their minds. They were imagining everything as it happened, but it was really a world that they were wandering through.
So it all started out as miniature stuff and then turned into something that I don't think anybody saw how big it was going to get.
Gary Gygax sees an opportunity and decides to publish and sell the game himself.
The early success of Dungeons & Dragons was very much a snowball effect. They published it locally. They had some distribution, but it was really college students that spread it. People would go to college, come back at break and say, hey, this game, I found this game, you guys have to play it. And it really spread by word of mouth, underground, but really, really strongly. I mean, by the end of the decade, it was a cultural phenomenon in the way that certainly no war game ever had been before.
To satisfy a growing fan base, in 1979, Gary releases an update called Advanced Dungeons & Dragons.
Took the game to a whole nother level, and we all just went berserk when these books came out. Big hardcover books, just packed full of just all sorts of cool stuff. And the game became more complicated. There was more options of things you could do to your character.
While a new generation of gamers begin exploring D&D, a little invention known as the computer begins piquing interest across the country.
Without D&D, there wouldn't be any computer games. Okay, there might be like Pong or something, but I mean, everybody who's driving a Ferrari in this business, and everybody who isn't driving a Ferrari, for that matter, ought to get down and, turn northwards towards Wisconsin every day, and just say a little prayer of thanks.
You could do things with computers that you couldn't conceive of in the real world. They seemed simple, but it's like you had control over this new environment in a way that you didn't in your ordinary life.
Here was a way to, for us to realize all these fantasies that we had lived all those years, or that we had imagined, I guess. We were now able to live them. And when all these sort of, geeky guys started programming and all of a sudden, I mean, wow, Ultima, Might and Magic, Bard's Tale, I mean, you name it. I mean, it all comes back to people recreating their D&D campaigns at some level.
Dungeons & Dragons is one of three things that really sort of jump-started the game industry. I mean, you can't talk about D&D without going to Tolkien. So these kids read Tolkien, and then they created their own Tolkien-esque world with Dungeons & Dragons. It stands to reason when you sort of stand back now and look at the line that it was exactly these kinds of people who, when the new technology, when computers came along, it was them. It was these people that were playing these games. So naturally, since they had just created a paper game based on Tolkien, they're then going to try to create a digital game based on Dungeons & Dragons, which is based on Tolkien. And what you find, literally, from 1977 to 1995, is that everybody who was developing games, not everybody, but most of the people that we talked to, which was quite a few people, all said, love Tolkien, love D&D, and then needed to recreate that on the computer. And it was just over and over and over and over and over again.
Dungeons & Dragons continues to shape the future of gaming. But a tragedy will soon focus an angry public eye on this new pastime.
Then, since it's a role-playing game, you'll see people dressed up in full garb. Well, then it gets creepy if you don't really understand, like, this is sort of part of, this is part of the experience. And there was a hysteria about that. Dungeons & Dragons was heavy metal before heavy metal was heavy metal. I mean, it was the thing that people were really afraid of.
After a decade of relative obscurity, Dungeons & Dragons is about to reach new levels of exposure. But not all of it is good.
Dungeons & Dragons has been the center point for a lot of anger throughout the years.
I remember my mother was just unbelievably scared that I was playing this game that destroyed people's minds. It drove you mad. I mean, if you get that deep into your imagination and you start pretending you're someone else and you start, wielding a sword as you play this game and dressing up and speaking funny, I think people were worried that kids were going to get caught up in, demonic, anti-religious stuff or go crazy, all of which is crazy.
And then if you really understand that it's a game about stories, and it's a game of fantasy, and it's a game that essentially needs to be played with other people, you can't really play it by yourself and have fun, some of that fear goes away, because you realize your kid really isn't, Lothar the pagan wizard.
But the intense public scrutiny only helps Dungeons & Dragons find a new audience.
I'd say the recognition of it as a potentially dangerous, satanic thing probably helped it. I mean, if you're a kid or a young male, anyone under 30 really, having the establishment say, hey, this is dangerous, you're gonna take another look. It's like, if you can make your parents a little disturbed that you're playing a game, it's like, hey, that's cool, let's try it out.
D&D is being played in imaginations everywhere.
I remember when I started at TSR, I think the received wisdom that we had something like 15 million active players on an ongoing basis at that time. That was back in the mid-'80s, I guess. And that's a pretty big chunk of people.
Due to its rising popularity, TSR, the company Gary Gygax used to publish Dungeons & Dragons, decides to license a series of computer games using the complex Dungeons & Dragons rule set. Strategic Simulations Incorporated, or SSI, takes players into a familiar adventure called the Pool of Radiance.
Yeah, I was working at TSR when the license got signed with SSI, and the games were certainly very successful. I thought they were such amazingly faithful recreations of the D&D experience.
The game allows players to move a party of characters through a dungeon, just as if they were in a real game of Dungeons & Dragons, but without the need for a dungeon master.
At the time the SSI games came out, I was just getting into computers. I was a teenager, and I started picking up the Gold Box games and a few of their other titles because it was just a lot of fun. The SSI games were nice because it was like playing a D&D module. Because I would play for, a few weeks or a month, and then I'd want to move on to something else. And here was a module just like a D&D module where there was a beginning, a middle, and an end. I could play my D&D party, and my friends would come over and they'd start their own parties, and we'd have our different save discs. And we would take notes and pass them on to each other. It was almost like being in an adventurers club where people would say, oh, hey, when you get down to level 16, go behind the gold door, but, don't attack the wizard because he'll blow you away. It was a lot of fun. It provided almost a sort of live gaming experience with a computer game.
The computer allows users to focus more on the gaming and less on the logistics. The success of the Pool of Radiance leads to more D&D licensed games. Some of them take advantage of the power of the computer to provide unique methods of gameplay and perspective.
I don't know what it was, but even then, it's like I immediately gravitated towards Hillsfire, a game that no one remembers really. I mean, it's the forgotten Gold Box game. But it had this one little mechanic. It had a lock-picking mechanic that wasn't driven by those stats, and that wasn't just a recreation of the paper role-playing experience. And even then, I guess, I just wanted to exploit what this piece of hardware and this medium does that other media don't. I mean, that just seemed important to me.
A computer game offers different things to a gamer than a paper and pencil. Part of it is a sense of immediacy. Something is happening right now, right there. In a paper and pencil game, usually the DM will say something, and you'll get to talk with your friends in the party, or you'll think about it or whatever, and nothing's going to happen right this second unless the DM is really driving the action. The computer doesn't wait for you. If there's a monster running down the hallway, unless you hit the pause button or something, it's still running down. You have to do something.
Using new technology, SSI decides to let the character play in a first-person perspective.
Every once in a while, they do something innovative, like Eye of the Beholder was, to me, the first time I remember what you would now call a third-person perspective, where instead of looking down at essentially representations of miniatures, you'd be looking at what you were fighting. And that was pretty cool. So they would try different things like the Eye of the Beholder series. It was a lot of fun.
SSI continues to release games using the Dungeons & Dragons license, but the market wanes.
I think the real answer, it isn't much of a mystery. I mean, I think it's just that after a while, any license needs to be rested. I mean, people just get tired of the same stuff. And I think it's just people were looking for novelty. They were looking for something new, and they couldn't find it in D&D licensed games anymore, at least for a while.
And improvements in technology lead to gameplay so immersive that it draws people away from the role-playing games of the past.
I think Doom really sent Dungeons & Dragons type games into decline. Doom-style games are addictive. You know, you sit down and you play and you get drawn in, and they're fast and they're scary and they get your adrenaline going in a way that most role-playing games don't. Doom really changed the market. I mean, it was a turning point.
And just as the Dungeons & Dragons computer games begin to lose their audience, TSR also begins a wobbly spiral that points to bankruptcy and a game that really does have an end.
TSR found out it was in kind of financial trouble, and people were wondering what was going to happen next.
Just as TSR, who 20 years earlier had first published Dungeons & Dragons, was going out of business, a company called Wizards of the Coast sweeps in and saves the day.
Well, then along came Peter Atkinson and Wizards of the Coast. Peter and a man named Richard Garfield had created a card game called Magic the Gathering. It became enormously successful, and Wizards of the Coast purchased TSR.
Not only does work begin on a new rule set for the paper game, but a computer game is created that will bring Dungeons & Dragons back to monitors everywhere.
Well, Greg and I have always been huge fans of role-playing games. There hadn't been a lot of role-playing games released for a number of years before BG came out in '98.
And so that was pretty cool, because I was like, you know, games like Pool of Radiance were very inspiring to us, so the opportunity to work on a D&D game, Dungeons & Dragons RPG, like the next generation of it, was really exciting, so we just jumped on it.
Baldur's Gate provided a unique game experience. It took the whole top-down perspective of the SSI Gold Box games to a new level. You had a much more fluid combat system. You had more options as to like spell casting and character class and everything. And of course you had much better graphics and sounds. If the old SSI games were lacking in anything that they could have possibly had, they didn't have a lot of story or background. Baldur's Gate games did. You know, you had to solve a puzzle, you had to learn about the world, and they really conveyed that. Baldur's Gate is a story as much as it is a game.
The game successfully replicates the D&D rule set, allowing players to focus on the story and characters that make up the world they explore.
It clicked on a lot of things and just did them right. You could have a whole party of characters. You could pause the action. You could individually command what each character was doing. So if you're a D&D fan, here was a great way to go in and play a game where you could basically test out some of your ideas about tactics and that sort of thing.
And we were really careful to remain true to the license. One of the things we're very careful about when we work on licenses like Dungeons & Dragons or Star Wars is that we want to make sure that we retain the original vision. The fans they deserve to get what they're expecting. If they're expecting a game that's true to that original rule set or that universe, they should see it in the final title.
The success of the game leads to several sequels, all of which become bestsellers.
It was also based on the Dungeons & Dragons license, and I think that had a big part in getting the name recognition out for the title. It gave us a starting point that allowed us to kind of leap off and get more people knowing about it.
And now, a new type of game lurks over the horizon, one that will bring the social element back.
So, you know, the natural extension of being able to taking D&D is to a computer. You combine that with the internet, and all of a sudden you have the opportunity for the massively multiplayer RPGs like EverQuest and Final Fantasy, and that is that just takes the coolness factor up a whole nother level.
Ultima Online and EverQuest paved the way for a steady stream of other massively multiplayer online role-playing games.
They can play with those games, and they can interact with each other. Even if it isn't quite the same as sitting across the table, you can still instant message your friend, and you can talk out of character, and you can go on an adventure together. It's great that there's that avenue.
But some people still feel there are fundamental differences between these games and a true Dungeons & Dragons experience.
Online games right now typically ask you to accept a world where everybody is a hero. And in a D&D campaign, it was you with 5 of your buddies going in and being heroes. And that's very different. It's when you're alone, solving really big problems and acting heroically. That's very different than standing in line while the guy in front of you kills a dragon and gets the experience, and then you walk up and kill the dragon and get the experience, and then it rematerializes and the guy behind you does it. I mean, when everybody's killing that dragon, nobody's a hero, and D&D is all about being heroes.
Despite the popularity of the online games, other companies continue to pursue the single-player experience, including a game that promises to allow players to create adventures for their friends and recreate their favorite adventures from the past.
The more recent Dungeons & Dragons games are, if anything, even more faithful recreations of the original game, and you gotta respect the polish and professionalism with which they've been implemented. They're telling some really cool stories. They're letting players pick their roles in very traditional ways. And I love the fact that they're character-driven, story-based experiences.
As we look back over the past 30 years, it's hard to find a game that hasn't been influenced by Dungeons & Dragons.
Dungeons & Dragons has had an amazing impact on society that a lot of people, I don't think, are really aware of. And that effect is just being the game that laid out, this is what fantasy gaming is. The whole category of role-playing games, they're pen and paper based, all grows out of Dungeons & Dragons.
And looking into the future, companies will continue to try and perfect the experience of playing Dungeons & Dragons without actually playing.
The idea of Dungeons & Dragons, I think, is driving the simulations like There.com. Ultimately, that may be what the legacy of Dungeons & Dragons is. Like, this is what started it, and it's this idea that drives this stuff.
The future for Dungeons & Dragons, I think, is very bright. For one thing, I think that no matter how fancy the computers get, it's still fun to sit around a table with all your friends and play a game in kind of slow motion where everybody can see what everybody else has done. That experience is not going away. There's going to be the fusion of the best of both worlds, where you can get the fun of sitting around the table with your friends, but have the computer doing all the heavy lifting.
Ready?